Hello, my friends, and welcome to the latest session of Suzerain. Today we have something exciting. We are finally at war. How exciting is that? We've finally been building up. We've been waiting for this big battle. We've had an update. It's taken time. Here it is. Things to know. We've upped our military a little bit. Because obviously our save was destroyed, so our F-Force didn't really work, so we've redone that. And we threw in a few tanks for a bit of fun as well. But right now, the invasion of Pales, Operation Golden Shield begins. If you've got this far in the series, thank you so much. A sub is massively appreciated on YouTube. If you're able to, and a like helps me get the video out there, help support. We are 2 off of 200 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're able to help with that, thank you so much. If not, thank you for being here. Let's begin. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Wow. The battlefield. Oh, it's exciting. That is a huge fly that just flew past me. It wants revenge, clearly. It's flied Revelin. Revelin? It will be Storm. Welcome in, my friend. Oh, looking at me. My ships. So just to explain, we, through the use of, well, the game being broken on the files, we have redone everything, basically. What the front line looks like now. So how are you doing, my friend? How are you doing, Storm? Support units kind of dotted throughout. Nice. We can bring people in as needed. Because we can call in reinforcements, can't we? I think we can. I'm not 100%. Is it a flagship? No. So, what happened is because my game was completely destroyed, Storm, and we had to go back through and redo everything. Hey, because we built the wrong academy. So, basically, because it was destroyed, we thought, let's have a little bit of fun and just go for it. We had to edit files, we had to bring things up to date, we had to do so many things, but just for the sake of viewing, we've made it so it'd be a big old battle. Steamroll, just have fun with it. Not exactly 100% fair, admittedly, but we just thought we'd have fun with it. It was kind of broken. Otherwise, it was going to be a restart to get to this point. So I was like, well, I don't really feel like restarting. So right now we're playing 3.0. But I'm quite happy with this so far. Let's give it a go. Let's just go for it. Oh, I should have really put troops behind to help take land. We've got quite a few. Heavy artillery barrage. Woohoo! RT barrage immediately. What we love to see. That is on a no-fly zone. So air support. With paras, we have naval invasion. So we have troops that can come in via marine. They have their navy, obviously, to the south. So that's our first blood, if you will. We want to start moving in, taking this area over, destroying their supply line, and taking them out. Just figuring out exactly how we want to do this. Obviously, a mountaineer versus mountaineer here, so we want to give support. How do we give support? There's a way to do it. I've actually forgotten how we do that in the turn since. Let's move you up. We can hopefully support. I've forgotten how to do that. But how are you doing today, Storm? How is everyone doing? Thank you all for being here. I'm just figuring out where I want to attack first. I do want to see. I mean, air support. +6, +6, +6. Sounds crazy, to say the least. And I like that we can bomb places like the towns. That's quite cool. Paras that are able to drop in. Not anywhere, though. We have to deploy them kind of with tactic in mind. Same for the naval guys. So I'll move that there and then that there. We support that. Naval's kind of different. Nice, that is going to be annihilated. Even if it gets help, we should take that quite easily. And it's the end of that phase. Is this going to... Amidst the escalating conflict, our forces have captured a strategic anti-air base from enemy control. This facility, equipped with advanced radar systems and missile defense capabilities, offers significant tactical advantage to whoever holds it. Destroy the base to prevent enemy recapture, hold the base for our military advantage. Yeah, we ain't really losing it. Spectacularly covert operation within the fortified enemy territories west of Z has resulted in a crippling of a crucial enemy division. Our intelligence operatives not only sabotaged a key communications relay, but also instigated defections among several officers. Glorious Axa Rizia. Yeah, woohoo! To support here. Let's get you to attack here. You to support here. We need to start basically moving in as soon as possible. That's got support, so we want to be careful with that front. Wait a second. There is a big old chainsaw outside. Oh my goodness. They are doing some like nice stuff to the gardening stuff to the area. Making it look nice, but my goodness, there's those chainsaws going ham. I really want to attack a ship for some reason. I just feel like it's a bad idea. We're going to move into its slot and then have all three of those want to hurt us. Let's take... We've got 4 more points. Let's attack. I think taking that out is quite a... Maybe a bomb. Or is it on an area that can't be bombed? Not really. Okay, there we go. I needed to bomb it a little bit. Ships early stage are annoying to deal with. Okay. So should we deal with the ships later or deal with them first? Sorry, I wanted to bomb it just because I thought we don't want to lose a tank already. I don't know where I could really add air support. I just don't know how it works. I don't know what that means. Add defense, add attack. So I guess it's if for units in combat we can support them. I think I'm right in saying. So if I had this attack that and give them that. Simply a buff. Okay. Okay. So okay. So it's just a plus to everything on that. Understood. We won't really attack anything this turn because we wouldn't be able to support it. Oh yeah, I'm happy with that for now. Unless we drop a parrot somewhere. Be cheeky, but I feel like they'd get surrounded and wiped out very, very quickly. Let's want to be cheeky. Just drop it on our own lines. I really want to see it, but we'll do that next turn. We could drop a reinforcement in. Just I realise we're going to be the empty one. Which one would you say? Like over here or? Enemy airstrike controlled by enemy. Yeah, the airbase. Right, let's do it. Our troops have secured the strategically vital Arquez Central Military Airfield, placing us within close range of the nearby city of Arquez. Should we leverage the airfield's position to our advantage as long as we maintain control, or destroy it to prevent enemy from using it in the future? Launch of efforts to strike on Arquez. Do it. Be careful, Paras. Oh, they're fleeing, wow. Gone. Defending, uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might need to do some bombing. Oh my goodness, they are done for by the looks of it. that's better. You go here. You'll then be able to support. Now we've got that. Ooh. You're outdone by 9. Oh, sorry, not 9. So 7. But if we add this, it's not going to be enough. Unless we still bomb one of them. Supported, but we'll need to take one out. And then we've got it. Nice. Oh, can we put paratroopers on paratrooper? Where would I? Oh, that's how that works. Understood. I didn't realize that's how paratroopers worked. And then we can get them to fortify. Ah. I did again. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Interesting. Then we have one left, which is just that awkward one because it's like, okay, what do I do with one? I want to start the siege of Zeeks itself, but I want to attack that. Are they all kind of locked in? See, if that infantry assists though, that might cause me a bit of a ruckus. To attack. Could I use this tank to attack here? Or do you think it's a very bad idea to do that? Because I'm worried. Attack the PC on the destroyed unit. Oh, what, this one? Oh, paratrooper on the destroyed unit. So what, this one here? Ah, good shout. Dead. Nice. In that turn. But they're attacking and supporting. Oh, they're in our line. They're in our lines. I've let them through. Ah. No, I missed that. Ah, one of our tanks. No. Ah, shucks. Air support inbound. Mountaineer, take them out. I don't know what that was. I think they bombed us. I think they have their own... I don't know how if they bombed us or not. Because it looked like they bombed us, to be honest with you. Drop her. I don't know who's being attacked. This guy being attacked. Okay. I think para here assist. Would that be enough? Looks like it could be. Nope, that is not enough. Ah, I've messed that up, haven't I? Crap. Well, that's not ideal. We've lost a para. Oh well. I'll live with it. Oh, they've lost health. They haven't died, though. I didn't realise they were getting so messed up as well. We need to move in with a tank. Oh my goodness, I need to deal with that. Paratrooper. I fight them, please. Or they're kind of on their own. System, right, that's that done. Does assist this. I just feel like it's a waste not to bomb something, to be honest. They're surrounded. Okay. Let us bomb. What's actually attacking it there? Let's bomb that. Why not? Give them the air support. Done. And here they're attacking again. This feels like it could be. Oh, I could deploy the powers here to assist. But here's good. No, but then I could get them assisting with this. Go to one of our units as well. Yep, that's over half. Eastern Belt, okay. So they're over half in each of these, so that should take up the units. That's under half now. That's a concern. It's a real shame it looks like that tank's going to have it. Oh, I'll only use 1 health. Okay, that's going to be fine. Maybe I'll move these guys up to assist that tank. Maybe switch out with it next turn so it can heal. Shouldn't die. That's the key part. Okay, they're defending. Fleeing. Cool. Oh! Support. That. Yes, we need. I don't have any more paras, but that's where we should move our attack, right? Unit is shook. Okay, so I'm assuming they're going to be the best to take out. Yep, yep. So our boys being attacked. Nice. Take it without losses instantly if it has no support. Okay, understood. Understood. I mean, we're quite late into the phase, but we're doing okay. Unit in the north. Okay. Do you think it's time we take Zeke's and just move through? I think that might be best. Take that. Oh, I should have tried to take it immediately. That's my fault. Might as well take that out. This one, yeah? Yes. Do you think I have enough to take it with these 2 tanks? Or do you think I should wait for next turn? Got 3, 5 plus. Would that be enough with 2 tanks, do you think? Or should I wait next turn? Just steamroll it. I don't have a bomb this turn, sadly. Knocks the door open. How's the bunch of war councillors going? We're steamrolling them, sir! We'll slaughter them! Go to the south and do that next. Yep. Yep. Ah, good point. I haven't moved any tanks up. We're thrashing them, Jace. We're thrashing them. We're shattering them. One by one. Alright, let us... that'll be ours next turn. Let's advance the tank line. We're closing in on them now. This will be pretty big. As a relentless war rages on, the town of Limana is witnessing massive influx of desperate civilians fleeing from the conflict zone. The escaping refugees are in need of supplies and equipment to help them reach safe lands. Establish safe corridors. 100 manpower on equipment. That's my budget. We'll do set up refugee camps. That's fine. What I haven't done is assist this. There we go. Makes that a little bit better. Yeah, woohoo! One taken. Should be able to take this 2 turns. I think we've got that city. I think we've got it. I think. But we'll have to keep moving up a little bit, hopefully, and take res. If we bomb it, we should... To be fair, if we bomb it, we should have enough support in there. What, this one? Ah, crap. Oh, this one, but... Of course, whoops. To be fair, though, we've... we've had help. We've had help. In fairness. Can't say this is 100% like tactic. Amazing gameplay. Can't I just bomb it now? Oh no, I can't. Why can't I? That's because there's an airbase right here. Ah, crap. I'm on the line whether we can do this in this turn, in this phase or not. What, this troop? This troop here? Yes, an attack. Okay. They're still holding somehow. I've no idea how. Or they would have been Gonzo. That. Nice. With access to the city. What we need. They're attacking the supply line, but we can deal with that. We can deal with that. Oh, and we can bomb it as well. For some reason, I still can't bomb that. Ah, there's anti-air here. Crap. That's what it is. We'll take this air defense. Okay, we should. I can't bomb that, is the issue. I can bomb that. We won't actually have the city next turn, will we? Unless the next turn is the last turn. What, bomb the tank or which one do you think I should bomb? Oh no, I can't. I can bomb the unit or I can bomb the tank. I can't bomb. Oh no, I can't. Oh no, I can bomb that. The support. Okay. Didn't kill it. What? That would have been it. To be honest with you. Unless I move this in to support, then we'll see. Yes. Okay, we'll have the city either way. That the rest doesn't matter me too much as long as we get that city. A second, this worked. I think if I can move up to kind of get in there. So I use a tank to kind of cut this guy off. Wow, I'm surprised that we're losing that so heavily. Let's see. We're broken as well now, got to be careful. Rescue of intelligence agent. Oh, we took it! Yes! Yes! In the aftermath of our capture of Arquez, a high-ranking enemy military officer was taken into custody. During the interrogation, the officer revealed a potentially game-changing piece of intel. One of our most valuable intelligence agents is being held captive in the western city of Solez. The veracity of this claim is uncertain, casting a shadow of doubt over the motives behind this closure. Or should we save the fortress? The troop, or no? What's the thoughts, gentlemen, ladies, and everyone here? Should we save our agent, or should we leave them to their fate? Yeah, I was going to say, let's save them. Let's save them. We've got this. And it's a final turn. And at least we've hit our kind of objective of take these two cities. Now we just need to maintain. Let's swap these two. We've got Arquez. Amazing. If they're broken, they need to just heal. We need to take out these guys, basically. I was going to say the north. Let's support that. Nothing we're really attacking, so... This. Anything that's broken on their end, just for us to take. No, not really. Take this. Take the mountain. Well, not a mountain. Attack these guys. We can't give them air support. Whoops. Give them tank support, though. If I bomb it, can I not? I can't attack it immediately, can I? Or bomb the ship. Oh, I can bomb a ship. Wow, there. That's interesting. I didn't expect that to go so badly in our favour. We bombed a ship. I guess they've got a lot of support here, right? Whoops. But at least we've got the cities. That's the key part. Marquez, Terador. Win is a win. We'll take it. We've seized most of our land, so we've got 4 ales. Need to really... This guy's annoying, man. Operation Golden Shield successful. We took both cities, which is an important part. Yes. Operation Golden Shield, the strategic initiative aimed at fortifying key positions in Zeitz and Marquez, has been declared a resounding success by the General Staff. The operation's success is attributed to meticulous planning and coordination among the invasion forces, demonstrating strong military acumen and resilience. Amazing, my people. Amazing. Overview, order, situation. Suamina activities increase. Okay. I want to get straight into the third part. I want to keep fighting. That's in there. Isa, the printing scandal. Controversial printing cards have been releasing pamphlets critiquing the strict teaching of Vasnurity, sparking outrage among the clergy. Protests are growing, which demands to shut down the operation, confiscate the blasphemous materials. Destroy all the pamphlets, find the printing house, send police to disperse the rabble, do nothing. Don't want to lose authority. Per turn as well, wow. I like money, so fining is an option, because our authority is 9 max. I didn't touch authority, by the way. That is how it was. I mean, we're getting a lot, though. This is from what we're doing. Monarch Romus Taurus. Energy budget, energy budget, energy budget, energy budget. Maybe destroying or refining. I'm fining. Give me your money. Oversaw desecration of sanctuary. A group of atheist radicals have vandalized the sacred Russist sanctuary, destroying relics and defiling its walls with anti-religious slogans. The clergy calls for protection of religious sites and justice for those responsible, even as protests continue to grow. Denounce the act and call for unity, fund preserve sanctuary, punish and arrest secular groups. I was going to say atheist radicals. That's a weird one. I'd say fund repairs. Well, fund repairs partly from the money we just took from those guys. Read the report. Hero journalists from House of Zorro were given a tour of freshly built military factory in dulcet data. Of false data. Thousands of workers were employed at the complex at Rizia's domestic arms manufacturing reaches latest levels. What's the info? Widespread protests. Interesting that we're having such big protests at the moment. Addressing Valencaris environmental crisis. The Valencaris region, renowned for its natural splendor and vital industries, faces an environmental crisis. Recent economic developments have led to significant ecological damage, affecting tourism, agriculture, and the local wine industry. This dire situation calls for decisive action to mitigate the environmental impact and restore the region's health. Implement a restoration project. I'll do restoration. We have enough money for right now. We're fine. Oh, when Operation Golden Shield in single phase. Blitzkrieg. Literally what happened, basically. Arento Centeno. Come on, invasion of piles! Invasion of piles! Woohoo! Crown Fang Sanctuary Restoration. Order maintained through fair action. Mark Faris from the front lines. Marquez liberated. Legion armor lost. Oh, so it's actually telling you kind of what's happened, what the things we've done are. This number of refugees, do kills at Rizzian War. So though we've had losses, it seems like we've mitigated some of the worst parts. Drug routes converge. The inland crossroad city, known for its bustling markets and vital transport links, has become a key hub in the regional drug trade. Smugglers exploit its road and rail networks to move narcotics, often hidden among legitimate goods. The local economy thrives on the flow of commerce, blurring the lines between lawful trade and illicit activity. Fiddles, merchant guilds expose smugglers, coordinate with Morella to improve border security, encourage vigilante justice, don't do anything minus a fiery per turn. Yeah, I lost 1 or 2 units, so not the worst considering how it went. Dingbat to contact. So where Dingbat normally is just here sleeping. There's my plant. But there is Dingbat the snoozing. She's not just on the rug, she's on this little like scratch pad. She like sitting on it. Bless her. She's so cute. Right. I haven't really focused on the trade in the country, honestly. I need to deal with that. Disrupt transport networks, random inspections, cut deals with merchants, space smugglers. That feels like it'd be a good way to find out, to be honest. Cut deals and they'll just tell you, right? Don't do anything. Encourage vigilante justice. That's going to end badly. Going to Morella to improve border security. I mean, are we on good terms with Morella at the moment? Morella. How are we doing with Morella? We're friendly, yeah. I'm sure we can make a deal with them. Go for it. Coordinate with Morella to improve border security. We've got a lot we got to do. Breaking the Pelesian naval grip. Pelesian naval forces have established a blockade along our shores, severely disrupting our trade and threatening our economic well-being. We must identify a strategy to overcome this barrier. Ooh, we've been blockaded. So, increase investment in self-sufficient initiatives, -1 budget. Reroute trade through allied territories, -1 energy. What's the thoughts on this one, my friend? I'm thinking, like, because we have a good amount of money right now. I'm thinking increase investment in self-sufficient initiatives, -1 budget. I think it's gonna have to be this, because we have to. We're at war, right? We need to be self-sufficient. The trade is good. Reform movement grows. Radical elements organize. So much going on right now. Strengthening borders to stop smuggling. Pels blockades Rizzian sea routes. Rizzian Morella border security pact. Now over here. Medical supplies from Welland. The groundbreaking drug trade agreement with Welland has brought a boon to our medical supplies, offering a potential edge in the upcoming conflict. These advanced pharmaceuticals have the power to drastically reduce recovery time for wounded soldiers. Reserve significant supplies of civilian healthcare. Ooh, because we're doing okay right now, but who knows? Who knows? Medical supplies. Welcome back, Storm, my friend. Resounding success. We managed to take it back in 1 turn and got the Blitzkrieg achievement. We're just figuring out how to use these supplies. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go quickly get water. Back in 1 minute. Oh, my ears, they're free. They're free. Well, welcome back, my friend. Oh, so basically, I've re-grabbed the stuffing of this and kind of stuffed it in the crown of my head. It's really uncomfortable. I don't have that achievement for some reason bugged for me. No! Taught me what to do. Let's read. Right. We shall use the supplies. I mean, this will keep the civilians happy, right? They'll be like, oh yeah, thank you so much. Reserve significant supplies for civilian healthcare. I know we're at war. We should be fine as long as no one uses gas. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're doing okay. We're not going to let any of our troops die. I was going to Montacle digs all over into. Medical supplies from Welland to be civilian healthcare. Only if you lose a lot of men. Okay. Reform movement grows. The Reform movement, spearheaded by Rizzian's People Party, is beginning to gain momentum across the nation. Reformist organisations and RPP party members are growing in size, with tens of thousands of citizens turning out in major cities to demand the right to elect their political leaders and participate in shaping Rizzian policy. Invest in farmer industry. Ah, fair. The Rizzian intelligence is closely monitoring these gatherings, reporting concerns that the movement is growing steadily and may continue to escalate. The report that the RPP's call for a new constitution is resonating with the public, and support for democratic reforms are gradually increasing. Surveillance. Better than not, right? Radical elements. Organize. Radical elements in Rizia are becoming more organised and vocal, particularly several revolutionary groups who are now under strict surveillance by the Rizian intelligence have been advocating for dismantling traditional power structures and shifting towards a socialist system. A leading workers' rights advocate, Adolfo Sotelato, is suspected of having ties with Vagsland, having gained popularity among these groups, and is increasingly assuming the role of leader for the growing Rizian radicals. While these groups appear to be peaceful, the intelligence warns that if their influence grows further, their extreme rhetoric may gain traction among the dissatisfied crown. Keep following the situation. Oh, it's gone up to medium, I believe. Where was it? Welfare situation? Yeah. Average. Average is better than terrible. Against the average reading is a moderate life, majority of citizens have access to basic amenities, education, healthcare, yet luxuries remain out of reach for many, painting a picture of middling prosperity. Also, what I haven't looked at, we have dozens of new decrees. Dozens of new decrees, which is exciting. Welfare. There's addiction treatment centers. Wow. Any of that? Seems like it would be nice to do. Residence and work permits for migrants. Things like that. There's a lot we can do. Trade. There's a lot of trade ones. Let's buy stuff. Buy this, buy that. Construction, the dams and whatnot. Combined tenant laws. Really? -2 authority, -2 budget. New tenant protection laws are enacted to bolster the rights and safeguards of rent for renters. These laws will introduce measures to prevent unreasonable evictions, establish lease agreements, regulate rental increases, ensure blah blah blah. Okay, we can do that. And what was the other one you recommend? Tenant protection laws and housing for poor. I think I may have done housing for poor already. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Mid-war, look how well we're doing. We've signed a tenant protection law. In the news. Homes declared sacred. For the king. for cheap housing. Yeah, affordable housing unit. And stuff like that. Like there's religion tab now. Instruct all this crazy stuff. Economy stuff. Right. Oh, pharmaceuticals. There it is. 2 authority, 3 budget. The second 2 decrees combine, synergize, and you get a green modifier, fair housing market that increases living standards. Once the Crown's Supreme Support campaign. Yeah, no. Forced pledge of allegiance to monarch, mass political amnesty for anti-monarchists. No. Seize illegal substances. Yes. Public transport's always a nice one, I guess. This is all this economy stuff, though. Privatized crown land, full-price energy storage facilities. There's a lot here to go over. Privatized welfare. Yeah, no, I can imagine how well that's gonna go. Oh, increased health and education funding. Free budget per term. -1 administrative balance. I don't know where the administrative balance stuff is coming from. I don't know if that's something that's new. I've never seen that before. Anyway, Montacla, exile of Orento Centeno. Also, Montacla indicated that Orento Centeno, the Golcondist cleric, was forcibly removed from the Rossis sanctuary after attempting to pray there. Privatized welfare -4 budget term. Wow, that is something new. Okay, not worth. Yeah, absolutely not. Also, Montacla indicated that Orento Centeno, Golcondist cleric, was forcibly removed from the Rossis sanctuary after attempting to pray there. This incident has stirred unrest among Golcondist communities who are demanding recognition, appearances of fair treatment demonstrating how begun in Pavo and other towns. It just indicates how much power you the other nobles have. Call for respect and harmony, ignore the unrest. Send the Golden Guards to disperse. -1 +1 authority, we don't need more authority. and call for respect and harmony. Oh, situation updated. Yeah, fair housing states. Good welfare. Come on, living standards. Jump. Good workers' rights, good welfare, good housing. Overcrowded public transport, we could deal with that. Average living standards, come on. Yeah, my energy isn't great. I should probably invest in something. I'm just hoping that maybe it'll do with itself. How long will this take? See, four turns. 4 turns. Do I have 4 turns left in the game? You know what I'm saying? 2 authority, 5 budget, 3 energy on completion. I mean, it's gonna have to be, isn't it? I think. Let's do that. Just hopefully we can pull it back with that, but it's gonna take a while, right? Hopefully with the amount of money we have, if it gets bad, we can buy it, right? Us delegates. Oh, come on. I want to fight. I just want to fight. Come on. Open city information, intelligence hub. Nice. Up. Through the Zeal. Rizzian agents cross into Zeal. Nice. It's true, Storm. It's true. Reform movement grows. The reform movement has surged dramatically, becoming a national force impossible to ignore. Massive rallies organised by the Rizzian People Party and reformist groups are drawing hundreds of thousands, with calls to democratise occurring in every major city. The majority of the public is reported to be in support of RPP's push for a new constitution, and pressure is mounted on the government to respond. Oh, what should we do? Deploy security forces and prevent further gatherings. That'll deal with it. Send in Dingbat. Because who can resist Dingbat the cat? Yeah, snoozing soundly. Ooh, snoozing soundly. It's warm today, so I can't blame her. It's baking in this, by the way. Baking. If I didn't have this little seal in here, no chance. I promise to listen to their concerns. There you go. That's all you're gonna get. That's all you're gonna get. You're getting shot. So, no. What's Montap? Read the report. Carlos Cesaro and Hubertus Taurus update Pell's strategy map. Renewing the strategy map. Also renewing planning. Okay. Cool. News. Bonus to harness the power of water hydroelectric dam stops construction. Crown urges peaceful dialogue. I was thinking, well, there's another decree we could add to help. Public transport or something. No more energy. No more energy. No. All that. Obviously, we can buy some stuff in, but we don't need to just yet. Our force is fine. We lost 1 tank. Actually, I think we just lost 1 tank. The paratroopers lived. So I think, yeah, we just lost 1 unit. Shame, but we can live with that. 1 unit's better than every unit, right? Fort Drazen, House of Delegates visit. Once more, I took my seat next to Hugo in the middle of the House of Delegates. My uncle seemed to be in a grim mood today. He watched the agitation as the representatives began to fill in the room. Are you sure it's a good idea to be here today, Your Majesty? You have everything right to shutter the House of Delegates while the war is going on. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Yeah, woohoo! The video on YouTube, the last part, is doing really well. Just wanted to check it's still flying. Think of my enemies in the ATO my ammunition against me? Never. I can't blindly fight a war without knowing what's going on in my country. Failing to appease my citizens now will lead to mutiny down the line, you know that. Not as long as my daughter's lover is one of the speakers. Those citizens now will lead to mutiny down the line, you know that. We appease them by winning, which we actually might have a chance at if we focus and apply ourselves. Of course, the legate's advice is invaluable in times of peace. I just think that. Gavel bang. Manus Sazem, positioned behind the House Speaker podium, carefully put the wooden mallet aside. As Majority Speaker of the House of Delegates, I hereby call this session to order. He bowed in my direction. Thank you for coming in the middle of this turbulent time, Your Majesty. Daria forced a smile from behind the opposition podium. Yes. Hello, Dane. On behalf of both of our parties, your presence is much appreciated. She nodded at Manus, who flipped open a binder. First time our agenda concerns the War of Pales. I must state that my part party harbours reservations about the current conflict, as do many Rizian citizens. Though our invasion could be seen as justified, many fear a repeat of 1920s. While some Rizians do still hold out hope for the annexation of Pales, the temperature in this country has changed, as has the international climate. It's difficult for my party to support an all-out attack on the Grand Duchy, especially when the future of Zil is still in doubt. Objection. His Majesty's decision to go to war was made in full accordance with the Royal Council. It is not up for discussion today. I'm not contesting the King's decision, merely reflecting the point of view of his subjects. Please continue. Your subjects rather roll over in special pleasure and their greedy puppet masters. If I'm sending my people to fight for a cause they do not believe in, that's indeed troubling. I go to war myself. They allowed the RPP to become majority in non-reform. Time to expand the House of Delegates. Really? Is it that bad? Uh-oh. Greedy puppet masters. Go to my kingdom. I understand that, Your Majesty. As I was saying, now that we engage in this unfortunate conflict, measures must be taken to mitigate its impact on ordinary citizens. It is a simple fact that war is a source of suffering for many and enormous financial windfalls for an elite few, look directly at Daria. In the name of equity, the RPP is proposing an excess profit tax on the businesses and industries that stand to generate the most revenue from the Pels campaign. Several yellow sash representatives from the Cardes Montacla immediately stood up in objection. In this way, we can ensure continued funding for our domestic programs, including care for our veterans, in spite of the heavy costs of the war effort. With all due respect, Mr. Sazon, what you're proposing is utterly unnecessary. Rizia can fund both its internal programs and military without going into the red. Even if we needed the money, these are the same industries that have been working tirelessly to supply our troops with weapons and equipment. They should be lauded, not penalised. Minorities. Wow. I agree. We're relying on these companies to help win the war. Yeah, no, that sounds like a bad idea. To help win the war. To live in fair tax would bite a hand that feeds us. This is not an interest. Where is it? They'll do the to keep resting it. Fight maybe times. Keep it. Yeah. We're relying on companies relying on the hand that feeds us. Precisely. If we need to pad out our budget, there are other ways to go about it. Such as what, Ms. Deratha? Your party issued an official disapproval of His Majesty's landowner tax decree. Is your only solution to place the burden on those who can least afford it? The House of Delegates supports this proposal by a high margin. Therefore, it will be passed on to the King to enact as he sees fit. No need, Mr. Speaker, I see no interest in passing such a decree. No need, Mr. Speaker, I have no interest in passing such a decree. Just say it outright. He frowned in consternation. I'd hoped you'd at least allow it to reach your desk as you wish. I should have probably let it hit. The next item is an update on our progress with Zeal. My constituents, especially those in Brennus, are eagerly awaiting the end of the Zeal Agreement's 3-year probationary period in return of our land. Thankfully, the trade deal seems to be proceeding as planned. Dario put a upper hand. If and when the territory is finally returned, there are questions about how it will be reincorporated into Rizia. What questions, Mr. Rather? Zeal has always been part of the province of Brennus. That may be true, but in the interest of stability, reincorporating it under Rizia Imperialized jurisdiction is the obvious choice. It's the same reason why the Pales Administrative District has not yet rejoined Cardes Montacla. That decision was due to ongoing border difficulties. Zeal faces no such danger. How can you say that after the Friendship Day incident? There's no telling what Wellham will do, even if Zeal is returned without a fight. At this stage, Wellham will not want to risk damaging our agreement, and if they do, my province can handle it. The volume in the room grew louder as the delegates began arguing among themselves. I turned to Hugo. To give back to Zill's parents, though, and I. House Sazon would revolt if I didn't. Shouldn't Zill's citizens decide for themselves who governs them? Giving the Sazons more land after they did that, they don't deserve it, it's totally irrelevant. Anyway, no time when we'll get us all back. Oh, who do we think deserves it? Because we have a few parties and houses in our land who kind of all could go for it. But it's a matter of who should. Who deserves it? Who deserves it? I do think the Zil citizens should decide who governs them. Don't go down that route, Your Majesty. Holding any kind of election Zil opens the door for Wellham to interfere. Eventually, managed motion for order, the delegates quiet down. Moving on to more pressing topics, next the agenda is discussion regarding the current religious climate in Rizia. More specifically, the encroachment of Verucism into previously secular areas of Rizian society. Our tax code, for example. This only worries Mr. Sazon, but the alignment of Rizia's laws with its religious practices is essential for spiritual health and unity. Being inundated with non-racist newcomers, they must respect our state religion if they want to keep living here. What is my reign for, if not to uphold and glorify secular descent? I need to remind you there are only few purely Rurist nation on this planet. We do all we can to preserve our holy practices. It's only rose with Sazon, but the alignment of Rizia's laws with religious practices, sexual, social health, and unity. Where you see the alignment, I see an attempt at forced indoctrination. Of course, I acknowledge the long tradition of Rurism in this country. I've received complaints from Dasnorist-owned businesses that have had to close since the tax on non-Rusists was introduced. Ultimately, religion should have no place in the economy of a modern nation. The income tax generates, it can be used to help less fortunate in line with Rurist principles. I stand by my decision of business and cannot take advantage of our resources while ignoring values. So that sounds good. So I see what Majesty, the House Speaker is overlooking the decree's obvious benefits. I will caution that several of the major Rumburgian corporations based in Rizia and Purai have voiced objections to the new tax. However, they have signalled their willingness to comply for the sake of maintaining friendly business relations between our kingdoms. I still link token Borussia CEOs, no doubt, but never mind. Manus looked down at his notes again. While on the subject of religion, I must mention that the growing pressure from Bludish and Durdian communities to lift our so-called blasphemy law. They point to it as evidence that the Crown discriminates against Golkondism. Guess what's wrong with that? Lifting the blasphemy law has long been on my agenda. I'll make it very nonsense to be the right peace. Legal security station. They're not allowed gun content programs to apply the Plavo Art Sanctuary. Yes, but it was expected that the action would be followed by more general easing of restrictions on Condis worship. On the other hand, I understand public concerns about legitimizing what some see as extremist sect. There are those who are worried that if Rizia grants more rights to Golkondis, the kingdom will fall victim to the same ideologies as Durdia. Even if blasphemy was revoked, Rizia will never turn to Durdia. What would that be so bad? If these worries were founded with the blasphemy was taking place. I need Durdia's help in the war, but I will not make out the concessions to the Republic. So I believe the benefits of revoking outweigh the drawbacks. To end on a more positive note, the House of Delegates is pleased to report that the Rizian public has a favourable opinion of the Crown, even despite the war. Living standards for low class have improved, our energy stores are no longer a cause for anxiety, and Rizians of foreign descent are finally beginning to gain the same rights and privileges as everyone else in the country. Satisfaction among our workers is higher than ever. Overall, our government cannot rest on our laurels. We are still trying to make up for hundreds of years of inequality. Objection. You speak of the improved lot of commoners while ignoring the businesses and noble institutions that make up the beating heart of this kingdom. Sorry, that includes the wealthy. Very good point. Thomas Razo, what did a rich and famous think of me? In the conversation, speaker said the public opinion was high. That includes the wealthy. Not necessarily. Rizia's business owners are quite unhappy with some of the policies you've enacted. The reduction in the number of new businesses being founded is sure to hurt us in the long run. Furthermore, your approval has been slipping among the nobility. You've lost the support of your own province's noble families. I looked at Hugo. He avoided my gaze. Not quite as rosy as picture as Mr. Speaker is painting. I suppose you know how to fix everything. That doesn't sound bad at all. Certainly not bad enough to make me sleep. That's true. Then I have work to do. Happy you see it that way. My party has suggested a number of proposals to improve the situation. It is our hope that you will enact them. Very good, I'll have another look over them. That's all we ask. Then let's close the binder and looked up. That concludes today's session, unless of course His Majesty has any closing remarks. Ooh, should we have a closing remark? I don't know where it could lead though. Esteemed delegates, I'm shutting this place down. Golden Guard, round them up. Oh, she scrapped you the pad. There you go. This is what everyone really watches for. Oh, hello. She's gone over like, where are my treats gone? Oh, she's gone over to munch normally. I was going to say there was a fly flying around thinking you don't want it. Do it. Yeah, let's do it. Esteemed delegates, will all listen to me closely. You today and we'll take it to heart. Thank you for bringing attention to the plight of the less fortunate in my kingdom. Fire of your constant negativity, criticism, and you have expressed today, and we'll take it to heart. Expect prompt action from the Crown regarding matters we brought up today. Especially in the midst of war, we cannot neglect our internal welfare. The majority in opposition can find common ground, otherwise we are all lost. Citizens to dinner next week. Wow. The next time my comrades are troop. Thank you and glorious acts for Rizia. Hugo and the delegates repeated the phrase. Uncle and I remain seated in this session adjourned. Any thoughts on today's session, Your Grace? The Sazen boy is getting overconfident since his election win. I'd be careful of how much you capitulate to his party. Hey, Bridge, my friend, how are you? Woohoo! Bridge! Yeah! How are you, my friend? What do you think of the new pictures and the new emotes? I hope you enjoy them, buddy. How are you, my friend? Amazing to have you in. Good design the delegates as they left, and I don't trust his assessment of public opinion. The whispers I've been hearing tell a very different story. Picked up his attached case and paused to look at me. It's been a while since the two of us caught up. Hope you'll do me the honour of paying me a private visit one of these days. We should say here. The honour would be all mine, Your Grace. He rose and bowed. Till then, Your Majesty. Stayed in my seat until the room was completely empty. Was Manus right? Was my public happy with my reign? And if he was, where would I go from here? And for just a bit, because I'm incredibly busy these days. What about you? I'm doing very well, thank you, my friend. We're just doing our thing, We fought the first stage of the invasion. Very fun. We took that out. This is death, a cautionary tale. Yeah, we're just doing our thing. Having fun with it. Appreciate you being around, even if you are busy, my friend. I hope it's all going well for you, though. We'll definitely need to have a proper catch-up on call or something at some point. I'll begin funding Zeal branch of Suamina? Not a chance. Ariana Taurus Association? There is an option to intensify funding of local resistance movements against the Wessex administration in contested Zeal territory. This maneuver aims to escalate diplomatic leverage, exerting pressure for the reintegration of Zeal into Rizian sovereignty. While increasing support for resistance could signify sway the Wessex government's stance, it also risks destabilising the region, potentially justifying one claim to retain Zeal for national security reasons. Well, we definitely got to be funding Suamina. It's either between the Ariana Taurus Association or none. What are we thinking, my friends? Ariana Taurus Association? We all good with that? But yeah, I'm a big fan, Bridge, of the new emotes. It took me a little while to make, but the 6-month one's kind of cursed, but the year one of Dingbat and Sunglasses. Actually, we're at an hour point. So my friends, it's time for the plug. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. If you've not subscribed and you're an hour into the war, I think you need to. I think a nice sub would help me out on the channel as we're so close to 200. And it helps me out, just in general. So thank you so much. Keeps us doing these videos. For those of you on Twitch who are with me right now, I think it's my regulars. So thank you all so much for being here. These streams would not happen if it wasn't for you guys. Thank you so much. And the new emotes are nice, true that. I'm going to be adding some more because I want to make it more fair to people who've been around. So just appreciate you all, really. Ariana Taurus Society. I'm trying to remember. Is anyone here? Lord or anyone? Give us advice? I can't remember. I want to say the Ariana Taurus Association is good. I want to say, but I'm not 100% anymore. I can't actually remember is the issue. Can't remember if they're good or bad. It is. It is. 100%. Ariana Taurus Association. That's the one we want to do, yeah? I just want to check, Lord. Ariana Taurus Association. Because I know Suamina is a terrible idea, but I can't remember if Ariana Taurus Association is a good one. Oh, waving cat. So I've been showing off Dingbat more. That little mess of a cat. She got up 8, went straight back to sleep on the floor. I love it. I love that cat. She's such a mood. She's a good vibe. Ariana Taurus Association. Are we happy with that? Lord. I'm happy with that. Everyone else is happy with that. Let's do it. It's non-violent. It's fine. Gang wars erupt. What? Territory of Zeal. Open information. What is going on with that? That's just a mess. Okay, read the report. Additional supplies dispatched to ATA. Overview. Diplomacy. Situation. Massive pro-Rizian movement. Okay. What I'd like to see. Jails, gang war erupts. That's wild. city of jails is engulfed in a violent tussle between the Skinner cartel and the Fandes Voltorio, a rising local gang known for its brutal tactics and growing influence. As these two ruthless factions battle for dominance over city's control, the streets have become war zones. Civilians are caught in the crossfire, businesses are shutting, and public trust in authorities are crumbling. Check their funding. No. Back in Betray works. I don't know about the others. Fair. Back in the Voltorio to limit Skinners, then turn on them. Okay. Back and Betray. Okay, let's do that. Tourism request provincial tax subsidies. Provincial leaders are calling for tax subsidies to support local economies, each arguing that their region's case. Valencaris claims agricultural hardships, Goddess Montacular points to industrial stagnation, and Brennus highlights its rising unemployment. Ooh, so -2 budget, 1 budget a turn, okay. Oh, who do we pick? Who do we pick? Oh, no. Oh, no. I want to pick them all, but I wouldn't really have the money to do it. I would not have the money to do it. All that money we had, by the way. Look how much we burnt through it. Jesus. What's the news saying? United Contents Congressional addresses State of the Union and Revolutionary Expansion. I mean, I feel like no subsidies, to be really honest with you, unless there's a faction who really doesn't like us right now. I don't know if it'll tell me, per se. Mixed global image. No. Total integrity. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a spider by its toe. Catch a dingbat by its toe. Issue meows, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh! Ooh! I mean, it literally is a full civil thing, right? It doesn't really work on freeze. No subsidies. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Royal decrees, welfare. Decriminalize homosexuality. Rights for authority. Homosexuality is criminalized with immediate effect, acknowledging the inherent dignity and equal rights of all citizens respective of sexual orientation. The decree abolishes any legal sanctions pertaining to consensual same-sex relationships, family sex commitment to human rights and discrimination. Represents the move towards embracing a more inclusive and tolerant society. We'll do that next time. We're a bit low on authority. I just want to gain that 11. Max it out. Oh no, we'll max it out even if we do it. Will I get in trouble if I do this in game? Eh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've not done it for me. I'm not myself, but I want our people to be safe. The door opened without ceremony, and Hugo strode in. His face was lined with urgency. Your Majesty? He bowed. I want to offer some counsel before you sign this decree. Welcome, Hugo. Please, have a seat. Thank you, I won't take long. Actually, I know I'm old and stuck in my ways, but trust me when I tell you this decree is a mistake. It's firmly enshrined in our state religion that same-sex relationship is in defiance of law, both law and nature. Sorry, some spammers. He's got through the barricade. Ban him, ban him. I got him. Blasted. It's firmly enshrined with law and nature. If Noor exists, he would want his congregation to practice love and tolerance, not hate and bigotry. Homosexuals are deviants, yes, but they deserve re-education, not prison. Innocent people are dying because of this law. It's my moral imperative to get rid of it. That's rich coming from someone who wants my daughter to enter into an incestuous marriage. If Noor exists, he would want his creation to practice love and tolerance, not hate and bigotry. Hugo shook his head. What's your words, my nephew? The majority of Rizians wish to preserve our traditional values. Does that make them hateful or bigoted? It makes them misguided. Over time, they'll come to accept homosexuality, just as Queen Liza led them to accept women in the workforce. Sure. Your grandmother was a great reformer, but even she would not go this far. You must take care, Your Majesty. It's not only the royal houses that will disapprove of this move. Let me ask you this. What exactly are you trying to accomplish by signing this decree? A more enlightened and just society. If even one Rizian goes to jail simply for loving the wrong person, I've failed that goal. That's quite boom. Persecuting homosexuals isn't just morally wrong, it's about the global image, the world. Can it enlighten society with the stroke of a pen, Romus? they will resist your attempt to force progressivism on them. This is your decision to make, but I warn you that passing such a frivolous act in the midst of a war will win you no favours, House Taurus or anyone else. Now I'm taking a risk, but nothing is more important to me than achieving equal rights for all citizens. I've no idea this topic meant so much to you, Your Majesty. I will be honest, decriminalising homosexuality may be seen as progressive in foreign circles, but here in Rizia it will damage your standing beyond repair. And if passing it leads to your downfall, whoever leads Rizia in your stead will surely reverse it, leaving homosexuals no better off than before. So please, think carefully, is this truly what you want for the kingdom? Oh, what are we thinking? Because would he give this warning if we were on a good path, or if we were doomed? Because I feel like this is quite a... I've never had this when I think I've signed another thing, where he's come in and been like, hey, you do this right now, you're going to have an issue. Unless he's got some other motive for not doing it. Maybe his son or something. No, this is just from the update. Okay, I'm going to sign it. Non-banning... Well, basically, it's not a crime to be a homosexual. A lot of decisions have it now. Okay, I signed it as free. Hugo lifted off the table by its corner as if the paper itself was poisonous. Sees where this gets enacted. He bowed and left the room. Decriminalised. Read the report. Premises left waiting as subsidies denied. News. Palace dedicated to love. Roost will gossip. Alright, who's gay? Oh, poisonous gay. If you're not zero of them once where he warned you, you get an achievement. Oh, really? I like that. That's cool. Deepening involvement in Vendenism civil war. Ah, yes. I remember this. As Vendenism civil war intensifies, the monarchist forces under Prince Consort Cabon Sangtan launches a major offensive against the key strategic cities held by revolutionary faction. That was in the industrial heartland of Ragkara, the port city of Penguvi, and the fortified positions Tamarin have reached a critical stage. Yeah, I was going to say, you said send a tank. Send a tank division, let's do it. There's a send in a tank. King stepping up military systems to besiege monarchy. Tank or navy, okay. And then from civil war escalates, Rizia sends additional troops. Press meeting with Uncle Hugo. What's going on over there? Clears read the report. Anti-conventional protests in Monco's harbour. Ships. Group of anti-war activists attempted to block the ships carrying military aid for Vendenism. The report their attempt was unsuccessful. Law enforcement swiftly arresting troublemakers. Rebels! Requested meeting with Uncle Hugo. My shoes echoed on stone as I walked down the palace corridor to Hugo's study. My uncle had invited me for a one-on-one talk, and though I had plenty on my mind, I could hardly decline. Titus remained on guard outside as I pushed open the door and stepped inside. I cast my eyes over the filigreed mahogany desk, the antique cabinets and the tasteful paintings and sculptures lining the walls. The fire flickered in the fireplace. Two leather armchairs had been set out in front of it, one empty, the other occupied by Hugo. My uncle rose and bowed upon my approach. Your Majesty, thank you for joining me this evening. Come off it, Hugo. It's just the two of us here. Talk to me as equal. As you prefer, Romus. He beckoned me over and we both sat. Tell me, my nephew, how much thought have you given to the future of House Taurus? First moment the country place where noble names no longer carry any weight. King's legacy should be determined by his words and deeds, not his lineage. And the future of this kingdom concerns me, not that of my house. That concerns me. This family means everything to me. You should know that by now. And I should, and yet. Our family roots can be traced all the way back to the Resinid Empire. We've survived war, conquest, and numerous challenges to the throne to be where we are today. I picked up a poker and jostled the logs in the fireplace. A shower of sparks flew upwards. I brought you here to give you a warning. Some members of the house have begun to speak ill of you. Decisions were made to my country in mind. If that pisses off a few cousins, so be it. What do you mean? I've done nothing to try and earn their favour since I took the throne. Beg your pardon, but you cannot be serious about that. Just as I warned, those of the sizable backlash against the anti-landowner tax you introduced. A significant group of aristocratic real estate owners have denounced your tenant protection laws. Your permissive attitude towards foreigners has left native Rizians questioning their place in a new order. Loaded's voice. The less said about your permissive attitudes towards sexual deviancy, the better. House much. Thank you for telling me. I can't even think about appeasing House Taurus until we win the war. But advise a different approach. If our house does not support you within Rizia, they will not support you on the battlefield. And well, I'm loath to remind you, but there are those in House Taurus who believe my brother, potentially, should have been removed from the royal line of succession after reducing common blood. Your actions as king have unfortunately poured fuel on those flames. A bunch of crackpots. Yes, I can't backtrack on my decisions. Rizia of the royal house is one over this one. What is that you're implying? You call my list as king into question? Which just I do. I'll backtrack my decisions. But you can make wiser ones in the future. I've not even mentioned our house's gravest concern. Manus Sazin. Spell the name like a cursed word. Voldemort! I'm certain you had good intention in allowing the Sazin heir to court Vina. But I will tell you this. If you permit Her Highness to marry this man, your grip on the throne will weaken to the point where I cannot recover it. He'll give up his name if he marries her. Her children will be Tauruses. At the expense of Rizian tradition. You needn't allow your reign to be undone by a pair of starry-eyed youths. There are actions that can be taken. Or that he's going to tell us, get rid of him, take him out, take him out. Actions sound like euphemism if I've ever heard one. Such an ordering to fire impales. The chips for what they may. I'm not going to interfere with my daughter's love life. Don't worry, I'm not going to let Vina marry him. Menace is not a problem. Our house of delegates must be dismantled. Ooh, I guess dismantling could probably help. Let the chips fall they may, I'm not going to interfere with my daughter's love life. Hugo replied without a trace of anger in his voice. By all means then, allow the Sazin union to proceed. I'll do my best to spin it as a positive for our house, but I cannot promise I'll succeed. I mean, it means a lot to know you're on my side, even if the rest of my house is not. I don't want you to spin anything. Our relatives will accept the parent, even if I have to cram it down their throats. It means a lot to know you're on my side, even if the rest of the house is not. I will always support you, my nephew. Do not doubt my loyalty. I'm sorry to hop on about this. The war deserves your full attention. Thank you for bringing it up. You give me a lot to think about. I rose from my chairs. The fire began to flicker out as Hugo ushered me out the door. Titus shadowed me down the hall as I made my way back towards my quarters. On the way there, we passed my study door. Call Rico. Ooh, talk to Titus, Rico, or Manna. Who's Rico? Oh, Rico's his guy, isn't it? Here is a second, Titus. I want to speak to you privately. Keep walking. Ooh, who should we call, my friends? Who should we call? Walter. I think maybe we could go on and call Manus. Talk to him and be like, hey, Sazin boy. Titus will speak privately. We can talk to Titus at any point. I don't think Titus has any issues. I don't really know what to talk to him about is the issue. Let's call my future son. No, I'm quite happy with Sazin. To be honest, I have no issue with him. Telling Titus away outside, I walked into the study and picked up the phone. I asked the palace operator to give me a private line to Manus Sazin. A few rings, he answered. Your Majesty, to what do I owe the pleasure? Yeah, I'm sending you the leader of private battalion in the Pales. Wait, sorry. Oh, I didn't realise it would come to this! No, sorry, the idiot operator connected me to you accidentally. Oh! Good night then. Young up. Come in for a second, Titus. I want to speak with you privately. Certainly, Your Majesty. Titus cautiously entered the study and shut the door behind him. What is it? How are you? Well, Your Majesty, apologize our investigation to Welland bombing has taken such a long time. The war has been weighing on my mind, as I'm sure it has yours. You could have talked to him about the vacation. No, not a permanent vacation. What, and then take Vina with you? Like, you both go. You have no idea. You know what? Nah, tell him. Oh, okay. I get you. I get you. For an unimaginable amount of responsibility, I do not envy you. Was that what you wanted to ask me? Yes. Yes, you're dismissed. I'll be on in a minute. We're both done here. You may escort me back to my chambers now. With pleasure. First, I left the study and walked back to my chambers. My guard wished me good night before taking up his usual post outside my door. As I climbed into bed, I thought about my conversation with my uncle. Who would carry on my name? What would my legacy be? I don't know, but I want stage 2 of the Pale's invasion! Pardon the Duchess Sazon. As King of Rizia, you have a chance to pardon certain nobles who have been imprisoned or exiles. The Sazons have once again pointed to their long-standing petition asking that the release of their matriarch, Angelica, whose husband plotted the infamous royal kidnapping in 1926. Do we keep her in exile, or do we allow Angelica Sazon back? That's quite a big one. That's a big one. That is a huge one. Sorry, I have a text from a family member. Sorry, my brother-in-law sent me something quite funny. One of them. One of the in-laws. Cool. Sorry about that. Let's ding back on now. But she's gone into my room to go sleep somewhere colder. In my room it tends to be a bit colder than the front. Because of all the... Oh no, she's not. She's not. Don't know if you can see her. But that is a dingbat in the corner. That little splodge right there, which I'm tickling, that is dingbat. He's a funny little creature sometimes. I just don't know what kind of impact this could have. I don't know if she hates me for what happened with her husband, because her husband, I think, was executed. But I'm kind of taking on her son, you know? What's the thoughts on this, Lord? Should I pardon Duchess Angelica Sazon, or should I keep her exiled? I have questions. Comes on the Sazons. If it will do it, let's do it. Issue a royal pardon for Angelica Sazon. Codex entry. Angelica Sazon. Which is way more conservative than young Mason. Ah. Oh wow, as an anniversary. Traitor pardoned. His Majesty is informal pardon to Angelica Sazon, former Duchess advisor and wife to traitor to the throne Lucas Sazon. For nearly 30 years since the erstwhile Duke conspired to kidnap the Crown Prince, a plot that ultimately foiled when his spouse revealed his whereabouts to King Valeria's security forces. Oh, she dobbed him in! Okay, I didn't realise that. Following successful rescue operations spearheaded by our then allies from Wellen and Lucas Sazon's swift execution, Duchess Angelica was ordered into exile. The full extent of her complicity in the kidnapping was never revealed. Now, for reasons unknown, it seems she will be returning to mainland from the Lequibiz village where she now spent over half of her life. Just like she will spend the rest of it expressing her gratitude to His Majesty King Romus and his infinite mercy, even towards those who have wished to do him harm. Interesting. 750th anniversary of Isa University. That's a huge anniversary. Cameras flashed all around my royal motorcade, rolled up to the ease as my royal motorcade rolled up to the Isa University auditorium entrance. As King of Rizia, I've been invited to speak on the institution's 750th anniversary. Rena had agreed to come along, with Manus as her date, and 2 of them were in the car behind me. The driver came around to open my door. I took a look out the window. We stopped right in front of the statues of myself and my family. Our heads had been replaced, the likenesses looked good as new. Tyler's voice came from the passenger seat. My scouts had given the all clear. It's fine to exit the car. Perfect. Be ready to fend off affection by adoring subject. Seems like we're getting a warmer welcome than last time. The police local law enforcement is doing its job. A diverse mass of people greeted me with applause as I exited the vehicle. Some were holding a large banner that read, "Welcome home, Angelica." Plainclothes police officers guarded the building doors. They saluted me as I went inside. The seats were already full of students, staff members, distinguished alumni, and nobles from House Sazon. Oh my god. Many wore outfits adorned with the Isa University mascot, an anthropomorphic cactus named Spiky. I am Spiky the cactus, and I think King Taurus is great. That's the dumbest thing about that. They rose and cheered enthusiastically as I proceeded down the hall. I was halfway to the stage when the hall erupted into cheers. I turned my head to see Vina and Manus waving to the crowd. Behind him was a dark-haired woman, Angelica. Stop and talk to her. I stopped and waited for her to reach me. She approached me with a smile. King Romus, We meet at last. Duchess Sazin, it's a pleasure to see you here in Isa. Likewise, Your Majesty. I watched your coronation from its Kalenquiz. It disgusted me to think how close my husband came to keeping you from the throne. There's enough left to be desired. Before Rizia was hungry for change, it still is. Still is. The revolution brought by blood with blood will never succeed. Her eyes travelled past me to Rico, who's already sitting on stage. I should be getting to my seat. We'll speak again soon. Try to blame yourself for what happened. Focus on the future. I will. Thank you. She stepped away from me and continued down the aisle. Venus split off for the front row as I took my place on stage next to Rico. Rico's the son of Rico Taurus is the nephew. Well, he's the son of uncle. Nephew. He was seated in it. No, wait. Cousin, sorry. Who sat with his legs spread out, his expression radiating barely concealed disdain. So properly shows respect of venerable institution to Ardus. It's pretty peaceful around here these days. Don't let looks deceive you, Your Majesty. The whole population of this city is out to get me, including those so-called police you sent. His issue assumed an icy tone. I expect you know that already, Your Majesty. The lights dimmed and the Dean of the University stepped on stage. After a short presentation about the history of the university, he invited the Duke of Isa to speak. As Rico took the stage, I heard scornful murmurs from the audience. My cousin stepped behind the podium and cleared his throat. As reigning Duke of Isa, I'm honoured to speak at the anniversary of Rizia's most renowned university. I must confess to all of you, the only higher education I've received is from the School of Life, and I haven't even graduated yet. Few people in the back row laughed. But when I took charge of Isa, I realised what an important role this institution plays. Isa University was founded in order to preserve our kingdom's cherished traditions and pass them on to the next generation. To instill young people like yourselves with a stable moral centre, even when one is lacking outside these walls. But somehow, over the years, their purpose was lost. He glanced at me. Like the rest of Rizia, this school has become a breeding ground for an ideology that prioritises foreign prospects over our own. A place where this nation's greatest achievements are seen as problems to be worried over, not triumphs to be celebrated. And where youths respond to the harsh reality of war not by rising to defend the nation, but by waving signs and chanting. He levelled his gaze out at the audience. Yeah, I was going to say it's time for him to be done. This isn't education, it's indoctrination. Students sitting near the front yelled, "Totalist." Rico jerked his head into her direction. See, this is exactly what I mean. I realised the hall had gone deathly silent. All at once, the people sitting in the back row stood up. They were all wearing military-style jackets with patches bearing Suamina insignia. Moving in unison, they marched down the aisle towards a student who shouted and roughly yanked her out of her seat. And hand her by order of the king. The Suamina members gave Rico a questioning look. After a few long moments, he nodded. They let go of the student. She raced past him and out of the auditorium. I think, no, I'm not letting him continue with that. That's enough, Rico. It's time for the king to speak. His eyes filled with fury, he reluctantly nodded his assent. He spoke under his breath and he retreated back to his seat. Had this under control, Your Majesty. That girl had done nothing. You embarrassed us both. The audience had started speaking in hushed whispers. They quieted down as I took Rico's place behind the podium. I glanced at Titus. He was scanning the crowd, alert for the slightest signs of danger. He took out notes I'd prepared. Ladies and gentlemen of Rizia, my fellow Rizians. Looking at your bright young faces made me wish I'd gone to university myself. I apologize for the interruption. It was unbefitting of my momentous occasion. 7 years, what milestone, not only for this university, but Rizia. Looking at all your bright young faces made me wish I'd gone to university myself. War, revolution, social people, these halls have seen it all and lived to tell the tale. Nearly a millennium, Isa University remains a beacon of freedom in the kingdom that so rarely enjoyed it. Like my cousin, I believe our institution like this one remains shaped Rizians. It's true our kingdom's greatest institutive of higher learning. Greatest institute of higher learning besides my own Romiston University. Of course, wink. Not going to say that, that's really blowing smoke. People, freedom, really enjoyed it. Why am I dismayed that Duke of Isa has allowed the culture and hate to save this place? Yeah. It was actually nearly 30 years. Rico was staring daggers at me. The Suramina members in the audience shifted in their seats uneasily. As it is and always will be proudly multicultural city. Those who cannot accept that should leave. Ooh. He speaks of unity, yet seeks to draw arbitrary lines between us and them. My family took upon ourselves to keep peace here, and Duke and Duchess Susan were deposed. I'm afraid we have failed. As it is and will always be a proudly multicultural city. Those who cannot accept that should leave. Look at the progress we made over the past few years. Do you want that to be undermined? For too long, nobles like my cousin have lived off the labour of foreigners and commoners while treating them like an inconvenience at best. So I don't want to go down that route, because it's like, well, what are we doing? Reigns all about breaking away from the constraints of the past. It's time lies to do exactly that. We kind of forgot our history and heritage, even as we hurtle into tomorrow. Blame him? Okay. The woman in the crowd was beginning to rise. Rico looked agitated. His eyes darted back and forth between me and the Suramina members in the back row. So I'm removing Ricardo's Taurus and power effective immediately. I favor the good city of Eyes will embrace peace and progress, even with Duke Rita nominally holding the reins. You, the people of Eyes, will able to rise against your pressures, still have patience for you because you're young and much to learn. Just remove him. Remove him immediately. Let's get rid of him. Effective immediate. The crowd roared. Rico shot out of his seat. What? But Your Majesty! Titus grabbed his shoulders. Forced him back into his chair. Hoots came from the audience as dozens of Suramina members rushed the stage. Titus's fellow Golden Guards moved swiftly to intercept them. Before I knew it, a full-on brawl had broken out. The teachers and students began streaming towards the exit. Stop fighting immediately. Secure the Duke, but harm no one. Return to your seats at once. I have the idea of the Golden Guards like the custodians in my head, and it's just the idea of the custodians with their like scythes cutting, not scythes, the halberds cutting through these guys. I don't know. Look at Dingbat. Sorry. Pause for a second. I've got to make myself large for you guys to see this properly. She's just facing the wall. Sorry, I had a workout earlier, but she's just sat facing the wall. Like, what is this cat doing? What is she doing? She's just... Her face is just in the wall. She's chill. Oh, go back to stream. Stream, what? Come on. Acknowledge the game. Is it what? Why is it on 2 monitors? Uh-oh. What have I done? Is it working now? What? How's it? The game's changed monitor for me. I don't know how this has happened. Sorry, 1 second, my friends. Sorry about that. I want to show Dingbat and, of course, disarray. There we go. Stop. Yeah, I won't drill him. Stop fighting immediately. We can do that without drastic. I was going to say, stop fighting immediately. Her shot rang out. Everyone in the hall froze. One of Rico's defenders lay crumpled on the ground, bleeding from a wound in his shoulder. The Central Police, missing in action until now, finally materialized to take the man away. The audience chat had escalated into cacophony. I motioned for silence. I regret that you all had to witness that. The Duke has been deposed. I see only one option. As your king, it falls upon me to name my cousin's replacement. I do not wish to shift from today's celebrations, but I will say this. Ooh. Who would be the next person to run this place, though? Now that your Duke has been deposed, I see only one option. I pardoned Duchess Advisor Angelica Sazin. We incorporated Baroness and Rights under that elected council. Now is central government. Okay. Centralize it. So centralize it here. For now, there will be no new Duke. Eyes will remain under Rizia Imperialized jurisdiction, overseen by the central government. So centralize. No! Ah. What should I have done? Because... No. Look. See that? That can be... We've done that before. Let's quickly steamroll through it. The steamroll back through it. Give it to Sazin, but then not giving them Zeal. Okay, I can do that. Because I saw her there, but I guess I hadn't freed her before, right? We can do that. No! Not all of these things again! No! Oh, okay, we can just skip through these. We're going to do the options I've done before. I click. I'm going to see and be your daughter. Do yourself an issue, okay. Unhand her by order of the king. Enough Rico's time for the king to speak. God did nothing even embarrass us both. My fellow Rizians. Evil. Stayed in this place. Damn. So that should leave. My cousin. That was Taurus. Fire immediately. Stop fighting immediately. Boom, boom. Regret that you all had to witness that. How do you Duke of impose? That's only one option. I pardoned Duchess of Isa, Angelica Sazon, and I call upon her to resume governorship of her rightful home, which shall be transferred back to the province of Brennus. I give it to Duchess. Safety and ability restored. So give it to this lady, and we'll be good. Duchess of Isa, Angelica Sazon. Hush came over the crowd as my announcement sank in. All eyes turned towards the front row where Angelica was sitting. Her expression was one of pure disbelief. Invite Duchess Sazon to join me on stage. I mean, this has been quite a boom moment for her, isn't it? So yeah, if we can let him be your daughter. You with him, we're fine. Rejoice, Isa, you are finally free. I invite Duchess Sazon to join me on stage. Sazon joined me on stage. The auditorium reverberated with thunderous applause as she slowly stood up and made her way towards the stage. I kept my eyes on her as she took her place next to me. With this way, you also took power away from Mason and the reformers. Okay, oh yes, because if they want to reform, she loses her position, right? Incredulity had given way to pure joy. Rico was still frozen to his seat. He seemed to be processing everything that had happened. He was right. Hugo wouldn't stand for this. But with House Sazon on my side, perhaps I could still weather the storm. Ooh, that's a meaty one. Right, let me open city info. House Sazon governor. You're going to be happy with that. Read the report. Angelica Sazon inaugurated. Nice. Anders complained about tenant protection laws. Power shifting trials underway. Violence in jails has decreased significantly following the downfall of Skinner cartel, with Voltorio forces now claiming control of former Skinner territories. Residents report that while street clashes have subsided, the Voltorio presence is more visible than ever, with gang members openly patrolling key areas. Many of these have expressed concern of power vacuum has merely shifted rather than disappeared. It is uncertain whether the sea is safe or ruthless. The sea is taking book. Gangs over, border checks tighten in Argno. Original clergy. Oh, there's even more. Wow. Oh, city. Widespread protests and whatnot going on at the moment. Lavo, read the report. Golcondas devotees rally in solidarity. Clerical debate sparks smaller protests. Policies urges calm and detention. Vandalism shots monastery plea. Pardon me. Clerics announce growing threats. Restoration begins to vandalize sanctuary. Reports emerge of torture prison. Oh, BFF guerrilla group. Well and proper. The ultra strict prison is supposed to not only hold BFF members, but also some of the arrested reports of a little bombing. Citizens. Rico Taurus deposed. In the early hours of the morning, former Duke Rico Taurus was dragged out of his palace by members of the Golden Guard. He was taken to the local TV station where he was forced to resign his position Duke of Isa before being let go. Reportedly, the former Duke then travelled to relatives in Blancres province where he is rumoured to be staying for now. Process spread to surrounding areas. Print House find pamphlets. Tensions rise over a sanctuary, and we've read them. Okay. Policies. Isa City State integrated to Brennus. So, family, Rico Taurus, he's going to hate us. And I don't think Angelica Sazon will like us, but it's It's Hugo I'm worried about. Yeah. University anniversary ends in Duke's surprise deposition. That's fair. It would have been quite a surprising turn of events, eh? And then Brennus has obviously changed. Cool. We've got Kingdom of Rumburg, meeting with Queen Livingston, Republic of Swordland, Gassam investment report. Our strategic energy investment in Gassam has reached a critical juncture. We can sell Gassam shares to different countries or keep them. This can be significant financial return or more control in the company and access to future energy. Ooh. I mean, for budget, really isn't a lot to us right now. We might as well just keep it. We want to keep the energy, no? Yeah, Gassam energy imports, too. Yeah, keep shares in the future. We want the energy. Terrador, refugee crisis. Current conflict has swept numerous refugees into the arms of our country. Based on a moral obligation to aid those in need, the destiny of the displaced people has ignited a call for action within our nation. Launch a youth-scale humanitarian campaign. Still external refugee location Morella. 500 manpower, do it. We're getting manpower every turn, that's fine. I'll hopefully improve. Romus the humanitarian. King Romus has shown his compassionate side as he ordered a large-scale campaign to help those displaced by the war impales. Large tent cities are to be established in administrative district with more permanent resettlement options made available in the future. Despite the drain of resources this program will bring, the Palace has assured humanitarian aid is at the forefront of its concerns and will spare no expense to secure civilian well-being. Nice. And then it's Port Drazen. Requested meeting with Hugo. Oh, that's gonna be a spicy meeting. That's gonna be. No, oh, she simply dislikes reforms. Okay. Requested meeting with Hugo. Oh, do we see the Queen first? Let's see Uncle Hugo. Not too bad, honestly. As I received the news that I had deposed his son, Uncle Hugo was on his way to talk to me. Thoughts were running through my mind as I paced back and forth in my chamber. If he were to openly go against me, I'd have no problem. I'd have a big problem with my entire house. I thought about each scenario in my head and tried to devise a plan. I looked at the oversized key on my desk. It's a symbolic key to Isa. The citizens of the Senate as a token of gratitude for reinstating their duchess. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I granted Hugo permission to enter and he walked in. He seemed more sad than angry, something that took me off guard. Your Majesty. He bowed in front of me, lower and longer than he'd normally go for. You can rise, Uncle. There's no need for that. Romus, my king. May I speak freely? You always have, Hugo. Speak your mind. It's about my son. Hugo leaned forward slightly, his arms clasped together, choosing his words carefully. I made a decision to remove him as the Duke of Isa. I understand that he was not popular in the city. King Valera himself had reservations about his readiness to become Duke, yet. He was only a temporary steward anyway. The people of Isa were demanding the return of the Duchess. His decision not made lightly, Uncle. The entire population demanded his removal. His actions left me no choice, Uncle. He is endangering the stability of our kingdom. Hugo's expression remained unchanged, but there was a flicker of sadness in his eyes. I understand the weight of the crown and decisions it demands, but he is my son, Romus. And I was not consulted. His demeanor made me feel uncomfortable. I couldn't meet his gaze. I had to look away. I value your counsel, Hugo, more than you know, but some decisions were made swiftly to protect the realm. I understand what it would look like, Hugo, but Rico failed his job and wouldn't do anything to hurt Talos Taurus. Because of this, he's your son and emotions would have risen just like they're doing now. Job, I wouldn't do anything to her house Taurus. Oh, indeed, and I wouldn't question your judgment. I've served this family and this kingdom all my life, Romus. My loyalty has never wavered. But as a father yourself, you must understand. Do not doubt your loyalty, nor do I take your sacrifice for granted. Your son's removal is not a punishment, but a necessity for him, for you, for all of us. Loyalty and service to our family and kingdom has never been in question. I'm openly discussing how we might address this situation. I understand your pain, Uncle, but you must let it go. Trust me, him being Duke of Isa was more dangerous to his life and our family's reputation. Come now, Uncle. Rico lost a job which was unsuited for anyway. He'll survive this. Kind of between these two. I do not doubt your loyalty, nor do I take your sacrifices for granted. Your son's removal is not for punishment, but a necessity. For him, for you, for all of us. I do not question him about his Romus, but I nonetheless believe I was owed a consultation. The loss of his position has repercussions for his future in the name of our family. Some form of compensation could ease this transition. It's just like Hugo. In the haste of the moment, I overlooked the personal ramifications. For that, I offer my regret. But that's all I can offer. myself for the wound caused by our lineage. No one can often Rico must face consequences of his actions. What amends do you see? Tell me. Just asking something in return. A role in a state. Something to maintain the dignity of my son and provide a path forward for him. I understand you cannot offer him a title right after revoking it. Please consider offering him a job in the capital. How about work for Duchess Cesaro? Chief of the Port Drazen Police Department. You'd think that you'd be able to be like, you know how you were telling me to send them to war? It's your turn. That'd be interesting. No, he can escalate tensions right on the doorstep as well. No way. Absolutely not. I like how all of them are like, no. Alright, I'll tell the Sita. I'll tell the missus. As well. No, I'm sorry. Absolutely not. I'm definitely not going to trust Rico's security of our capital. Chief, there's the issue. Oh, free? Just do it. Free is only bad in a reformist run. Okay. As long as we keep you happy. Thank you, Remus. I'm heartened by your understanding. These expressions soften slightly. A sign of relief mixed with the residual weight of the situation. My son's actions notwithstanding, I believe in his capacity for growth and redemption. I'm committed to guiding him on this path for the sake of our family in Rizia. He extended his hands to me. When my father adopts why Rico's ready to rule, is there something you two often argued over? He needs a hug. I spread my arms and we hugged, for the kingdom and for our family. So you guys exited, I was left to ponder the intricate balance of ruling, where the lines between kinship and kingship blurred. Stood up and prepared for my next meeting. Whoa! Well, it's something. Family Rico Taurus. He's got something. Should be happy with that. He's not been completely just cast out. Meeting with Queen Livingston, flight to Thornburg. And a reformist run is really bad though. I can imagine he's just awful at everything. I can envision it already, Lord. The thump of airplane wheels on the asphalt jolted me from my sleep. I was sitting in the commercial jet we'd chartered for our royal visit to Thornburg. It'd been a long, bumpy ride. Lucia was in the seat next to mine. On seeing I was awake, she squeezed my hand surreptitiously. Good morning, Your Majesty. Glad you were able to get some rest. I can hardly sleep in my own bed, let alone on an airplane. I always sleep well on airplanes, no new phone. It's easy. I was having the most marvellous dream. I think you were involved. How fascinating. I suggest we unpack its meaning in private later. Suggested the pins over her breast pocket. I hope the Queen's in a good mood. Rumbug's support could really turn the tide against Pales. She's family. Family members support each other, no matter what. It's just courtesy of both with Pales on her own. She should better be. Courtesy. Perfectly capable of defeating Pales on her own. She's family. Family members support each other, no matter what. Beatrice's only family in Rizia is Vina, but she does seem to be fond of the princess. The plane's door slid open. An aide informed us that everything had been cleared for our arrival. Hornburg Airport, one of the biggest transportation hubs in Marcopa, had been completely emptied of passengers for our visit. As we descended the airplane stairs onto the tarmac, a horn quartet played a jubilant fanfare. Photographers in the cordoned-off press area eagerly began snapping pictures. A red carpet stretched from the plane to the waiting motorcade. Next to a pair of limousines, Beatrix Livingstone and the Rumbug royal family waited to greet us. The Queen's eyes brimmed with sympathy as I approached. She pulled me into embrace. My dear, dear brother-in-law, you've got yourself into quite a mess, haven't you? Nonsense. Everything in Pales is perfectly under control. I'm not only speaking about Pales. She abruptly returned and regarded Lucita, who was standing behind me. Duchess Cesaro, your reputation precedes you. Lucita performed a graceful curtsy. A pleasure to finally meet you, Your Excellency. I hope you've only heard good things. Her eyes travelled from Lucita to myself and back. She smiled insincerely. Why, yes. Of course. Let's not delay. We have a full programme of events planned at the Emerald Palace. She cursorily introduced Lucita to the King Consort Boris and Prince Bradley, exchanged greetings with the two men. The chauffeur opened their limousine door, and they stepped in. Queen Beatrix, Lucita and I were escorted over to a second car. I hope you two don't mind the company. We have so much to catch up on, I thought we'd start right away. I'll ride with you. I mean, you never know who's listening. Must be, I was looking forward to ride in silence. I think, never know who's listening to Palace. It's an honour to ride with you. Splendid! We got into the car and sat facing each other on a leather banquette. I nearly said baguettes, honestly. The engine fromed to life and we began moving. Let's not beat around the bush. You've come here to us for help in the war against Pales. You're correct, Your Excellency. Will Rumberg come to our aid? Naturally. I'd love to hand in the surrender of that self-styled Duke Reinhardt. I'd love to have a hand in the surrender of that self-styled Duke Reinhardt. Capture of the Orus gas field would, of course, be a lovely bonus. So it's not about resources, about our kingdom's sovereignty. It would, wouldn't it? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Agreed. We have a war to win first. Oh, that was easy. The sea is smoothly cut in. Our troops and Pels are fully concentrated on winning the war without harming our integrity of the gas field. Any support you could offer will surely increase the chances of our success. I should say so. I need to remind you of the superiority of Rumberg's military technology. The Seat forced a smile. Actually, Your Excellency, the capabilities of the Rizian military have grown by leaps and bounds since the beginning of King Romus' reign. Yes, our industry is still in its infancy compared to yours. Beatrice nodded proudly. We shall prepare a sizable shipment of our finest equipment. KA-74s, grenades, body armors. All will be at your disposal. A few more specialized requests? Or perfect, I think enough. I'm going to have to quickly go to the toilet. All the water has finally hit me. Back in just one moment, my friend. Back in a moment. Grab another water as well while I'm here. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, if we can get stuff, we might as well bring in the old family. I think we're doing fine. Perfect. I think that's perfect. I don't think, I was going to ask, we don't need to make any more specialized requests for this, do we? We're quite happy with what we've got. I don't think there's anything they can really particularly do that will help us massively, but I thought I'd mention it anyway. Oh, my back. My walking spine. Wait for Lord's response. But yeah, this is going really well. I simply tell them, yeah, I got this, no need for help. That's fair enough. Perfect. I cannot thank you enough. It's the least I can do. Is there anything else on your mind? Just with someone separate. If I told you I'd moved on from Lena, would it bother you? And that's a conversation we're gonna have to have. Lena? We're happy with that? I'm thinking too. Lucita shifted her eye in her seat nervously. The Queen's eyes darted between the two of us again. Finally, Beatrice laughed lightly. It's been over 10 years, my dear. I'd be concerned if you hadn't moved on. Fret not. As long as my niece is still the heir apparent to the Rizian throne, you will always be family in my eyes. Whoa! Imagine the fart that me and Lucita would have just released. Ease. All pressure relieving from the body. We turned off the freeway. The massive green domes of the Emerald Palace loomed in the distance. We finished the journey in comfortable silence. There was still a long visit ahead of us. Well, about that. Uh-oh. Yeah, so we're gonna have a kid, but I'm gonna keep the heir. Rizia and Rumberg reaffirm alliance. Finest Rumbergian guns to protect Rizia. Rumberg arms Rizia. Operation Bear Trap begins. Ooh. Overview, situation, full military equipment stockpile. So if I go here, oh yeah, we've got loads of equipment. Wow, very nice. Oh, I mean, mind freedom of press in conflict zones. Oh, that's a good. Independent journalists from around the globe are seeking permission to enter the war-torn areas of Chaos to shed light on the realities of war and provide unbiased narratives. Ooh, here's a good question. It's like, do we let people in? Do we not? If we let people in, we're at risk. If we don't let people in, they'll be like, you're hiding something. I can feel it already. But then if we provide limited, supervised access, they'll be like, you're going to show us what we want to show us. We allow them in normally, there's a chance they'll get killed by accident, and then that's awful. I don't know, pressing war zones always scare me. There's this very famous picture. Oh no, I'm not doing anything troubling. Yeah, let's just grant them full support. Right, allow them in. We're not doing anything we want to hide. We're not using any crazy weapons. We're doing it fully. But no, in real life, this will take it away for a second. I can't remember her name, sadly. So forgive me for that. But there was this picture, and it's of an explosion. And it was I believe, it was either a military photographer or something of the sort, like a reporter. And she had captured a mine going off. And it was what killed her. She died from the blast, and it was the final picture she ever took. And it was always one of those which made me feel, well, really creeped out that she had actually recorded the thing that took her life, or took a picture of. And I was always like, wow, it's a very like moving photo. It's yeah, I don't know why it's just reminded me of it. Grant full access to Jealous. Go on, they can go in. Army has nothing to hide. Most moral army in the world has decided to generously allow independent journalists access to war zones and ensure fair and balanced coverage in war effort. Let's see what we're doing versus Legion Gander. Wartime economy. The invasion of Pels had triggered a wave of uncertainty across our country, leading to panic buying on an unprecedented scale. The country's industry has pivoted almost entirely towards the war effort, further reducing the ability of everyday items. This shift have inflated prices and strained the pockets of the average Rizian, significantly affecting their everyday lives. Ration essential goods, offer subsidies limited to affected families, implement price controls. Ooh. Price controls? This implements price controls. This will help people out. As long as it's good. We can obviously subsidize people, or, you know, unrest over unfulfilled welfare promises. The broken promise regarding improved welfare services is latest in protest near the capital of Bronas. What? I increase stuff. What? Education demands crown credibility. Offer renewed reassurances. I swear I did it. I actually thought I did it. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Runners, overview, situation, good living standard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? What do they want? What, addiction treatment or increase? Oh, health and funding. That's what they want. This. Yeah, the update apparently messed a lot of things up. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I did that. Dinner with the family and toast. Expanded gas field. Ooh. Oh, I'm excited. More gas field, more energy. Countering collusion propaganda. In an audacious move, enemy forces have launched a psychological warfare campaign, distributing propaganda leaflets across our country and occupied territories. These leaflets criticize the war's toll, questioning leadership motives, and urge soldiers to desert with the aim of undermining morale and providing unrest. Launch a counter-propaganda campaign. Only buffed your military. Fair. Yeah, I was going to say the update would have messed up the old saves, right? So, we got to love that. Launch a kind of propaganda campaign. And we're about to increase our priority again. I mean, propaganda's never good, but dinner with the family. Golden candlesticks stood along the length of the table in the royal dining room. Also, we're joined by Lady Cat. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. Give me the bunny. Give me the bunny. Oh, yes. That's a cute little cat. Sorry, one moment. It's a very cute cat. Second. You guys can watch me stroke. It's a cute kitty. It's a cute kitty. She's just relaxing. doing her best to stay, I guess, like, you know, not warm, but warm. Their flickering light was cast. The flickering light cast a warm glow on my daughter's face, matching the warmth in her eyes. My mother hurried into the room, holding the train of her silk brocade gown. Pavel calmly pulled out her chair. Sorry, dears, it took 2 ladies in waiting to squeeze me into this old thing. I wouldn't miss supper for the world. Been ages since the three of us sat around the same table. A king must make time for his family. In among the myriad demands of war, a king must make time for his family. Same goes for princesses. Pardon my interruptions, but dinner is served. Pavel, good man. Pavel rang a small bell. An army of kitchen staff materialized around the table, bearing plates of food. He fastidiously wiped the dust off an ancient-looking wine bottle before pouring a glasses for Vina and my mother and then me. A rare Cantuavo Grand Cru, bottled in 1926, days prior to the uprising. Choice. Pavel, take it away. I can't stand around at that time. Better sage more gracefully than I have. The others laughed politely. Heavy is the head that wears a crown, but even heavier the under-eye bags. Pavel bowed and disappeared back into the kitchen. I looked down at my plate. Dinner tonight was 1 kid's lobster with rice and plenty of butter. Your father couldn't stand lobsters as a child, you know. I could only get him to eat it by telling me it was a magical creature called a sea pheasant. Wait, there's no such thing as a sea pheasant? An example of how we all believe what we want to, no matter how implausible. It's not true, mother. Wait, there's no such thing as a sea pheasant? Mother snickered and Vina didn't respond. Oh, Vina, enjoying your dinner? What's on your mind, Vina? You know you can tell me anything. Nothing, cool. Well, I had a long conversation with Manos the other day. She slowly put down her fork. The topic of marriage came up. Is that so? How lovely. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lovely indeed. Does that mean we can go through with it? I couldn't be happier with your decision. Let's begin planning the wedding at once. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, father. My mother smiled broadly. Well, my mother smiled broadly. Rizian princess marrying a true love. Your grandfather would be proud. A true love and the majority speaker in the House of Delegates. This will be unbelievably advantageous. Venus should be able to marry the person she loves. Everyone in Vizzy deserves that right. And they have it, thanks to you. She briefly glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Realization sparked in her eyes. I hope you aren't expecting me to make nice with your new mother-in-law. If I can forgive Angelica Sazin, you should as well. Melissa's mother has been given a full pardon. Your grievances are with a dead man. Kidnapping is fine in the past, mother. We have to look forward to the future. If I can forgive Angelica Sazin, you should as well. Nina nodded vigorously. What happened to father was ghastly, but she had no part in it. She scooped the last bite of rice off her plate. Manus and I already started looking at a suitable residence in the capital. We both have duties here, after all. In fact, I was hoping to take on an expanded role in the Royal Council. That's favouritism, love. My councils all earn their positions by merit. You're already more than an observer. I've noticed you speaking up more often. She blushed. Yes, well, I believe I've gained enough experience for my opinions to carry weight. My mother gave her a wry smile. Well, see how much time you have left for council once the babies start coming, sweetheart. How unfair. Would you say that to a man? Vina has juggled multiple obligations throughout her life. I'm confident she can balance motherhood and royal career. Precisely. Who says Vina even needs to have children? Don't worry about it, Vina. Your nannies and housekeepers do most of the work anyway. Your grandmother was right. Raising children was a sacred duty for your kingdom. Vina has juggled multiple obligations throughout her life. I'm confident she can balance motherhood and a royal career. So am I. Your great-grandmother changed many rules for women in Rizia. The expectations for wives and mothers were not among them. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Pavel, some champagne? We have an engagement to celebrate. Right away, madam. He absconded to the kitchen and returned with a bottle. Pour yourself a glass, Pavel. It's a special occasion. Pavel smiled. Yes, why not? I dare say I've been in a celebratory mood myself lately. He filled our glasses and Vina hoisted hers high. How's Taurus and Sazin? Wait, I still have your mother's ring. I want you to wear it at the wedding. Oh, father, it would be an honor. We clinked our glasses. Over dessert, we began discussing the wedding preparations. Ah, that's nice. We've already discussed that they'll be marrying into our house, ensuring continuity of the Taurus royal lineage. Ah, there it is. Rufus Gregg's royal gossip. Vina engaged. What's that I hear? Why, it's wedding bells for the belle of Rizia, Her Highness Venus Taurus. Yeah, Manus Season. The great fat chest Pearl's propaganda debunked. Palace assures protesters king is listening. Palace ensures living standards will be maintained. We've dedicated a special edition on newspaper too. Let's start with the most common lie that Rizia invaded Pales. There's not a war of aggression, instead there's one of self-defense. Pales was threatened the well-being of Rizia citizens, sparing actions, occasion, blah, blah, blah. Cool. The future of House Taurus lineage is at a crossroad, with the Crown Princess forthcoming marriage. Tradition dictates that she and any children she may bear takes her husband's surname, effectively removing House Taurus from royal line of succession. However, the King of Rizia may show an exception, allowing Taurus name to be passed down matrilineally. The Taurus surname and lineage will carry on for Vina. The Seasons can take over, and I'll accept Vina. No children should share husband's name. I mean, that's what I was thinking before. That's what I mentioned. Taurus surname and lineage will carry on for Vina. Yeah, Taurus surname and lineage will carry on for Vina. I'm happy with that. Yeah, like I said, make her the heir. Rufus Grad royal gossip, Taurus lineage secured. The kings broke tradition, but if for a necessary cause. With the upcoming marriage, Venus' children will carry the Taurus name instead of the husband's one. Thus, the lineage is secured. One can't help but wonder, does this mean that King Romus plans to no longer have a son? What would happen if something bad happened to Vina, the king's only child? We can only all pray together that eventually never occurs. Continue. Good episode so far. I really enjoyed it. Chapter 3: Leviathan. Are you okay? Oh, complete Rizia chapter 2. Come on, when are we finding Pels again? Port Drazen, Security Council meeting, and what's going on over here? Rule. Ah, Venenism Civil War stalemate. Civil War in Venenism evolved into a prolonged stalemate where neither side could clinch a decisive victory. Kamphapa remained under monarchist control while Soryangara continued its resilient stand. Despite the ebb and flow of Rizian support, the drawn-out battles for Rankara and Nguvi became symbols of the enduring impasse, with each side gaining and losing ground in a seemingly endless cycle. In Tamarin, this deadlock played out fiercely, with constant skirmishes and strategic maneuvers yielding little change in control. The nation, divided and war-weary, yearned for a resolution, but as days turned into months and months into years, the conflict became part of daily life with no clear end in sight. What should we do this? Organise relief effort for affected citizens. Deliver a speech. What's your opinions, Marco? Oh my goodness, our money! Our energy's gone up, but our money, what's happened here? Military expenditures. Okay. That is, ooh, not great. Not great. That could be better. At least not hemorrhaging money, but that could be better. That could be better. And we can use our authority, which is, I'm going to use authority because that's in excess at the moment. That's why support to overcome stalemate and Venenism. Okay, cool. Overview, money, timber scarcity raises costs, tenant protective laws, situation, curtail drug trade, nice, situation, ATA operatives active in zeal, policies, state influenced housing. What's going on here? Government power projection. Wow. Dynamics, so it stands for power 90 standing, news. Venenism civil war, grinds to a halt, Rizian king urges reconciliation. Royal decrees, money. Form Port Drazen stock exchange, organise a Port Drazen tourism campaign. Interesting one. Stock exchange was a vital engine for growth, providing a platform for local international businesses to expand and investors in the kingdom's future. Stock exchange Port Drazen, such as a trading. Oh, the best view, belly cat. Sorry. This is the real thing. Now watch this. If you nearly fell over. Sorry, did that. That would have been a view. Dingbat getting squished because I've fallen off the chair. Goodness gracious. Won't do any of these just yet. Security Council meeting. At least we're not like losing loads of power. If we're on negative, we're on 0 money. So long as we don't lose loads, if we can, you know, gain some more power, that'd be brilliant. But we're doing okay. Security cancel meeting. I felt the cool sand between my toes as I ran along the beach in Zil with my grandparents. Ahead, the vast expanse of the Gulf of Rizia stretched out endlessly, shimmering in the sunlight. I remembered the salty breeze tussling my hair as our boat glided across the surface, the rhythmic sound of the waves, the cries of seagulls. It was a simpler time, a time of pure joy untainted by the weight of royal duties. Hello, Your Majesty. I'm glad you could join us. Lucia's words jolt me back to the present moment. Upon entering the council room, I found Titus and Lucita. They were awaiting my arrival, promptly rising from their seats when they noticed me. I came to receive the latest updates on the situation in Zeal. You know me, always eager to dive into the riveting world of bureaucratic discussion. Well, let's hear it. What a pleasure to be here. What have you got for me? As you already know, we're going over the latest updates regarding the transfer of Zeal to Rizian governance. But before we do, we should go over the final findings regarding the Friendship Day bombing incident. So I'm looking forward to settling them out once for all. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? I understood your apprehension, but I assure you that our findings are all promising developments. As part of our new foreign intelligence hub, we accomplished this despite my department's limited resources due to the war of the Pales. Lucia leaned across the table to turn the intercom and speak. Send them in. The council room doors opened and 2 men in military uniforms entered, wheeling in a film projector. They began setting it up at the front of the room. There's a cute cat. What does that have to do with film projector? Motion picture findings. Oh, movie. How delightful. It's popular included, Lady Gribayan. Motion picture to support your findings? Yes and no. Thanks to recent tech advancements, we can now capture live images through security cameras and reel-to-reel recordings. We've actually been exploring similar technology for public security. Still in its infancy, but promising. Anyway, what we're about to witness may be the silver bullet we've been looking for. The Cetus men activated the film projector, casting moving images onto a screen. The room fell silent as the footage came to life. The film transports us to an industrial landscape of towering cargo containers and stacked crates. What exactly are we looking at? This happens to be the Maritime Logistics Terminal, shipping yard in Pales. 2 men came into focus on the footage, one of them carrying a sizable case. The case bearer surreptitiously opened it for his companion, revealing what appeared to be electronic equipment. Once the other man seemed content, he handed an envelope to one holding the case, and in exchange took possession of it. Then they parted ways, each heading in a different direction. The film concluded and the lights in the room were brought back up. Lucia turned to her men. Thank you. That will be all. 2 men left, shutting the doors behind them. Okay, what exactly did I just watch? The exchange of the main components used in the bomb. They were identified through the serial numbers of materials retrieved from the crime scene provided by Welland's investigation team. Okay, you've got my attention. Please go on. As I previously mentioned, the material we've been dealing with here came straight from Circuit Rise systems and Pales. Furthermore, the man responsible for bringing the stolen material already in the pivotal hall in Circuit Rise. Lucia opened her folders and handed out photos of the man. His unique position granted him exclusive access to their electronic components inventory, everything from capacitors to resistors. Exploiting this privileged access, Interiaga manipulated the inventory records, masking the disappearance of these crucial materials. He altered dates, quantities, and descriptions, creating a false trail that effectively concealed his actions from suspicion. You've exceeded my expectations. I don't think expect any more progress to be made. Press we finally got closer to uncovering the truth behind this ordeal. Thank you. In any case, this anomaly combined with the footage you just witnessed became a crucial clue in unmasking our collaborator. In addition, he resigned less than a week after the exchange, and since then he hasn't pursued any other employment opportunities. Jim Travis' whereabouts. Fair question, what led you to this footage in the first place? Diamond picture of Mr. Tuga. The Diamond we were tracking down. As a high-ranking Circuit Rise executive, he often visits the shipping yard to oversee operations. Oversight of a shipping yard? What kind of high-ranking executive does that? Well, that's where things interesting. Great. That's where things interesting. We tracked his whereabouts during the time the material vanished in his subsequent resignation. We found that he had made a trip to the docks, checking in on one of those days. Fortunately for us, the shipping yard had recently installed security cameras confirming our suspicions. Titus raised a questioning eyebrow. And the security services just handed over the footage. Let's just say we obtained it through other means. I suppose you can tell who the other culprit was. Of the other man, do you know his identity? The man of the exchange, good. Fine, great. Is there anything else you know? Tyrion. Of the other man, do you know his identity? Yes, actually. His name is Hector Ramiro. On paper, he's a political officer, but in reality, he's a known spy from Lesbia stationed at our consulate in Zeal. He is diplomatic immunity, so we're unable to bring him in for questioning. However, this evidence gives us serious reason to believe that Lesbia was involved. Oh, Lesbia! Lesbia was involved in the arranging in the Zeal incident. Silence fell over the room as we absorbed the news. Lesbia directly involved in the bombing. This changes everything. Lesbia, while we're not surprised, it goes without saying that the implication is deeply concerning. With such drastic measures. That's saying that the implications are deeply concerning. Well, I need to tell you about this immediately. It also indicates that Pels has no responsibility or connection to the bombing. As for Lesbia's motive, I think the bombing was meant to sow discord between Rizia and Wellen as a means of destabilization. I think they would never apply such a thing now. Lesbia's actions gave Smollett the justification to Zeal. While it backfired, the agreement made in the wake of the bombing actually strengthened Rizia's ties to Wellen. However, as that sneak, I know you can be trusted. I refuse Rizia in the case of Pels. See, I refuse to believe a word of any of this. Well, backfired, the agreement made in the wake of the bombing actually strengthened Rizia's ties with Wellen. Lucia nodded. The question now is what impact this will have on his reunification, not to mention our relationship with Lesbia. Due to our intelligence sharing during Wellen, the evidence against Lesbia will be made public to them. Okay, once the President knows the news, we'll have to return Zeal to us. That's too bad. We could have used this as leverage with Prime Minister Alvarez. It would have been nice to have more time to figure out how to release the information, but we'll handle it accordingly. Wellen be forced to give back Zeal after the evidence gets out. Fortunately, regardless of our efforts, I believe Smollett is determined to keep Zeal under any circumstance. Here's where we are regarding progress on his return, Your Majesty. I can only speak with authority about security-related terms of your agreement. I believe you're on track to meet the terms set in our agreement 3 years ago, but you should know best. Oh, you would know best. Going public with the lesbian evidence will be a good insurance, even if it's not strictly needed. With all that in mind, I suggest reviewing our contingency plan for getting Zeal back should our agreement fail. See types, but find less indulgence on worst case scenario plan. Agreed, let's explore our options. The way I see it, we can either approach this diplomatically or, if necessary, take a more aggressive stance. Manage well and understands that would be the first option. Let's begin with the diplomatic approach. Thoughts? Thanks to a mix of international outreach and cultural soft power, there's been a groundswell of support for Zeal's peaceful reunification. If we wanted to put more pressure on the Smollett regime without resorting to violence, we could increase funding for the Arana Tourists Association. Furthering the advocacy for Rizian values could rally public support in the case of a reunification referendum. People tend to value having a say in shaping their own destiny. Through the ATA demonstrated considerable effectiveness, we keep that in mind in case additional services are required. I'm quite happy with that. Another possible asset in our foreign intelligence hub on the border, activating the Rizian agents there could prove decisive in swaying public sentiment. Yes, but they're still relatively new. We need to carefully assess their effectiveness before deploying them extensively. Regarding ATA, their administrative costs aren't high. Increasing their funding might give us the push we need. If those are our less diplomatic options, let's say our less diplomatic alternatives look like. What other possibilities are there? We see some knowledge. Thanks to our combat efforts, the armed resistance movement in Zeal is gaining momentum. We do still have members of Suamina on our side. I could get word to Ricardo's covertly send a cell there. However, with the Ariana Tourist Association also active in Zeal, we risk sending mixed messages to the Zeal people. One other thing to consider is that our military has grown significantly stronger since the Zeal incident. He smiled with pride. It's not like respects a powerful army. If we play our cards right, we're able to bluff him into submission. Let's bomb him. He said anything about bluffing, let's bomb him. As much as I don't want to see Zeal descend into violence, we do need to consider our options at this point. My councillors gave a short nod of affirmation. Your fortune, Majesty, Judge Wellen is responsible for determining our course of action. I mean, we have massive support there. Like, overwhelming, massive pro-Rizia movement, yeah. It's just we wait Wellen's responsible for determining our course of action. See acknowledged with a simple nod. Actually, give me a lot to think about. This whole mess in Zeal has been truly tight, to say the least. Well, I think the power reps are doing good work, team. So, unless anyone has anything to say, I'll say we call it a day. That's it on my end. Same. Titus saw himself out, however, Lucita remained behind. All for a celebration? A flirtatious smirk played on Lucita's lips. What did you have in mind? I left the council room to retire in my private quarters shortly after. Case solved. Solved the Zeal Friendship Day bombing. Forced in South Makopa. Accomplished overwhelming power projection in South Makopa. Anticipation and anxiety mount as Zeal transfer of governance nears. Sure, it'll be fine. Conscription and labour shortage. As the war continues to rage on, our decision to enact widespread conscription has drained the workforce, affecting agriculture, manufacturing, and critical services. The sudden shortage threatens not just the wartime economy, as civilian life suffers from unattended fields and factories running at half capacity. Equal pay for women, expand foreign workers' rights, subsidise the industry for machinery. Equal pay for women, that'll fix it? I mean, that doesn't sound like that would fix it, though. I mean, I will at some point, but that doesn't feel like that fixes the immediate issue. I'll do it then, fine. Upgrade military production lines. Uh-oh. See, it's sapping our resource. No! No! Oh, we're minus money. That's not good. Games have recently built modern military factories, offer a solid foundation to scale up production of land and air units. An expansion would enable the kingdom to strengthen its position, either by preparing for potential conflicts or establishing itself in the international arms market. We're not upgrading. No, I'm not paying for that. We have enough equipment as we are. Fuel allocation prioritization. What's the overview here? Strong women's rights. Equal gender pay. I don't know if there's any royal decrees that'll bring us money basically immediately, because that's what we need right now, right? Is there anything you would recommend to invest in, Lord? Because I know a few of these are new, but I don't know if there's anything that would bring us the kind of flow to get back into the green, unless we get rid of some of our military stuff, but we can't do that right now, obviously. Fort Drazen, operation briefing request, fuel allocation prioritization. The kingdom faces a critical shortage of fuel and must prioritize which sectors receive the limited supply. Active combat units engaging in crucial operations at the front lines require maximum readiness to maintain high sortie rates. However, diverting fuel from training squadrons or civil aviation can compromise future operations and tourism. Free, yeah. Don't change fuel allocation. No. Yeah, they don't seem great. Gender pay gap becomes history. Nice. Oh wait, what was that? It said something about Queen Liza. Queen Liza will be proud of our king. But yeah, are there any decrees that you think would be really good? Let me know. Let me know. Because I know we can sell stuff. Oh, to be fair, we can sell batch of military equipment. If our money goes really, really low, we can do that. But we don't really need to just yet. And it doesn't really give us much money either. It's a very low amount, so see what we can do. But we do have a lot of equipment. If we had to, we can. Right, Port Drazen, operation briefing request. General Thaddeus Azaro and Duchess Lucia Azaro will be holding a briefing about the result of Operation Golden Shield. Instead of having the meeting in the Royal Palace as usual, General Azaro has requested the presence of the king on the front line to oversee the effort in person. As the seasoned general suggests, this might increase troop morale, but there are risks involved. Should we go to the front line, Lord, or should we stay in the Royal Palace? Doing very well in the war, but I don't want to have my head blown off either. It would increase. To the front lines we go. I could smell the blood of our enemies. Read the report. Noble continue to increase rents by regulation. Oh, I missed that one. What is it? Marcus Farm from frontline soldiers preparing for King's visit. Okay. Or Ailes, Operation Golden Shield briefing. The military helicopter gracefully landed on the helipad. I fixed the collar on my old army uniform, feeling comfortable in it. This whole trip reminded me of the good old days at Camp Domus. As the engine stopped, my ears were still ringing from the loud noise. A soldier opened the door and led me towards the long line of his compatriots, where General Thaddeus Azaro and General Carlos Azaro were both waiting for me. They were surrounded by numerous cameras. Oh, my bad. Attention! All the soldiers simultaneously turned and saluted me. The sound of their boots cut through the helicopter's slowing propeller. Thank you for accepting our request, my liege. Welcome to FOB Full Charge. I trust the skies were kind to you, your highness. After saluting, I shook hands with them. I leaned forward to so only they could hear. It did not put in danger by forcing to come here. It was a pleasure to be here. I've been wanting to see the front lines with my own eyes. Talk about. Pleasure to be here. I want to see the front lines with my own eyes. I'm glad to hear it, Your Majesty. My daughter will be arriving after dinner, but for now, take a look around. Morale is at its peak, higher than it's been in months. The men are energized, eager to have their king with them. He was right. Pride was written all over their faces. He turned towards his troops and saluted them. Glorious Rizia. The soldiers joined and chanted the words in unison. We went down the line, conducting a thorough inspection. I shook hands and saluted until I lost count. The last man in line towered over all the others. He was at least 2 meters tall, with a number of scars on his face. This is Major Tigris, hero of 4 L's. He single-handedly eliminated 32 enemy combatants. A record. One of the best men I've ever seen in all my days in the army. He's been recommended for the Star of Valor. The Star of Valor was Rizia's highest military honor. The giant knelt before me obediently. On your feet, soldier. You bow before no one. Thank you for your service. He was taken aback and looked cautiously at Thaddeus. After another confirmation from the general, he got up and saluted me. After the protocols, Carlos approached. This way, Your Majesty. You must be hungry. For your trip, I've already prepared your quarters. He gestured towards a tent. Inside, there was a lavish table piled high with outrageous amounts of food reserved only for nobility. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination, but I thought I heard a gulp from the soldier standing beside me. He was a youngster, barely 24, all skin and bones. As general, I will dine together with the soldiers in the barracks. I think the soldiers in the barracks is a nice one. You're with your men, you get to see them. Obviously, they prepared a very nice meal for you, but I think they'd understand part of it. Because I feel like he'll get stick for this afterwards. I'll dine together with the soldiers in the barracks. Even though it would be a bit of a ruckus, I think the men would appreciate us being there. Dine together with the soldiers in the barracks. Hollis nodded in assent and led me to the barracks, where dinner was just now being served. The soldiers gasped in awe as their king sat to eat with them. I tried to stomach the terrible food. It was perhaps the worst meal of my life, but I persevered. Hollis went off with blinding flashes. Our cameras went off with blinding flashes. The rest of the dinner was rather uneventful. I talked about my own time in the military and getting a few laughs from the stories I told. After the meal, the soldier came by to let us know that Duchess Azara had arrived. We moved to another tent. Your Majesty, Father, General Carlos. She gave a respectful nod. Thank God I thought I'd been bored in general. Now that you're here, we can begin. As you wish, sir. To put it simply, we are winning this war. He handed me a stack of papers detailing the operation results. Enough. Tell me about our numbers. How many troops do we have? How many have we lost? We currently have more than 20 operational groups in total, including our naval forces. Thankfully, we've had minimal casualties on the battlefield. Intelligence reports indicate that the enemy has taken many casualties. The latest number states that we've successfully destroyed more than 15 divisions. Honestly, even I didn't think it would be this easy. With our provincial forces, what have we captured so far? What of our provincial forces? House Caesar's troops are still in perfect shape and ready to continue the fight. House Taurus didn't suffer any losses, showcasing their efficiency and skill. House Azara's forces showed remarkable coordination emerging unscathed so far. What have we captured so far? We've taken Arquez and Zeeks. Now forward operation bases have been set nearby. Despite the heavy fighting, Fort Els and Terrador are still under our control. Our cities persevere. I've seen a lot of resistance from civilian population. There doesn't seem to be much of it, as I suspected Pels wants to rejoin Rizia. Or we simply intimidate civilians into submission. Either way, this works in our favour. Tell me the public opinion back home. What do Rizians think about the war? General sentiment seems to be against the war, Your Majesty. But once we have a big win, I think the tide will change. I see. Go on. If you please, Your Majesty, we need more manpower and equipment. We're achieving promising results, but we're not done yet. Precisely. Just recruits will provide valuable support. And of course, these troops require ammo and weapons. We still have a decent stockpile, but more won't hurt. Your Majesty, one thing is certain. We can't win this war without able and capable boots on the ground. I hear you. I hear you too. I'll do whatever I can to support the army. Thank you, Your Majesty. The result of the Golden Shield is clear, Your Majesty. We're on the right path. Pardon me. As these documents outline, the operation has been a great success. Before we discuss the next step, we need your seal on the results. General Zorro handed me a large scroll and a candle for the wax. I opened it. I pressed my seal on the wax to approve. Thank you, sire. Thank you for your service to the crown. Exemplary service on a personal level. That's very touching, Your Majesty. Lucia's eyes shone brightly. Yes, thank you. Your words mean a great deal. Now, it's time for us to talk about our next steps, with more details about the situation on the front lines. Lucia spread several strategic maps of the region on the table before turning to Carlos. General? Yes, of course. He leaned over the table. After the capture of both Arquez and Zeetz, we pushed further past Arquez, close to Mandana. We were in good position to encircle the peninsula. He drew a circle around the peninsula and tapped his finger on it a few times. The troops are eagerly awaiting orders to begin the second operation. Our enemies shall tremble before our might. Complete victory is in sight, Your Majesty. The general is not over yet. Just with the hours, we will deliver the loss of dignity. I knew that our cause was just. We need to take out this rightfully ours. Yes, Your Majesty. We won't win this war without information, which brings me to the following. Lucia pointed at another stack of papers on the table. Among them, I saw photographs of what appeared to be battleships at night. We need to talk about enemy positions. The information from the front line, combined with tips from our spies and Rizian foreign intelligence, indicates heavy preparation by Peletian troops. These ground forces have been replenished and stand ready for our attack. It'll be harder to get the upper hand on them this time. As for their navy, intelligence units are having a hard time divulging their whereabouts, but advise us to watch out for enemy ships. There's no telling what they're planning. Pointing at Lesbia on the map. Lesbia is another matter. From the reports I've received, we can assume the worst case scenario. Lesbia is sending significant aid to Kales in the form of manpower and equipment, including the newest bombs and bomber jets. There's gone down meddlers again. Someday it will be their turn as well. As for the taking of the capital, should we get that far? Kales itself is very well defended city. It would be tough to bring down its walls, literally and figuratively. But to put next on the Peletian capital, she leaned back and crossed her arms. There is still much to discuss about our plans, but this overview should suffice for now. Do you have any questions, Your Majesty? How long until total victory? Not long at all, Your Majesty. If we can make it through their defences... Can we trust the intelligence you've received? We should be able to trust it, Your Majesty. Our services could be better funded, but they're adequate. So we're ready to disable Kale's navy. We will sabotage them in whatever way we deem necessary, but only if the situation permits it. Lucia coughed. And if the current situation doesn't permit it, we'll create a situation that does, one way or another. How do we get past the capital's defences? The defences around Pales are extreme, and the entrance to the peninsula will be difficult. If we can get past their fleet, a naval invasion is definitely a possibility. We could rely on airstrikes at the entrance to the corridor while pushing with our land troops. Those were all my questions. Thank you for your time, Your Majesty. With you in command, victory is a sure thing. Lucia looked me in the eyes earnestly. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. Do not fail me for your own good. Thank you for advising. I'll ride my horse on the streets of Pales. I'll throw Zara on the battlefield once more. My father will be proud. We will fight in his honour. Lucia got up and gestured for the other military staff present in the tent to leave. My father saluted once more from his wheelchair as an aide rolled him out. Carlos took his leave as well. My war council and I regarded each other in silence. This was right, the two of us lying side by side. Give it straight to me. Give it to me straight, Luce. Are you sure we can win? I've never been more sure of anything else in my life. Except, the medals clinked around mine as she leaned in for a kiss. Lucia stepped back and took a last fond look at me before returning to join her father. Are we at the next stage of battle? Oh, come on! Let me fight! Port Drazen, read the report. Tourism revenues decline amid nationwide security contacts. Well, we are at war. That does have a modicum of sense, really, doesn't it? Diplomatic meeting with Lesbia. Uh-oh. What a fight. When we arrived in Perla, the press surged forward at me like a relentless horde, shoving their cameras and microphones my way. Their shouts and pleas for attention clashed with their stoic demeanour of the lesbian security guards. These guards, clad in crisp dark uniforms, formed a protective barrier around us, their eyes scanning for any reporter daring enough to breach their formation. Our convoy commenced its journey, a series of sleek, black cars gliding through the lesbian capital's bustling streets. We eased to a stop at the entrance of the Yellow House. I stepped out onto the cobblestone driveway. The building itself was a small but imposing structure of classical design, its yellow painted walls standing out boldly against the greenery of the park. I was led to the waiting room, a space with an understated elegance, furnished with leather chairs and a mahogany table. Sunlight filtered through lace curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor. As I waited for Prime Minister Alvarez, my attention was captured by a mysterious looking teapot resplendent in its golden sheen. And just say a big thank you to anyone who's joined us today. Thank you all for being on stream. Legends. Inspect the teapot. I started inspecting the teapot. The elegant crafted vessel was engraved with intricate designs, delicate floral patterns interwoven with abstract shapes that reminded me of medieval resonant motifs. I leaned in closer, observing the way the light played off its surface. The piece was definitely made out of Rizian gold and looked far too ancient for its well-maintained shape. I wondered if it was an original Rizian artifact or an unrelated gift from another foreign dignitary. Wherever it was, I questioned why such a valuable artifact was left out in the open like this. Then again, those who are allowed into this room, world leaders and people of stature, will probably have the common sense not to disturb this priceless relic. As I stood there, absorbed in thought, the doors opened and Prime Minister Alvarez came in. So you immediately spotted your kingdom's gold, your majesty. An ancient resonant artifact, uncovered in South Lesbia. Quite a valuable item, I've been told. Ah, forgive me. He offered his hand and I shook it. Please, let's get comfortable while we discuss matters. On his gesture, we moved to the sofas and sat down. So, your majesty, you're aware that nobody in Lesbia nor Alliance supports this visit. Especially since you've in some way declared us the enemy by publishing all that nonsensical proof without consulting with us. I don't see any possibility of diplomacy between our countries anymore, your majesty. I guess you already knew that. Conflict impels our relationship with Lesbia. Any sanctions? We don't need to let our conflict with Pale sour our relation with Lesbia. Are you serious, your majesty? Do you think Rizia can get away with the invasion of Pales just like that? Grand Duchy of Pales is an important partner of Lesbia. We not only have deep economic ties, but recently have established military ties as well. There's no justification for the war, and the ATO is sanctions against Rizia. And if they go with it, you bet we will follow through as well. Not only the sanctions on Rizia, but our active support on Pales. I believe we made a beneficial agreement for Lesbia. Don't support Pales, and we can share their resources or parts of the Oris with you doing that. If the only thing rest Lesbia will be obliterated. You can be sure of that, Mr. Alvarez. You don't want to go down that route. Rest assured, Lesbia doesn't see or want Rizia as an enemy. However, as a member of the ATO, we must do what we must. I'll say it again. Lesbia is against this war, and I have no choice but to support the defences of Pales, whether directly or indirectly. I prefer it to be indirect, I'm sure. You can't threaten me. Even if Lesbia enters war, we will not stop fighting. Is there a way for us to not have him in the war, but not really have him much? Or do you think we could smash him anyway, Lord? Oh, my neck. My neck! This, by the way, is how the rent-free sleep. Like, look at that. Look at that. Smash him. Done. Well, that's supposed to be non-existent, Mr. Alvarez. Tomorrow we sign off on military support worth 10 billion Arcasian liras to Pales, as well as sanctions against Rizia. Just to begin, Your Majesty, Arcasia may also send 100 billion liras more to Pales, especially if Rumbar gives active support. It's just their force, fair enough. If more atrocities take place, we'll think about intervening directly. I believe our support can easily allow Pales to stand their ground. You don't want to deplete your gold reserves in a war of attrition, Your Majesty. Predicament lesbians no more. If you're going to continue your threats, I'll end this meeting here. Alright, let's do that. We both got up from our seats. Sorry you came all this way. Let's call the meeting here. Thank you for the meeting. Have a good day. Stood up and walked out of the room with Chris. I would nick that teapot, and teapot in hand. Could you imagine? Just nicked a teapot. The king. King steals teapot. Calls him bitch. Legion to Axel Reinhardt's special gratitude to his lesbian counterpart. ATO support sanctions. Yeah. We'll smash him still. Situations. Ooh, local tourist destination. We're not really the place to be right now. I don't think any war zone is, to be honest. Lesbian media reports Alvarez considering military intervention. I don't knew that already. Surplus of medicine. Surplus of medicine is accumulated in government stockpiles, the result of the recent pharmaceutical trade and investments. With storage facilities reaching capacity, officials have decided where should put this supply to use. Ooh, what should we do? Sell it? I think sell. Why are we -3 now? Oh no. Oh no, we'll sell it. Sell it? Think we should sell it? I'm thinking sell it. I'm selling it. We need money. We need money right now. Read the report. Surplus medicine boosts international trade. Yep. Medicine exports strength economy. Yep. Because we don't have a great economy right now. But I think once the war's over, we'll be doing great. Because think of it, the energy we're using for Air Force, we can kind of remove it once we're done. But energy is fine, it's 1 per turn. It's a -3 money, but we're losing 5 from military expenditure, 4 from the war on its own, so we'll be fine. Council meeting, council chambers, palace. I passed through the palace gardens towards the council chambers to meet the council. Uncle Hugo greeted me in the front of the doors. Your Majesty, I'm glad you could make it to today's meeting. For some reason, that drink of water made me think, how many points are you up to now, Lord? I know you had a glitch where you lost a lot of points, but how many are you up to now? The stream shows me what event you're in. Does it actually? Really? 45k, oh nice. Oh, Steam, sorry. Steam shows you. Really? That's really interesting. It's really interesting. Commanding the armed forces must have taken its toll on you. We've barely seen one another outside of the war room lately. The councillors are waiting for you alongside Lady Regent. We should go in. He opened the door and held it for me as I entered. The councillors were already seated around the table, deep in conversation. When they saw us entering, they immediately rose and bowed. Please, have a seat. Good day, everybody. The councillors nodded and took their seats. Before we begin, I want to extend my blessing for the upcoming royal marriage. Congratulations, Your Highness. May God bless the union between you and Mr. Sazon. Thank you, Grand Wiseman. In the Paradox games, it does that for a couple of years in Suzerain. This is rather new. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Widen bowed her head to bow in respect. Now, I have seen it where it's like purging this, and I'm like, what? Since my friends are on what game is it? Goodness Stellaris. Now that Father, His Majesty, is here, we can start the session. Everyone looked at Spared and at Vina. We'll begin with some quick notes, if you'll allow me. By all means, Lady Regent. Vina took a brief glance at the document in front of her, then straightened up and spoke rapidly. According to the latest AN reports, living standards in the kingdom have increased significantly over the past several years. The majority of our citizens are quite happy with how things are going. Smiled proudly. Despite initial protests from industry leaders, the new regulations and rights we've implemented for workers consolidated the monarchy's popularity among the working class. The economic squeeze caused by the war has complicated things a little. Thank you, Lady Regent, for sharing this information with us. While these developments are encouraging, I will reluctantly remind His Majesty of the complaints brought up during the recent welfare protests. We still yet to deliver the health and education funding we promised. We have! Broken promises weaken the public's faith in the Crown, Your Majesty. I normally would not advise you to give in to dissonance, but in this case, it's just before the Protestants demand immediately before the situation worsens. They want, I see no downside to spend more money on public health and education. A wise choice. I'll make arrangements for after this meeting. Yeah, I was going to say, I put so much money into it. They're like, oh, welfare. They've got good living standards, good workers' rights, fair housing, and good welfare. I don't know. Well, we could do better at this point. Put away everyone wanted to address. We can move on to individual briefings now. Put away your notes and gesture for Hugo to take the lead. What would you like to talk about first, Your Majesty? Oh, what's happening with the Rizian economy? Elena took out her ledger, placed it on the table, and opened it up. As already mentioned, living standards of Rizia are in a very healthy position as a result of a combination of economic policies. However, we are rapidly losing money. We should try to get out of the current deficit situation. Luckily, we have enough reserves to give us time to make improvements. Turn the page. Of course, the war has influenced my department very negatively, to say the least. The war expenses are putting a crimp in our economy. If this continues for much longer, it may have a lasting impact on our growth. I think this is one of the result. It's appreciated. Of course. Moving on. When you ascend the throne, we set a focus to further Rizian resource economy. Currently, we have a very rigid energy economy, heavily reliant on certain sources. Our future is looking strong, as long as access to those resources remains. Sadly, our goods are no longer in demand around the country and the world. Our industrial production capacity has fallen. This is worrying news indeed. I'll look into ways to increase our production capacity. As for our business climate, we find ourselves increasingly mired in what appears to be a deepening recession. Is an alarming trend of substantial withdrawal of investment across the board. This economic climate is dire for new businesses, leading to increased insolvencies and a significant rise in unemployment, which is severely impacting our workforce and marking a tough phase for Rizian overall economy and health. Rizia's overall economic health. Most of the strategies we can employ, Miss Warner. I agree wholeheartedly. I'm exploring every possible option to strengthen our economy further. There's one economic factor we've not yet discussed: Rizian royal gold. Everyone turned towards Hugo. Elena gestured for him to continue. In times of emergency, such as war, the Crown reserves the right to nationalise any corporation deemed essential to the defence and security of the realm. One could argue that Rizian royal gold belongs to this category. Occasionally, the ATO is taking side with bells in the war. What would you say to us messing up Rusty on this front, Lord? Out of curiosity. 2. Can this war without resorting to such measures? That's fair. I believe so as well. We should not underestimate the difficulty of this endeavour. The reasons we spend nationalising RRG may not be worth the long-term gains. If I may chime in, nationalisation isn't as complicated as Miss Wonder is making it out to be. A swift raid on Montoro's Baroness's palace will have necessary assets secured before he can blink. RRG. Funny enough, if you do this and reform the nation, he becomes economic minister. Oh, really? Honestly, puts heart and soul in your RRG. We could nationalise. He and the other stakeholders should be justly compensated. Dangerous proposition such as Zara Wafi and his guards get wind of the operation. That will take manpower. We can't afford to pull people off the front lines. What option should we pick here, my friend? Because we're not doing it. Take manpower from front line, or should we? Should we take it over? And for now, here's some more dingbat. 1. Yeah. There's dingbat the cat. Residue is heart and soul. Stakeholders should be just compensated. It's heart and soul, as if Montoro was in possession of either. Conversation would put Rizia's other business owners at ease, but I fear Montoro won't grant us even that opportunity unless he is forced to. And then looked around the table. There's one other factor to keep in mind. I'm speaking to some business owners about the idea of opening a stock exchange in Port Drazen. Rusty Montoro's name was floated as a candidate to chair it. You trust that man with Rizian's stock market? Of course not. It's a terrible idea. With the leverage we now have over him, he could make us a lot of money. Number 2. By the time we establish a draw for investors, we're still the idea of Rusty heading it. Number 2, you happy with that, Lord? Just say this is the advantage of being here live. You can help me make decisions. Ooh. Yeah, 2 is fine. Nice. I was thinking of that one anyway. Us or himself? We established such an exchange. Hello, Lorenzo. Rizia's economy would be tied to our global image more strongly than ever before. As it stands, we have to think carefully before taking that risk. Correct as usual, Mr. School. But we're getting off track. I'd like to know His Majesty's verdict on the wartime nationalisation of RRG. It is His Majesty's decision, but keeping in mind we don't strictly need the extra budget. The Security Kingdom is vital that we nationalise Rizian Royal Gold. Lucito, you have my permission to act. I'd like to thank His Grace Hugo for bringing up the rest of coming from this term. Let's do it. I'm satisfied with the Crown's current state in Rizian Royal Gold. Nationalisation not worth the effort. With the current state of intelligence services, this is a risk we cannot take. We'll leave the RRG alone. What option do you think we should go for, Lord? 1 is fine. Let's do it. Lucita, get to action. Thank you, Your Majesty. She closed her book. That's time for the That's it for the economy then. Anything else you want to talk about, Your Majesty? What are you about to say about the spiritual state of the nation? This isn't going to be a good talk. Your Majesty, faith across the realm remains strong. Oh! But the recent decriminalisation of homosexuality is tested by congregants' long-standing belief. Hugo nodded in affirmation. It was not for debate on my decision to stand by. The faithful are easy unsettled by change, especially when it touches what they hold as sacred. So has always been, Your Majesty. Against all odds, you're wise. Oh, of course! Of course! Hello, Red! Yeah, against all odds, your wise allocation of resources has kept religious dissent from becoming widespread. Of course, Fred, of course. Red's in chat redeeming water, by the way. Needs a drink, if anyone's curious. Sounds like I still have work to do. Of course, Red, of course. Sounds like I still have work to do. I'll say the loss of religious revenues has dealt a blow to our budget. Yes, tithes and donations have fallen to abysmal levels, making our financial position weaker than expected. Just checking something. Yeah, video's still gonna watch. Woohoo! Yes, tithes and donations have fallen to abysmal levels, making our financial position weaker than expected. Got waterboarded. I got light waterboarding. I'm sure there's more in the line. Thank you for being a Red, by the way. After all the Crown has done on their behalf, it seems only right for them to spare a Gilder. So faith is strong, but the purses are closed. They still pray, there's more than any donation ever could. We have other income sources, I'm not bothered. All crowns done on behalf, it seems only right. Gilda. So faith is strong, but the purses are closed. They've given what they can. As for the religious groups themselves, I'm compiled a report with the aid of Captain Castellana. Who would you like to hear about first? Tell me about the Russists. Russists. Sam nodded eagerly. I must say, the entire Russist community, myself included, is beginning to give up hope that Plavo Sanctuary will ever open its doors to the public again. In the meantime, Russist communities in the other parts of the country complain they are undeserved. As for the recent vandalism incident in Nelvisar, allocating state funds and repairs of appease the clergy and calm their concerns. However, many Russists believe that this doesn't fully address the issue and are still seeking more tangible consequences for those behind the act. Let them talk. By next week, they'll forget all about it. Might be. I stand by it. All in all, most Russists remain indifferent towards you. Good, they are more concerned about the Golcon's potential for unrest. Try as one that can still be won. And let's win it wisely. And that's Norris community. The expanded Grand Sanctuary of Celebes is now truly worthy of its name, a breathtaking achievement. Dasnoris have lauded its completion just as Russists have celebrated the reopening of Plavo Sanctuary. It's not just stone and scripture, it's a living testament to our acceptance of Dasnorist minority. I'm trying to do those remember this stuff. You shall, but your name has been carved above the sanctuary's entrance. Having said that, Dasnoris in other provinces are also crying out for places of worship. They should not be ignored. As for the anti-Dasnoris pamphlet scandal, many were content with the printing house being fined, seen as a way to address the issue while still respecting freedom. However, while the pamphlet production continues, some believe the financial penny alone is insufficient, feeling that unyielding underlying ideas remain unchecked. I stuck the right nerve. I want to compromise. This is what it looks like. They may see it as lenient, but I see it as principle to uphold the law without silence and dissent. Overall, their view of you is neither favourable nor unfavourable. Lord Harder restore goodwill. A noble task in both purpose and spirit. Going on with the Golcondas community. I'll turn the page and reports of trepidation. Broadly speaking, the Golcondas sees the monarchy without strong favour or disdain. They still complain of unequal treatment and demand right to practice their bizarre form of worship, endorsing the Russist position regarding the removal of Rento Zenteno from one of the Dark Sanctuaries, reinforced with standing among traditionalists. But it's further alienated the Golcondas. It goes without saying that their frustrations mounting in protests have intensified the response. Those are the primary developments regarding the faithful at this juncture. So the peace and realm. So much of the realm turns on belief, we cannot afford a misstep. Any of them. One day it's reverence, the next it's unrest, the faithful are never still for long. Company, isn't it? No ruler can be such pious malcontents. Anything else you want to talk about, Your Majesty? I will say about foreign affairs. Of course, Your Majesty. We've been recently condemned by a number of ATO members states for our invasion of Pales. They are threatening sanctions. In your meeting with Prime Minister Alvarez, he threatened to approve the sanctions as well. Fortunately, all this would be a crippling blow for our trade. You'll see. Acts of Victoria. In any case, if they decide to make a move, they'll likely time it in the upcoming Alliance of Nations session. We may have a chance to have a word with Mr. Alvarez again there, possibly even Mr. Reinhardt. Another important point is scheduling a meeting of the Wessex President. Naturally, you just have a chance to talk to the President. We'll have a chance to talk to the President Smart about the situation in Zeal. He may bring up yet another unexpected request or security issue. Regardless of theatrics, you should do our best to reach a final resolution to ensure the swift return of Zeal. Call us files, we can bring it up to the upcoming Alliance of Nations session. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Scribble. He nodded and continued. On the other hand, our trade relations with Morella are very positive. The final vote of the MITS issue, which will take place at the start of the next year, will be the defining factor for our long-term relations with them. Great, this whole MITS thing has taken too long already. At this point, I can care less what relations with the on this side. I'm trying to get results that our nation's interest. That is my priority. Relations with Dirty, on the other hand, have soured since we're refusing the opportunity for a diplomatic visit. Their disputes with Morella and Welland still remain a major concern. Stop for a moment to take a look at his notes. Oh, also, Supreme Wiseman Asmal sent us a letter of condemnation criticising what he calls our continued oppression against Golcondas and Rizia. And in the PS section of the letter, we discovered a Golcondas curse. Who calls themselves the Supreme Wiseman. What did it say? Checks his notes. May you perish from natural causes, never knowing the holy fire of martyrdom. Not much of a curse, if you ask me. And last but not least, Tails, who much is already aware of the situation with Duke Reinhardt. While the superpowers have only cursorily acknowledged our invasion thus far, we're getting more and more attention from Makopa as the operation progresses. Our effort and influence in the international media are paying off, particularly in democratic countries where citizens are pressuring their government to back us. Still, I suspect additional condemnations and sanctions will follow. We'll find out in the upcoming Alliance of Nations session, I'm sure. Tails will soon pay for everything. Once our armies have surrounded the capital, we'll be able to bring a quick end to this war, assuming the Duke is a logical man. We'll discuss the details in a separate military briefing, Your Majesty. Thank you, Duchess Azara. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Duchess Azara. He saluted me. That's all for the overview, Your Majesty. This is one thing I want to discuss with you. Despite it not being your initial intention, we may still be able to bring our neighbours together in a potential regional alliance. The collaborations and interdependencies we have formed thus far make this a viable strategy for potential pursue. That sounds of it. Tell me more. With our current relationship with our neighbours and the increasing pressure on our region by both the CSP and ATO, we have a perfect window of opportunity. More gas is a crucial bargaining chip that we have. We can provide cheaper gas to our other neighbours, connecting our economies even further. If our relations with Morella continue on their current track of improvement, they can also be a potential partner in our region. That will depend on the outcome of next year's final MITS board vote. I'm hoping no last-minute surprises. If we can reach a resolution with President Smolak over Zeal, I believe we can also be a potential partner. Our treaty has already shown that promise. Everyone in the region is looking for more energy sources. They're under increasing pressure from the CSP and ATO to subjugate themselves to the interests of the superpowers. Meanwhile, we are still on good terms with Rumberg and Grace, but our distant geographical proximity limits the benefits we can get out of those alliances. I truly believe that our national interests align with those of our neighbours, and if we can connect our economies further and create balanced dependencies on each other, we can ensure peace and unity in South Makopa. Southern Makopa, what superpowers react to that? Fully agree with that, Mr. Stewart. How do you think we can pursue this idea? Already clash with superpowers. I'm ready for that level. What do you think about this, by the way, Lord? Do you think we're at a level where we could start making some alliances, like to be a bit more of a power? Or do you think that's like we're gonna shake them a bit too much while we're at war at the moment? Hello, Dinky. Oh, come here, little baby. Come here, little baby. Yeah. Oh, it's a baby little cat. This needs a lot of resources. We don't have a lot of resources. Oh, sweet baby. Little chicken. I for some reason, I love calling this cat my chicken. I think I call her chicken more than anything else. I've rarely ever called her a cat, I think. She's just my little chicken. That level of a neighbourship, we shouldn't start power down. That's before my set panicked. As you wish, Your Majesty. Anything else you want to talk about, Your Majesty? An update on the military situation. With all due respect, Your Majesty, considering our current situation, I'd rather leave such information to a war meeting. As the acting commander of our armed forces, you must be briefed by the General Staff directly. The operation will likely come to an end very soon. You can go over specifics after the council meeting. Appropriate injunction. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will be victorious no matter what happens. No matter what, she gave a military salute. Thank you for your service. Just think I've heard enough. Of course. Thank you for everyone's input. We can call the session over. The councillors bowed their heads in respect. When they left the room, I went to the balcony to get some fresh air. Come on, when's this battle? When's the next one? With the report, Tope's hit by a recession. Yeah, that's fair enough. With the report, RGCO whereabouts unknown. Rusty Montoro, CEO of Rizingold, is thought to have fled the country, leaving his corporation in disarray and causing distress among members of the business community. With Arcasia's cooperation, who's revoked the license agreement for RG's patent technology, severely hampering the company's gold extraction abilities. Oh! Hostilizaton of Rizingold. Cornerstone the economy, RG stands at a strategic juncture. Rusty Montoro has fled the country, taking with him key assets and causing the valuation of the company to plummet. With the company in this state, it will be easy for the Crown to take it over, whether by force or by purchase, show a minority. Oh! Oh my god! Look at our money! Oh! Oh! What's happened here? What has happened here? That has not gone to plan. That has not gone to plan. We're getting one budget per turn, but we've lost so much. They're saying he's like sabotaged it, right? Should that be a reload? Because that is... that's not good. I feel like we might have poked a bit of a nest there, Lord. It says he's like taken stuff and he's fucked it. So before this, and go back on our decision to do that to him. Because we were -1, now we're -7. Jeez. No, just continue. Fair enough. I'll do it for authority because we don't want that. Actually, we haven't got that much of it this turn, sadly. RG, stay on someone. Nationalise Rizia Royal Gold. Got the achievement. Wow, we're -9 now. What? How is our money going up even more? Pay, foreign good reliance cost, lesbian sanctions, high welfare expenditures, business exodus. Oh my god. We're on 100%. Yay. Show us North Squeaky. Risen Royal Gold fully nationalised. Royal decrease to... I never cut taxes. Dispute between and that and whatnot. Could it be worse? We're losing all our money next turn. If we don't win this war this turn, we're in a lot of trouble. We don't know what I could do at this point. Got like no authority either. Tax hike time. What, tax credit for businesses? No, wait. No, that's not it. Have we not already done taxes? I have a feeling we might have already done that, you know? Uh-oh. This ain't looking good. This is not looking good. Red number time. No! Why has that gone so badly? How has that just plummeted with that decision? I don't want to go back and change it. Fine, whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. As long as we can... Siege of Navarre Castle. The Navarre Castle, one of our most well-preserved palaces from the Resinid era, has become a target of a savage bomb attack. Igniting a firestorm that severely damaged the building. The attack on such culturally significant site has caused outrage across the country, as it was an attack on the cultural heritage of our country. Build the castle reinforcing against further attacks. -2 budget. Use the incident to bolster national unity. I just can't afford money on that right now. We're so low. Animal memorial site in the ruins of our castle. Use the incident to bolster national unity. Can I attack them yet, please? I want war. National heritage site. Negotiate with President Smolak. Ahaha! Maybe this could be money time. Money time? My eyes remain locked on the enormous airship moored at a blimp base on the outskirts of the presidential palace in Rocklet, London's capital. Its sleek form dominated the skyline. Standing before it, I absorbed the sight of President Smolak's imposing image prominently displayed on its side, along the flag of Welland and bold proclamations of Welland's rise to prominence. With Smolak at the helm, Welland soars to new heights. Our agreement's 3 years probationary period has come to an end. It's finally time to discuss the return of Zeal. However, my host was nowhere in sight. Flanked by Golden Guardsmen, I eventually made my way up the red carpet stretched out from my motorcade to the airship's gondola, past a dozen or so young women in impeccably pressed uniforms. The interior of the ship was adorned with lavish blue and white drapes cascading from floor-to-ceiling windows. Plush magenta seats lined the cabin, each embellished with opulent tassels and cushions embroidered of the Welland crest. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling array of light across the space. The gondola cabin practically screamed excess to the point of absurdity. And there, standing amongst it all, was the man of the hour, Victor Smolak. Welcome aboard, Your Majesty. So glad you could join me. As then I noticed he was carrying a baby who couldn't have been more than a year old. Who is this little mister? This would be my son, Victor Smolak II. After 11 daughters, courtesy of my 8 wives, all of whom I'm still married to, I finally have a boy. We're having a father-son weekend. I hope to have a son of my own someday. Never too late, Your Majesty. Not for men like us. It was then that I felt the airship begin its ascent. I looked out the window at the sprawling city, capital city beneath us, become smaller and smaller. Whenever you're ready, I'm more than happy to begin discussion. Hey, take a step back, relax and enjoy the ride. We've got a long flight ahead of us. There will be time for all that soon enough. Several hours later, after falling asleep on one of the lounge chairs on the observation deck, I started awake by the sharp slap of a newspaper hitting the side of the table beside me. It was a copy of the Royal Herald, the top story being the revelation about Lesbia's involvement in the Friendship Day bombing. Smollett was standing over me with a grin on his face, little Victor in his arms. Just look at that. It's amazing that we can accomplish when our two nations work together. Would you care for a drink? We've got everything. Ooh, whatever you're having. I feel like that'll get Victor Smollett on a good side. Whatever you're having. I confess I'm not much of a drinker, Your Majesty, unless it's to butter up to a potential trade partner. Shall we? We made our way to a private room where drinks were already set out for us. Even the baby had a bottle waiting for him. We took our seats in front of the window with a view just as fantastic as before. Travelling in style. Cheers. Smollett and I clinked glasses. You're the first world leader to share a ride on my airship. Honoured. I'm honoured. You should be. Everyone else is so official and by the book. I could invite Prime Minister Alvarez here, but he'd pay more attention to the liquor than the view. And Queen Beatrix? Ha! Forget it. It's as if they don't want to be friends. Not like us. They friends go over each other's homes only to become permanent residents, rearranging furniture to decaying house rules and never leaving. Is that what we are? Friends? Our two nations have been there for each other in the past. I see no reason why we can't continue the partnership now and in the years to come. Which is why we're here, so let's get into it. Smollett slipped his drink before pulling out a cocktail napkin from his jacket pocket, or sipped. There was a vague scribbling on it. If you remember, we signed an agreement regarding condition of Zill's return in Rizia. He held up a napkin where I could make out a list of terms for our amended treaty. How could I forget? Oh, I never remember anything I signed. In fact, I'm going to fill you in a little secret. I don't read any of the bills or treaties that I put my name on. I have a whole department whose job is to handle that. I prefer the annotated version, direct and to the point. Go this napkin around once more. Allow me to be direct to the point. I'm here to remove all well enforcers from the territory of Zill, but this effort hasn't been in vain. Can we please get back on track? I feel we're moving in the wrong direction. Smollett's expression turned cold. I'll be the judge of that. A brief moment of tension quickly subsided with a flash of President's trademark smile. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. His attention returned to his napkin. We made an agreement, Your Majesty. I believe we both remembered its terms. I'll leave it to the host's discretion. You're too kind. Give him a funny deal. Okay, so let's talk about trade. According to my notes, now, as for security-related matters, if I'm deciphering my handwriting correctly, it says here, you didn't break any of the security or counter-terrorism promises you made to Wellham. Oh wait, that's because you never made any such promises in the first place. I have to reiterate how disappointed I am that Rizia turned a blind eye to the unrest and turmoil brewing within your neighbour's borders. Prior to consider, Rizia cannot be expected to intervene in every matter that concerns you. Please understand that we must prioritise our own concerns or positive influence caused by Rizia's decision. Appreciate the apology, but unfortunately it doesn't do anything to change the current situation. Therein lies the problem, Your Majesty. The British threat isn't just a threat to Welland, but to the area region as a whole. Hopefully, Welland can count on steadfast allies like Swordland, who acknowledge the danger posed by the BFF. While our operations are still ongoing, I have all the confidence that we will succeed. Smollett looked at his cocktail napkin. By the way, I've heard nothing but gratitude from compatriots from my country working in Rizia. You've really taken it upon yourself to better their situation, not counting the new religious tax, of course. So that's it for the treaty. I hope you understand that I have reservations about our partnership given the events of the past few years. No, will. What's your reservations taken? Mainly conditions you have for Rizia in the future. Wait, actually, true is not the only factor at play. I was very happy how you and your security forces handled the Friendship Day bombing investigation. Even if the culprit wasn't whom either of us suspected, you're handling yourselves very adept in the war of Pales, when unlike Williams, Your Majesty. The amount of military stuff you've managed to amass since your reign began is truly impressive. It troubles me that you still haven't come to your senses regarding your one-sided relationship with Rumberg. I need to think about this for a second. Smollett finished his drink very slowly. So what do you say? Does Rizia meet your criteria for friendship? Well, as far as friendship goes, Smollett abruptly halted mid-sentence, seemingly captivated by the view outside the window. He stood up and approached the glass. Turning to see what caught his attention, my gaze caught the rays of the setting sun travelling across the body of water, illuminating an all too familiar city on the distant shore. Majesty, may I present Zeal? Then said this time Smollett. The view is stunning. I spurned it lightly. Smollett and I continue to gaze at the view in silence. I must say, the sight of Zeal takes your breath away every time I see it, which is why I will very much miss seeing the Welland flag flying proudly over its expanse. Missing seeing Welland's flag fly over it. Hold on, did you just say what I think you said? I'm saying that you've gone above and beyond your efforts to secure Zeal's return to Rizia, and you have my most sincere respect and deepest admiration. As far as I'm concerned, Zeal is yours. There's the news. Maybe we could come to an understanding. This is truly the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I feel the same way. What Welland and Rizia have goes far beyond friendship. It's a bond that can never be broken. Oh, but first, Smollett successfully convinced Smollett to return Zeal peacefully. Smollett opened a cabinet and took out an attached case. In honor of everything we've accomplished, I wanted to give you a small token of gratitude. A beautiful doorstopper, intricately carved by our most skilled of artisans. He opened his attached case and pulled out this oblong wood object, presented it to us with a flourish. I couldn't help but notice the item's unique shape. In front of you, as a return gesture, I'd like to cordially invite you to my daughter Vina's wedding. Oh, it's true. Yes, this truly cements our agreement in place at the annals of history. How does deal neither between Saturn and deal? Is that the negotiations in the whole? Should I invite him to Vina's wedding? I feel like that would be really funny. There's a dictator in the corner. Hello. That'd be awkward, wouldn't it? How the rent-free act. The rent-free. She's like, Welly Welly. Oh, she didn't like that comment, apparently. Doesn't matter. Yeah, come on, come to my wedding. Come to my daughter's wedding. He put a hand to his heart. Oh, Your Majesty, I would be honoured beyond words to join the royal family on such a special occasion. One of my wives and I will be there. Miss sipping on fine wine and revelling on each other's company, as the influence of our successful diplomatic negotiations with Zeal return gradually became apparent. However, it wasn't until after our descent, during my journey back to the palace, that the full weight of it truly struck me. Oh yes, Zeal is ours! And a war phase! Even better! Yes! Oh! Invasion of Pales. Overview. Situations. Partially restored territorial integrity. Partially. Moved around to Rizia swiftly. Circling over Stalport. Right, let me go to the toilet very quickly, and we're going to head into the next phase of battle. Ah, stuck. Ooh. Give me one moment, my friends. Simba. Sorry, I'm stretching. Oh! Right, my friends, are we ready for the next phase of combat? Hope you are. Oh. Alright, let's get to it. Invasion. Ah, no, get back there. Invasion of Pels. Operation Total Tranquility. Phase 1. Oh, wow, that's a lot of them, though. Wow. They have some serious supply lines. At least we... Oh, so if we claim the two, we claim the whole region. Understood. So we can just, like, blitzkrieg them. Got it. Ship here, ship... Oh, they have quite a few ships, actually. What about, our ships? What are they looking like? Deploy them up? No. We have to deploy them down. Blockading. Okay, so they've got a naval blockade over here. So there's 3 cities we need to take over. Take Remmers, Souls, and Pales itself. Got it. It's got a flagship in here. Let's get military ships to escort and the submarine. We're going to need everything we can to try and get around this, but it doesn't seem good. -1 health per turn to hostile ships. Got it. We're going to have to be really careful about this one. Really careful, because that flagship is going to assist Pales to hell. That is ridiculous. Obviously, we'll have loads of tanks here, but this is a crazy amount of support. Enemy naval blockade. Prevents controlled naval units from moving. So we need to take that out, basically. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Where's the mountains over here? Mountaineer. Over here, we're going to friendly airfield. Do our best to take out these guys. We're going to attack the Mountaineer. Get them on. Don't worry, we'll get you on your mountain soon enough, my friend. And then we want, obviously, tanks as our front line. I don't think any other unit is as strong as the tanks, obviously. The Zara elites are like a tank. Literally a tank, basically. But I don't know if we want to use up any of those just in case of risk. And obviously being killed. Let's get that one back. We're going to put 4 tanks literally everywhere. That's crazy. And then some extra. Wow. Do we want some up here? Could a tank attack? Could a tank attack the ship? See the icon on the coastline. What, the blockading? No, tank can't attack the ship. Which icon, my friend? I see the blockade stuff. Friendly naval blockade. Next to Pales. This one here? Like coastal artillery? See coastal artillery. See the fort. See tacticals. I see the... Yeah, cannon icon. Yeah, coastal artillery. We need to deal with that, I imagine. Oh, that one. So this one's a naval HQ at Staples? Or... Oh, no, it's got to be a Staples. Oh, the northern one. Okay. The North Pale. So we want to try and take that out. Maybe... Oh, we can drop troops into here, can't we? I bet we can. I'm for certain we can. Ooh, maybe get some Marines in there. Maybe, I don't know. We'll try it. Let's get our other tank in. This will be more of a support tank, but we'll be there anyway. Support will dot around, but obviously we're going to have a lot of tanks in there to begin with. Parachuters, and it also does damage to enemy ships that are close if you take them. Really? And what's very close? Lots of enemy ships. So if I can take both of those, especially this one, that one's far out, so we can just drop someone in there. But we can drop paratroopers into each of these. That would be amazing. Have potentially extras. I'm going to have to do that, yeah? That'll start to destroy their navy with us focusing on everything else. Do you think I need to deploy any infantry, or do you think it's okay? Because I feel like this is going to be a lot more directional. Like, we're just going to start steamrolling through quite quickly, I feel. You can deploy later. Okay, let's start. Right. We can deploy directly into both of these. Should I deploy paratroopers into both of these now? Would you agree? Northern one. Got it. The forces uncovered in sea is the hostile naval command base. The facility hidden along the coast of previously thought impossible to locate. Capture of high-ranking officers and crucial intelligence data has significantly disrupted Pale's naval effort. For now enough. Okay. Coast is clear. Oh wow, we destroyed it and we destroyed the ship immediately. Ah. Do we need to give them anything to support them? We've got that one. Do we want to take the other one or no? And we need to get our troops all the way over here. Just let it be, okay. Do we want to be using our navy to kind of head over there now or do that later? Because we've got our flagship ready and support ships as well. Just win the land battle. Understood. Right. Right. Let us have some fun. I was curious where I can deploy them throughout. Okay, so we can get people next to Ramez. We can actually dot them around quite nicely. Very like. Naval landing. We don't really have any navy close enough. Obviously, we can put some people here. We've never used them before, but we'll figure that out as we go. Obviously, I'll use your advice on that front, Lord. But we have a nice bomb to use at the moment. So we'll figure out who will be the recipient of that soon enough. This unit needs to heal. I was going to say this unit took damage last turn. mountain-based, which is not ideal. Trying to figure out what's a nice way to kind of jump into this. Nice as you can attack that, technically. Oh no, you can't. You can only attack sea targets. Oh, that's a shame. Sorry, I'm just planning in my head how we want to do this. We obviously, it's going to be this like kind of approach forward, but I do take into account the amount of turns we have. We need to send more people up. We need to send people down. If we have the ability to paratroop 2 units in here behind them, really does help. But that ship would assist them. But then the extra 6 for that and the air support is quite nice to have. Bomb the tank on the northern mountain. What, the very far north or middle? What would you say, my friend? Underneath it. Okay, so this one attack. So yes, north. Got it. Bombed. I'll just take that. No. Uh-oh. Tap those beneath it first. Ah, I see the potential problems. I'll make sure I win. Whoops. Understood. I could have done that a bit better, but we'll take it. That's fine. That's fine. We'll have a nice little hold in there. We'll move tanks in. Don't worry. Might have messed up a little bit that turn, but we've destroyed a little bit of it. Okay. Tank in north would already be gone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, defending. Okay. Attacking. Not great. Not great. I'll see about them. I'll give them the support if needed. Right. Need to overrun that. We don't want to lose too much force here. Who's being attacked right now? Oh, is it the tank here that's being attacked? I can't actually tell. Oh, it's our guy on here. Right, support. Oh, wow, we need to count at 10. And the tank's defenses are quite solid, actually. It's only counted as 2. Why is that? Why is that? It's counted really badly for this unit. I don't know why. Unless I bomb someone, would that help? Let's just overrun that tank. Press that advantage. We're already missiles, so that's brilliant. We can't support the ocean, can we? Just curious on that front. We need to get some of our support trucks up, but I don't think they'll technically be in range to support. Well, that I don't think they would be either. North would already be gone. So whoops. I think someone here needs to be bombed. Maybe the division here. What's their health? Yeah, I guess a bomb would inflict 4 damage. That would not kill them. That would kill them. Who do you think would be the best to take out here? The Mountaineers? No? No, 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 no. What would you say the best way to solve that is? My friend, who do you think I should boom boom? Should I give them the one in the Western Mountains? Here? This one. This left one I should take out. Yes, got it. Oh, perfect. Amazing. And then give my air support to here, since these guys are going to get wiped if I don't think. Yep, brilliant. Oh, and they'll lose health as well. Brilliant. Do I add another paratrooper, do you think? Just thinking. Just thinking on that front. Yes, another paratrooper here. Anti-ship in the east. Got it. Paratrooper deployed. Taken out that one. Ah, and we're out of turns for this one. But at least we've won that one. And we've got this new anti-ship emplacement. Brilliant. Let's see what the next turn brings. One unit stomped. We'll take that next turn. Another unit stomped. We can drop someone on that next turn. And the ships are losing health. Brilliant. Okay, they're attacking back, but we can deal with it. I mean, that one's a bold defense. That's not so good. That's not so good, but we can... Actually, that's not that bad. Actually, now I think about it. Oh, there's quite a few of them assisting, though. That's fine. Right. Right. We can deal with this. these be in our front line. We want to assist them as much as possible. So maintain the south. Okay. Okay. So what? Take the mountain? Attack the tank. Use this tank here. The northern one. Yeah, this tank here. Yes, I see it. Yep. Not great to see that sort of number. Overrun and support. I want to overrun. Let just take that. Support. Support. My debate is, do I move a tank in to support? Probably need to be honest. That amount of destroyed unit. Yep. That. That unit's destroyed. I kind of want to take that. At least we've got an airstrike. Airstrike. Yep. Tank. Yeah, we've got air support here. No, air support. Okay, air support this, yeah? Remembering that we're about to be attacked here. So we've got to be careful. Yes, air support this. Got it. Done. Victory's in sight there. Here's a little bit trickier. There's two little conflicts happening here. On this one. On the coast. This one? Or a different one? Yes, this one. Got it. Bombed. Brilliant. They'll be weak. Should I kill that one or should I just drop another power on it? But I feel like for me another paratrooper would be the way to go, but I just want to get your opinion on that. It cost us the unit anyway, right? At least we're taking out another. We're right next to Pales, a massive site. Oh, okay. I'll hold off. Battle in the west. Okay. Let's have another look. And this could use with some support. They're taking more damage even though they attack me. This one, we would lose some damage. We're losing right now. Okay. Let me... Opposition locked? You not... What? Oh! Not supported it. Sorry, I might have messed up on that front. Sorry, I didn't know. In fairness, I didn't know that. Whoops. It's fine. If it loses 1 health, we'll live at least. It'll live. That one we're doing more damage to. This we should win. At least. Oh, I see us winning this. Don't worry. Minor setback. Paratrooper in the north. Done. Boom. Arrow that one, will move him through to just wipe that next turn. We'll be fine. It might hurt us a little bit, but we'll switch out tanks or something. We'll be fine. I kind of just slapping each other, by the way. I do find that very silly and funny at the same time. Fleeing, amazing. That's what we want to see. They're taking damage over time, which is brilliant. That's not great. There's a lot attacking that as well. Oh my goodness. That unit is not doing... Oh, no, it's not doing as badly as I thought it would, admittedly. This unit, what are you looking at? Oh, okay, you're only 3 behind. Kill the unit in the east. This one? The tank? Or the mountaineer? We got a bomb. Oh, no, it's our mountaineer being attacked. No, next to Pales. This one? Or this? Oh, this one. Like, take them out. Should I drop another power on it? Or should I attack it with this unit? What do you think, my friend? Good choice. I think it's style points, really, isn't it? Yeah, I think having extra troops here, because at least this unit can support that one then. Like, this one can support this one, you know? Even drop another power there and support. I think that's a bit excessive for this time. But nice that we're next to Pales already. That's huge. That is huge. Just thinking. We have a good old bomber we could use. Here I want to deal with. I feel like supporting here will be a good idea. Good, that leaves it to -1. Then Move you here and support. That. Bomb the attacker. What, this one or this one? I guess the mountain one's better to take out. Happy with me taking? I don't know who the attacker is technically though. How would you define it from this? Is it the tank who's attacking then? Looking at that. Yes, it is the tank. Yes, sorry. Yay, dead tank. Woohoo. We can't just move in and take that though, can we? Sadly. Oh! That was an accident. I didn't think it would click on that quickly. Fair enough. Right. Whoops. Support this, because that tank's losing. Now at least we're beating them back. They're sort of in a lot stalemate, but that will lose next turn. Then we're at Celez. Or at least the gates of Celez. Build a tank. I don't think we can this turn, sadly. I accidentally supported with this tank, so don't worry on that front. Who should we give air support to? Probably this guy, I feel. Unless we have something we want to attack. Because if we attack here right now, this ship will mess us up. It's got 9 health left. Wow. That's got to add 7 defense to the city. So that's crazy. Para. Where should I drop the para? Here? And support? Should I support with this para? I haven't supported them at all. I'm so stupid. Fair enough. Yep, that makes more sense. But I could do that. I could probably para that tank as well if I had a para left. Whoops. That's my stupidity there. Oopsie. Expect no less. I meant on the northern tank. No! What can we do? Support this. Should I just run it with that tank? Run it through with this tank? Cut these guys off? But then this will be attacked immediately, this tank. Air support north tile. So air support this one or this one, which is going to be overrun. They will die. Like, you happy with me to air support this? Because north. Yeah. This. Oh, not water. Yes, that is enough. Correct. You know directions. Alright, we're able to steamroll that one next turn. Lovely. We've damaged them. The paras are doing their job. We've nearly sunk that ship. Amazing. Oh, they fortified. No! Right, we can wipe them out if we want to. Obviously, this tank needs to be overrun. It's got 5 defense. Not ideal. Not ideal. We need to move up people to assist. We can take out the Mountaineer, but it'll cost us a little bit. 0 health. Oh, so if we attack, it just dies? Oh, yeah. Fair enough. We do need to move armor in, though, to assist, I feel. Because we're starting to get a little bit outstretched. Just thinking. You can still overrun it. Okay, so if it's got 0 health, we can still overrun. Overrun this one? I imagine so. But we want to take the chance whenever we have it. That is supporting, so should I attack that? Re-added to Fortify. Was Fortify not a thing? Or was it removed, sorry? For a while. Imagine so. Sounds of it. I like that we're going to finish this war in this turn. I feel it, by the way, guys. I feel it. Feel it. We're going to take it. We've got 2 paras on the border, basically. And then we have them supporting. Then we can bomb it. Though it has a ship, we should be able to take it. I feel it already. Our fine coastal guns taking out the enemy ship. We'll be good. We'll be good. It's in 2.0 and removed in 3.0. Okay. Okay. Ramaz might be the difficult city to take because we're in Celez already, basically. But we've got a load of turns left to do this. Celez, Ramaz, and then Pales. Pales will obviously be the most difficult because that is their capital. They're going to want to defend that as hard as possible. When it says 8+, what does that mean? So it's got 5 defense and 1 health per turn. Okay. And then that does 4 damage to something. Then we have that, which is the big assister, the 6. Because they don't really have that much attack. 3. I'm trying to think they assist 6. Double it. Maybe take Pales? I don't know if that would work, because I'm assuming all the units here would assist Pales. So I'll have to check on that one. I'm just going to... You know what? Take Pales now. You think I could take Pales now? Yeah, we could take Pales. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's huge. Sorry, I know we'd need them in there. Probably didn't need all of that, but it's going to be cooler. Trust me. Taking Pales. We've taken your capital. They're supporting here. They'll start taking more damage. They're 2 turns off. Move a tank in to support. Trying to think. We need more tanks towards the front line. Do you think I should move in some... Attack the support in the north? This one? Or this one? This one? So I realize I said this one or this one. So this one. Yep. That's not so good. We're going to lose that tank. Got the other tank right here. That is really not good. Well, that's unfortunate. We can't move anyone to support, and we're stuck in this. We've lost another tank. Well, that was oops on my side. Didn't see the ship. That's fine. Don't worry on that. Marine. I don't think I can get any Marines on here. We've got Marine access here. But that's not great. We've got no one here, so there's a shame. Should I overrun this guy? Just because? No, that's a tank there. But I'm fine with that. You know, it's one tank. Yeah, let's just take out this guy. Overrun. Bye-bye, tank. It was an honor. Thank you for your service. We've taken their city. We've captured Pales with very little losses up until this point. Oh, it's broken. Yes, it's not dead. It's not dead. We can fix that. Yeah, we sunk your ship. Navy. Bye-bye, Navy. Uh-oh. That is surrounded. That's really bad. Well, that's why I say maybe. That is fair. We can hopefully switch out of it. Right, you're not looking so good. Understood. This is the tank I'm worried for now. That tank is not having a great day. It's just unfortunate, really, isn't it? Though admittedly, I can give it air support and I think it will win. But I think this might need the air support. Because you've actually got units around you, at least. Like mountaineers and whatnot that can support. Now, let's think. I've got a bomb. Where should I place this perfectly placed missile? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 more turns to take Ramaz and Soles. Well, at least now it's just holding, right? We've got that at least. At least we've got Pales. That's huge. Humongous. Oh, we can deploy Marines behind them. Should I deploy Marines here? Now that we've taken that, we've opened up loads of Marine slots. Okay. Loads. Because I know that's our tank line, but... How about use the tank in the north and move into the old tank? Marines are a lot stronger than paratroopers. Should I get a Marine here and assist? Let me think. So this, I'll have to actually move this to change, by the way. Okay with that? We'll have to use a turn to switch. Yeah, let's just do that. Swap them out. And swap these 2 out. That at least keeps him to the back line, at least. Because if they go for him, it's done so. Happy with that? Yes. Okay. Mountain locked, but he's safe now. And no one can get to him. At least they shouldn't, because they're locked in combat. Then it's here and here. Now attack with the tanks. Attack here or attack here? Which one? Attack these guys with the tanks attacking here, or attack this? So Les. I need another water, man. Dingbat, can I train you to go and get me a glass of water? I don't think she's quite at that ability level. You probably have best though, bless her. Cute cat. Bomb the attacker in the north. Who's attacking? So the attacker is this one, so bomb this guy. Am I right in saying? So I'm just checking who the attacker is, but I'm assuming it's going to be the really highlighted one, which is this guy. Looks right. Got it. Funny enough, didn't kill him. Didn't take it out. Interesting. Then get a Marine in, maybe? Because that didn't fully work, but it's helped, definitely. Send in marine support. Got it. Naval invasion and assistance. We'll lose 1 health, but we can live with that. Then I've got air support, which I assume I should probably give this tank. I think the air support would actually seal its fate, by the way. It would stop it from dying. Give it the extra 4 defense it needs. Yeah. Amazing. They're going to lose health from this now. Perfect. And then... I wish there was a way to kind of have these creep in without having to use these precious action points. Like, jeez. We don't have too long left, but we're close at least. Another marine? Where to, my friend? Here? Yeah. So that's the first I imagine you wanted to place. There we go. Held at least. That's the key part. And broken. Amazing. Important, we can deal with this. Right, it's that tank attacking. Got it. So, should we... I mean, we've got hails. March this guy down, overrun this one. Overrun where we can. Any others overrun? No, I don't think so. Cool. Well, at least we have 2 people that can kind of attack. Oh, no, wait. They've got this one. No, he's in combat, but at least we've kind of got 2 spots where we can attack this place now. Les. Just thinking. I'm just thinking. Thinking. Who should we attack? So what are they looking at? They're -6, so if we air support them, they'll be fine. Roughly. Oh no, they would be fine. What about this one? Ah, they need the air support as well, so it's a matter of who do we want to support. Do we want to support the tank, or do we want to support this? It's just how we go around it, really, isn't it? That support is supporting. Yep, makes sense. That's 4 attack, though, but it's only 2 defense, which is the issue. And this is a defensive little thing, isn't it? Wouldn't really bring us out of the issue. We have got a bomb, which we can use, obviously, up to ourselves. To be fair, we could take Celeste. I feel like if we attacked, bombed, and took Celeste, we'd have it, but then we'd lose this unit. We'd probably lose this unit. I don't want to get slaughtered. A little overview of the map right now. More Marines we could potentially throw in, but don't need to for now. Still like the way this is going, by the way. It still feels like victory is very much in sight, because we've got 3 more phases, and I feel like I can get someone through to here within 3 phases. Like, Ramaz will definitely fortify the tank in the north. Damaged one. So this one. Yeah, because tank normally has 4 health, right? Yeah. So, this one. So, air support. So, air support this one. Yeah, oh, sorry. I mean, as in, like, I don't know what you mean by fortify. As in, like, have troops assist? Or air support? Sorry. Plus button. Ah! Well, that's what fortify is! Figured it out. Like, the damage! I can hear you getting angrier. Sorry, Lord. Smooth brain. To be fair, these 2 can assist here and they'd actually hold it. Right, where to fight next? Where to fight? Just thinking. This airstrike would wipe that, and then we can move a unit to take here. Potentially. And that'd be 2 people who can get to Celeste. I know that one can't, actually. I didn't realise. I'll go if someone in this and take Celeste. Figuring out how we could take this. If we can move the Mountaineers here and support, but the Mountaineers don't. Oh no, they have 4 defense. In fairness, they could actually really help turn the tide of that one. Even if it's -2 damage, it's less. Yeah? Or They don't die, at least. That's something. That is something. They will not die. Then use reinforcement. Air support. Got it. Who do you want to bomb? Who do you want to bomb, my friend? Well, I messed up that one. Sazin levies. Where should we put them? Sazin levies, Azaro elites, Taurus levies, or infantry. I'm imagining you want to use the Azaro levies since they're basically the same as a tank. Where should we put these bad boys? I did use the wrong one there, so sorry about that. I used put the troops in the front. I don't know how we can get them. Well, like as close as possible. And infantry. Just use infantry? Normal infantry? Oh, Zorro's elites. Yep. So just get them up front. Here. Oh no. Whoops. Whoops. Where is Zorro elites? 2 Zorros, 1 infantry. Let's put them on the 3 tiles. Got it. And then 1 here. Oh, I just realised we've not supported this whatsoever. Whoops. Whoopsie. Find this here. Good with that. And then I just click deploy. Does it use up all of these for each unit I deploy, or does it just deploy them all? Like 1. Yes. Okay, it uses 1 for that deployed. Okay, brilliant. We can support this. Got to start right. No, 1 action point. Okay. So support this, I'm imagining. Bomb the north. The aggressor in this one was the tank. We saw it, so bomb the tank. Brilliant. -2 on that. Support with the Marines? Or support with the tank? Which would be better? Oh, I guess the tank is better to support, right? And that has no health, and that's moved up, which is a worry. That would at least make it even, so no one would really lose. 4th stat support. Right. So who do you think we should use? Should I use the tank to support here, or the Marines? I'll use the tank. At least makes them take some damage. Oh! And they'll lose it. Okay, understood. Right. And turn. We need to turn some things around. We need to put in some more effort, but we'll take this. We will take this. It's this one I'm starting to worry about a little bit, because we're not having any troops anywhere near. And we've only got 2 turns. So steamroll that, I'm imagining, and then just attack the Soles, because we have 2 units on it. Hells is under attack. Not ideal. It's been bombed. Steamroll that. Attack Soles. Got people defending. Bomb it. Bomb it. Brilliant. And then that loses 1. We can use support here. Air support as well. Got it. There we go. So that's ours. Sorted. How do we go around taking Remez? That's going to be the difficult one, I feel. Overrun that. Potentially attack here. Who's actually going to attack this? You two. 2 cities are better than no city. That's fair. That's fair. And then we really push. I mean, really push. Maybe we could take Remez. If I can take out this tank unit, maybe we could do it, but we've used up all of our support, and I don't think they would be enough to take these guys out. But they're locked in, though. The southern battle. So what, this one? Aid these guys? With your flag? Oh, good point. Right. Wow, that's still not enough. Is that not my flagship? Oh, that is my flagship. Wow. Still not enough. So we're still 3 low. The tank, I guess. We'll lose 1 health, but how much health does that unit have? That's 2. Should I take out this... another ship? Ah! Perfect. Sorry, I should have used the ship, not the tank. My fault. Oh no, the tank's got high defense. Overrun this guy. Perfect. Overrun. We have an access point. Acting on the information about the intelligence agent being held captive in the city of Solaire, our forces attacked and successfully captured the city. Anticipating the swift rescue, however, upon securing the city and interrogating the local officials, it became glaringly evident that the intel was rude. They didn't know where to be found within the city's confines. Direct our troops in front to the rescue. I won't interrogate anyone because I feel like, well, war crimey, you know. Doesn't matter if they move out. We can somehow, if I can take this unit, I'll have a direct path. And we'll have technically next turn, right? Because I think it gives you that turn. And if we bomb it, maybe if we air support it, we'll get it. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I really want to try it. Really want to try it. I'm thinking attack these guys. Support with ship. Oh, you've been bombed. Ow. It's not great. You okay? No, you've got nothing for a turn. Wow. Attack these guys. What's your thoughts on this, by the way? Attack these guys. Assist. Win the tank battle. That's fair enough. Tank might be back. Which is fair. Which is fair. I've only got one extra, though. I'm just thinking, because how could I win this right now? Because I want to try and take him out this turn. If I bombed it, maybe, with that assist? Like, bomb the tank. Maybe I could... I'm trying to think. That wouldn't work. I'm just trying to think of what could we do to get to Ramaz this turn. Bomb the unit and stuff. Bomb this unit. Yes. Bombed, and we can steamroll that. What? How is that? Oh, motherfucker. Ah, crap. I didn't realise that. Shit. Let's support the tank. That at least wins that encounter. Or, well, damages them. Crap. Oh, no. I didn't realise that. Shitty shit. Give it support, at least it loses 1 health rather than 2. I didn't realise that a broken unit with no health could not be overrun. That's really annoying. Whoops. Ah, this is pulled. We'll support the battle. Yeah. Support that one. I'll take that. We could break through that for this turn. We could take here. I feel it. I just don't know how long we have left, technically. What? Move here, support, you think? Move here. Yes. Perfect. Ah! Ooh. Enemy bombers. Yes. Yoink. And your support. Brilliant. That takes them out. Then we can steamroll, at least have 2 units on Ramaz. This relies on next turn. If next turn goes how it should, hopefully, we will have it. We will have it. We would have taken all of their major cities. Pels, Solaire. Unit in the west, take the mountain supply line. This one. Assuming. Yes, just for lols. Got it. Supplies. Brilliant. Right, done. Next turn. The final turn for this battle. This is it. Perfect. That couldn't be better. Now I don't have to pay to move them up. I mean, well, fine, I guess. Fine, you guys do you. You guys do you. You do what you need to do. It's fine. Don't care about you anymore. We have a direct path. But if I attack you, you're gonna bring all of these into another conflict. Because I can't attack you just directly, can I? Right. Your advice, my friend. Could I just launch this up just to get an idea of points? Just launch this attack, just so we know the idea of points-wise. What we need. Tank on tank attack. So attack this tank with the tank. You're sure 100%? Because I'm worried these will get involved and we lose it. Or at least it will end up in a stalemate. Sure this is good? No, attack the support unit. This unit? This support here? Oh, this tank. This tank attack this tank? Yes. Okay. That's that. Yeah. I mean, this is our final turn. Then attack this because they're locked into that now? Oh, I think I understand what you're meaning now. Now I can attack the city. Oh, we've got the city! The city will be ours on the end of this turn. Amazing. And that's the end of the war, basically, isn't it? We'll have all of their major cities. Les, Pales, and at the end of this turn, whatever this one's called. Yes, right. What should we attack for the lols, then? We need to support our boys here. We can't have a loss right at the end now. Let's give you air support. Yeah, try to win this battle. Air support, we've got 2 more things left. You're in just a bad place right now. Let's swap you out, just in case they try and do something silly. Ah, of course, of course. Build that unit. Is that technically taken out, or will that happen at the end of this turn? They'll move in. Because I don't like that it just says continue. It doesn't say anything. Really don't like that. Is this technically our city, or is this overrun? Or have we technically not taken it? I don't think we've technically taken it, have we? Oh, no, there's one more phase left. Okay, okay, understood. Total Tranquility successful. Following strategic momentum of Operation Golden Shield, our armed forces successfully executed Operation Total Tranquility. Capture of Pel's capital city. The significant achievement underscores the effectiveness of our military strategy and command structure, marking a pivotal moment in the campaign. Efforts are underway to ensure smooth transition with focused stability and reconstruction. What Drazen? House of Delegates visit. Oh, come on. Taking the capital. I think that's the main one, right? As long as you have the capital. Mark Faris from the front lines. Enemy naval capabilities crash. Appropriate sees a vital Legion naval command base, while our enemies clearly assume the base to be hidden. Strategy forces located successfully took over the base without much difficulty. Bases are to maintain command center for the Legion Navy. Their communications have now been severed, drastically reducing the effectiveness of their navy and coordinating the resistance against us. House of Delegates visit. Side by side, Hugh and I walked once more through the halls of the House of Delegates. Politicians in their variously coloured sashes hurried past us, bowing as they did. Your triumphant zeal is the talk of the capital, Your Majesty. We are all looking forward to putting the last 28 years behind us. Over my counsel's invaluable advice. Once we take Pels, the full reunification of Rizia will be complete. What a grand day that will be. Hugh and I took our usual seats on the dais. The delegates filed in, followed shortly by Daria de Rava and House Speaker Manus Sazin. My future son-in-law bowed before my seat, then straightened up confidently and rang the bell. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Majesty, Your Grace, Madame de Rava. We open this session by acknowledging the cession of Zeal Agreement and the imminent return of Rizia's long-lost territory. The delegates broke into applause. The RPP congratulates His Majesty on this diplomatic triumph. In a world where might all too often makes right, it is heartening to see the spirit of compromise win the day. People are doing it in the South, mate. His gaze came to land on me, and it is in my hope that our long-lost brothers and sisters will come back to a Rizia that has changed for the better. A kingdom that is finally at peace. May they leave the oppression of the Smolak regime and regain the freedom to choose their own destiny. Next to me, Hugo wore a dark expression. The boy has grown ever more bold in his demands for reform. The married princess won't be able to carry on this way for long. He is merely reflecting the opinion of the constituency. Changes in the air, whether we like it or not. Don't like it, what can I do? He said, could be worse. Got to marry the princess who won't be able to carry these views for long. You have to keep an eye on him. Vina too. At the podium next to us, Daria looked less than impressed. Nice words, Mrs. Sazum, but we have a practical issue to address. Now that Zeal's return has been secured, its governance must be decided upon. Manus made an offended noise. I didn't add that to the agenda because I didn't believe it worthy of debate. It will be part of Brennus as it was prior to 1927 agreement and governed the same as the rest of the province. By your own house, you mean? Your Majesty, the RNC has prepared an opinion on this topic. Go on then, let's hear it. Proceed, keep in mind I'm not obliged to side with either of you. And then please, let's hear it. So down at a note. Rizia's provincial system has served it well in the past, but at a time when national unity is paramount, it should not let the conflicting interests of the three royal houses divide us. Furthermore, we in the RNC wonder whether the Sazens deserve to be granted more territory. Seriously, Madam Speaker? It's been almost 30 years. Maybe a long time for a young man such as yourself, but not for those of us who remember the bloodshed of 1926. Duchess Angelica has had Isa restored to her. Your family should be content with that. I will add that Zeal will suffer the scars of Welland's civil war. This reconstruction must be overseen with the full strength of the crown. The RNC therefore officially recommends that the region be governed by Rizia's central authority akin to the Pale's administrative district. Excuse me? Maelus looked as agitated as I'd ever seen him. You act as if yourself has no conflict of interest controlling Zeal from Rizia Imperii will make it easier for you to place your own family in charge of its reconstruction. The majority of our Sazen has nothing to do with what happened in 1926. We have ancestral ties to this land, and we will shepherd its reintegration into Rizia with sensitivity and care. Daria looked at him skeptically. By that logic, I suppose, Pell should go to House Azaro when it is reconquered, creating that we can all agree is an imbalance of strength between the three provinces. In my view, no single family, House Taurus included, should hold enough power to defy the crown. Nobody is going to defy the crown. The bloodshed of 1926 or the War of Succession will never happen again. Surprised there all people on behalf of noble privilege. All three of these royal houses are an integral part of our history and tradition, which should be recognised as such. Here, but this week, it's time to move on. I mean, we're going to want to keep this for ourselves, right? That's how we want it to go either way. So we'll have to figure out something. As the Emperor should remember that King's citizen sympathies all others. Arguing on behalf of noble privilege. And this makes us sound a bit arsey, but I feel like it's a good reminder. Nobody said anything. Maybe who can grow Zeal? Now let's move on. Certainly. Daria turned a page in her binder. Our win in Operation Golden Shield provided a considerable boost to national unity. However, the war is still ongoing, we must find a way to keep morale up. Of course, all of Rizia will come together to celebrate Princess Vina's wedding. Smiled thinly at Manus. But perhaps we should find a way to extend Her Highness's good fortune to all citizens. A show of royal largesse. Imagine if every Rizian household had a car provided to them by the crown, perhaps even with His Majesty's face painted on it. In addition to providing millions with reliable transportation, it would signal to the world that Rizia is looking forward towards the future, when cars will no longer be luxuries but necessities. That sounds preposterously expensive. That may be so, but cementing the loyalty of your people will be worth it. I'd like to point out that if we put those same resources into public transit, we could move millions more people far more effectively. Creating more traffic and more pollution will only add to the existing problems in this country. With that, I believe then to sitting. Just rather, if the RNC reduces all people happy, I will consider your idea. In truth, we have a long way to go before we can even think about this proposal. Thank you for listening anyway, despite RPP's naysaying. As three final formalities after the session disbanded, Hugo stayed in his seat looking pensive. The Sazen boy has some nerve-demanding zeal after all these years. Then again, he's given away his last name for Vina, perhaps some sort of consolation prize is in order. With Zeal under command, Sazens would be capable in raising quite a large army against us. We must keep that in mind happening at all costs. The Rava was right, Rizia's provincials were relevant by era. Nothing about this until Zeal was officially returned. Our humorous friend could still have a trick or two up his sleeve before then. Good point. Together we stepped down from the days and allowed our guards to escort us out the door. Headed back to Palace Resna to finish some paperwork before dinner. Oh, I want to go into the second phase so badly, or the third phase, should I say, because I feel like we're going to smash that. Absolutely. Shame I couldn't get it in the one turn, but we can live with that. Oh, not the Alliance of Nations talk, no. Abolish the House of Delegates. The House of Delegates has long stood as a ceremonial body within Rizia's governance, comprising two parties. It serves only a perfunctory role in the Rizian government, and many of its members of the nobility view it as wholly unnecessary. Its abolishment result in a streamlined, efficient government leading towards an absolute monarchy. Oh, really? Should I abolish it or keep it? What's your opinions on this, by the way? Do it for the lols, abolish it? Yeah? Think I should? Again, guys, if you're not here to be live, I have nothing to say. Let's abolish it. I'm sure people won't be particularly happy with that, but read the report. Spontaneous protests as HOD closes. That makes a lot of sense. Wasteful House of Delegates no more. Codex, I'm going to say. Party leaders. Derry the Salva, not going to be happy about that. Manistazan, not going to be happy about that. I mean, any of them are going to be happy about that. Governmental House of Delegates. Does it say when it was disbanded? I wondered if it updated it saying then it was closed on. And then there's Republic. What's the overview here? Policies. Absolutist monarchy. On the decision of delegates, the kingdom has embraced an absolute monarchy structure. The Supreme Authority now resides with the monarch, supported by the council. The shift centralizes power, stripping legislative functions from representative bodies and consolidating authority directly under the monarch. Literally, there's literally no need of them. Royal decrees, what's changed now? Welfare, free medicine for subjects, free public transport, universal basic income for all, free electricity for households. Provide. I want to see. That's ridiculous. Fuel subsidies, free electricity for households. I'm clicking all of them. Just get rid of it. Wow, that's crazy. 8 budget per turn. Wow. 8 budget per turn. That's crazy. That is ludicrous. Like, yeah, let's just... We weren't bankrupt before. We will be now. Jesus, that's ridiculous. Also, if I look around this table, we should see that we have a lot more stuff than we used to. Oh no, it's a normal table, isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. Alliance of Nations. The royal convoy finally arrived at the entrance of the Alliance of Nations headquarters in Constantium. Now you only have 3 potential problems left. Okay, we can deal with these. We can deal with all of our problems. I looked around the foyer. Of all the leaders gathered here, we'd made the most grandiose entrance by far. Felt good about today. A voice over the loudspeaker announced it was time to take our seats. After the usual greetings, Laurent and I settled at our table in the conference hall. 1 civil arrest, 2 bankruptcy, 3 the house is betraying you. Okay. Only a few. Only a few problems to deal with. Leaned over and whispered in my ear. Here we go, Your Majesty. What's the worst thing that can happen? We will see. A man that I recognise as President Nines approached the podium. Civil unrest is minor as you want to work it. He sharply banged his gavel to begin the session. Good morning. I hereby open this Alliance of Nations. And you want 2 provinces. Okay. Today's agenda includes a vote regarding disputed territory of Hedgeland and a discussion of the region of Zeal. Oh, it just dawned on me. This is a meeting we've been to before, isn't it? This is where we'll see President Rain. I additionally invite all members of state to share any other urgent matters you believe deserve our collective attention. Nobody spoke. Very well. On to the first item on the agenda. The Alliance of Nations summons Martin van Horten, Prime Minister of Agnolia, to the stage. I looked around the room. The attendees' attention had begun to flag. You didn't even bother to disguise their yawns. Thank you, President Nines. Agnolia. Ugh. Good morning. It's an honour to see you all in this chamber. The Alliance of Nations and its position is paramount to maintaining peace in the world. It is the sole organisation that can bring all of us together. Not only for constructive discussions, but for collective problem solving. With our combined will and desire for justice, there is no issue we cannot resolve. I therefore ask you for your assistance in the fair and just resolution for a dilemma faced by my proud nation of Agnolia. It concerns Helgi Islands. Upon hearing the name of the island, everyone in the room woke up and sprang to attention. I heard Laurento mutter under his breath. This again, we're in for an interesting time. Keep watching. The innocent Agnolians living on the island are currently living under the long shadow cast by Vagsland. Their territorial ambitions know no bounds. There will be no rest until they have subdued every Agnolian soul on the land they have unlawfully claimed as theirs. Helgi Island is a vital piece of our heritage that Chancellor Hegel is trying to take away from us by force. I pose you this question. What would you have done if it was your own land under threat? Our eyes randomly met before he turned his gaze away. This place where your great-great-grandfather was born. Where your father was born. Would you not defend it? Would you not protect it with your life? There's a point. I know there's no chance Vagsland won't stand for this. No, they won't. Especially not reunited Contana back in the... For peace in Eastern Makopa, Helgeland has to be recognised as Agnolian. Don't forget, if you tolerate this happening to us, your own nations will be next. I urge you to do the right thing. Thank you. I see that Emmerich Hegel had a smirk on his face. He seemed confident. Thank you, Prime Minister. The vote will now commence. Nay. I. Abstain. I. Nay. Anton Rain! Wait, there he is! Hey! Rain, 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 rain. Woo! Nay. 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 So I'm like, to cast a vote. That's clearly a nay, isn't it? All of the people we like are saying nay. It's a nay. The vote concluded and President Nines took his seat. By a large margin, the nays have won. Hedgeland will not be recognised as Agnolian territory. Defeated, Martin van Horten shook his head in disbelief. His shoulders dropped. Who knew how he felt in that moment? Nine signalled for a break. Lorento stood up to catch a minister he wanted to talk to. I enjoyed the Kyrutian circular pastry with sesame seeds, apparently named Retgev. This was handed out as a snack as we waited for the session to continue. Yeah, I can imagine. Bitter Smollett, President of Welland, got up from his seat to speak. He held his arms up in the air and shouted, "Alliance of Nations, hear me!" He can't help making a dramatic entrance, can he? I've good news for you from our southeastern border. As agreed with King Romus Taurus, we will begin to transfer province of Zeal back to the Kingdom of Rizia. Therefore, Welland hereby officially revokes the Alliance of Nations Threat Mitigation Protocol instituted in 1952. The protocol was previously employed by Welland to address the contentious issue of Zeal's return. He did come around this time, it seems. I'm waiting for the bet. And it'd be wise to be careful until the very last second. I kept my word, looked at me and nodded. Nod back. Zillions are proud people. I will never forget my time my parents took me as a visitor during my youth. It was a warm summer day. He went on about his adventures in Zeal. After an eternity, he came back to the topic. Those were good times, but yes, anyway. The people of Zeal demonstrated their will to unite with Rizia once more. That much is clear from the incredibly popular pro-Rizia movements that have formed since we invoked the Threat Mitigation Protocol. Dear Zillions, I hear you in your call for the rule of law. I agree to ensure the legality of the transfer so that Zeal returns to Rizia once for all. I may have had to drag King Romus to the bargaining table, but it was all worth it. I heard a few laughs in the chamber. Can't help but mention one thing. This reunion happened despite the efforts of Lesbia, which, as many of you know and have conveniently decided to ignore, attempted to sabotage the process. I would like to call for a round of applause. For Welland, for Rizia, for the future of Zeal. For peace and prosperity. I mean, I can't say that. Clap for everyone involved. Thank you. President Mollot left the podium. The applause still echoing in the chamber. An aide leaned over to my ear to let us know that it was lunchtime. We had our way out the chamber. A gluten-free option, please. Ah, lunchtime. Deficit from low global energy prices. The recent drop in energy prices has led to a significant decrease in energy export incomes, leading to a concerning loss of our national budget. This problem presents a significant problem as we can't strategically allocate treasury resources elsewhere. No, my money! My money! No! I thought I could redeem it. No, countless colours of slaves. Oh. Global energy prices lowest in years. Welland begins transfer of Zeal. AN votes against recognition. Helgeland. The Imperial demands reparations for century-old alleged war crimes. Oh, my back. Oh. Overview. Situations. Oh, energy prices low. Party leaders. Adolfo. Salato. That is. Read the report. No fashion house opens to slaves. Widespread rallies. Industry park. Raisin will have some nibbles. I'm just thinking what I could do. Because I could potentially sell some energy. Because energy isn't a big issue for us at the moment. Just for that extra little bit of money. Little bit of money. But how much would I have to sell is the issue. And I can... Oh! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Wait a second. Energy prices are very low. So what can I do? I can sell military equipment. It's not a lot, but I was going to say, because there's a little bit. Should be a second one technically. It's our third batch. Yeah. As long as we have enough to offset. Yeah, that's fine. So long as we don't hit negative. Negative is the issue. Oh my god, we can do 4th batch. That's crazy. I don't want to do that just yet, but at least we're not going like below 0. That's what I want to do. And then hopefully we'll have won the war by that point. And we can go from there, though. I imagine post-war stuff is going to be quite costly as well. Obviously, we have the hydroelectric dam under construction. That's a big part as well. Hopefully, our negotiations with our guys around the corner, that will cause something. I've won the war already as far as it's... Okay. Lunchtime, Royal Dining Room, plus Resna. And I've realised it's probably going to be my longest part of this series, but I'm really enjoying the session today, and I started early. Probably got another hour in me if I keep going like this. And I hope you're all having fun too if you're watching on YouTube. Lord, I hope you're having a good time too. Thank you for being here and supporting me, and thank you to everyone else who's watching live. You're all legends. And thank you, obviously, to Dingbat. Good little cat. Right, let's continue. As I dined in the palace halls of nobility, adorned with paintings of Rizian royal figures, I was interrupted by Pavel. Because this part always so long, my estimations of 2-3 streams is pretty off. No, that's fair. That's fair. Pardon interruption, Your Majesty. The Captain Gordian is here seeking your immediate attention. Yeah, normally they're only 2 hours, so this being 4 is pretty close. He insists it's a matter of great importance. Everyone's marrying going to him, but well, send him in right away. Billy turned to open the door and ushered Titus inside. After a final sip of wine, I rose to welcome him. Titus hurried into the room and bowed. Sorry to disrupt you, sir. No worries at all. What can I do for you? Gestures at Pavel. Even at palace walls have ears, sir. You wouldn't mind. Mr. Adria is my confidant, not a wall. He will stay. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's quite alright. I'll see myself out. Pavel bowed respectfully before exiting the room. My investigation into Grand Wiseman has concluded. As it turns out, your suspicions about him were correct. I have now solid evidence that he was involved in your late father's demise. Please go on. I subjected many of his priests to interrogation. Unfortunately, eliciting any useful information from them proved impossible. Every one of them remained tight-lipped. Can't say I'm surprised. Their loyalty is to their Viceroy, not the king. Yes, they'd sooner part of their limbs than betray the Grand Wiseman. Anyway, just when it seemed we'd exhausted all our leads, a surprise witness who worked for the clergy came forward. A boy, actually. Gave us the break we needed. He led us to this, sir. Belonged to the Grand Wiseman. Talked to him in person, got it. He pulled out an evidence bag that contained a small brown bottle. Toxicologists identified this as mandragora. It's a deadly nightshade historically used to induce hallucinations. Slice overdose can result in death. He handed me the bag with the bottle. It still had a little bit of liquid left in it. Hallucinations. I wonder whether this was somehow related to the holy wine Sal drank at my consecration ceremony. Who was the boy that told you about this? Alfred Tilda, an orphan who was taken years ago. He trained to become a priest. Yes, so Sal drank crazy juice, and Sal saw the father on that night, so Sal poisoned and killed the king to get you in power. Am I right in saying that? So Sal the right... No. No. Unless Titus did this. And he's trying to get the boy. That's why we want to speak to the boy to find out what's happened. Oh, your dad just overdosed. Oh, so no one technically killed him. He just OD'd on his own regard. The slightest... Sorry, yeah. The slightest thing can cause... The slightest overdose can result in death. Ah, he OD'd. Fair enough. Initially, he hadn't divulged what he knew. The kid eventually opened up when we stressed that we were investigating a potential homicide. He was unaware of the substance was or how it was used. So at his age, he exhibits remarkable courage despite possible consequences. Where was the bottle found? The boy took us to a secret chamber within the capital's like sanctuary, which Sal seemingly utilized as a study. The priest gave him drugs to see God. This time he went too close to the gods. He saw them. Oh, he got to see them? Okay, so it's to help him hallucinate and see the futures, see what the gods were dreaming, but he overdosed on it. Ah, okay. There we found the bottle tucked away in some drawer alongside some of Grand Wiseman's other belongings. Mandragora, I suppose, right? The butler told you about substances inside should be rewarded. Is the bottle the only evidence you have? That's not all. There's something else you should see. Present with what appeared to be an old journal. Take it and read it. There were dates and short descriptions underneath. Read the first entry. October 18th, 16th, late afternoon. Valero agreed to go through the trials that I proposed. I fear what may come, yet I remain steadfast in knowledge that the prophesied king will eventually return. While he exhibits signs of joy and laughter, it appears that his dotage is insufficient. I will augment it. Meet the second entry. October 24th, sunset. It's hard to believe the king has entrusted me with this sacred task. Sometimes I think I take his faith in me for granted. We'll see if he is the one. I pray that it is true. I must up the dosage further. We are getting closer. Read the third entry. November 1st, close to midnight. The king is having convulsions. The dosage might be too high, but we are so close. Everything depends on this now. I administered the final dose on the 18th. Oh God, I pray for you for successful outcome. Fourth entry, November 18th, late evening. Not long after administering the final dose, I knew something was wrong. The darkness began consuming as if he had been cursed. The king whispered my name before I left his chambers. It echoes in my head. Sal, Sal, look after Romus. Valero was not the chosen one. I have failed. Perhaps his son. Time will tell. Your order, sir? Bring him to me. I will talk to him first. I'll bring him at once, Your Majesty. Several hours later, Titus and Fugars arrived, as did my esteemed guests. I had him brought to the king's quarters, the very place where my father took his last breath. I looked around at my bed, chairs and wardrobe, trying to imagine the room as it was on the night Valero passed. Here you are, Your Majesty, as instructed. The guards held Sal firmly by both arms. Ooh. Everyone out except Sal? I don't think Sal's going to try anything on his own, right? Yeah, I was going to say. Took a few tries to convince everyone to leave. Eventually, though, Sal and I were alone. I'd seen the journal in my hand, Sal's eyes filled with tears. Would you like to start, or should I? I feel like that's a solid one. Number 4, you happy with 4, my friend? Do what I think is right. Okay. Would you like to start, or should I? I'll remain silent. I suppose the honour is mine. I'll just head away in my next words. Tell me about this prophecy you were trying to fulfill. This has been passed down for centuries, Your Majesty, and I shall recite it for you. Beneath the watchful gaze of the ancients, on the hallowed altar, the king will partake in the sacred draught of its composition known only to the cloistered few. As the elixir courses through his veins, the world around him shall dissolve. In this expanse, the whispers of the ancients will foretell the trials and triumphs of his reign. Amidst this ethereal void, a silhouette will emerge, a boy born of his lineage, reaching for a crown that dances like a flame. Its form blurring the lines between now and what is yet to come, a symbol of a legacy shrouded in the mist of destiny. He stands as a king above all others, a living embodiment of divine decree. Through him, Rizia shall achieve a greatness unparalleled in the annals of history, lights of which the world has never seen. What happened with your father was a tragedy, but his death doesn't have to be in vain. Picking up where he left off, we not only honour his memory, but open the door to succeeding where he failed. By keeping the faith together, we will unlock the secrets to Rizia's glory and her salvation. What happened on the night? I want to know every detail. Sal trembled, his eyes died to the journal. It's exactly as I wrote it, Your Majesty. The king summoned me to his chamber for our final attempt at sacred ritual. As instructed by Holy Scripture, I prepared the tincture and administered it to His Majesty in a glass of wine. As soon as he consumed it, his eyes became wild with terror, as if witnessing something no man should ever see. He began slipping in and out of consciousness. When he spoke, it was unintelligible. Look after Romus were the only words I could make out. Why didn't you alert the guards? His Majesty had made me swear to keep the ritual a secret from everyone, and I was sure he would recover after a good night's sleep. I'm afraid I underestimated how weak he was. Do you feel remorse for what you've done? I do. Every day I offer prayers to God for forgiveness. Lyra was kind, a friend in Your Majesty. One of the few I could call upon. Entrust his life to me, and I told him. Sorry, I'll do that next. Finish with the interrogation? End this and let him go unpunished. Okay. Finish the interrogation, everyone please return. Titus and men came back to the room, eager to hear my verdict. Run for the rest of his life. I do not care what he has or hasn't done. You're not to mention a word of this to anyone. Sal walks free. I must say, this is not the direction I'd expect you to take, but I understand wholeheartedly. Your own wise men shall be released. Titus gestured for Sal to leave. The Westera bowed low before me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Number 2, give him that last reminder. You will help me as I've just helped you, because you should be killed. No, okay. Just gesture for him to leave. Got it. Nod and gesture for him to leave. The path chosen for us will prevail, Your Majesty. We will have a purpose in this world. Yours is yet to unfold. Sal bowed and began to leave before turning back. For what it's worth, I am deeply sorry. I've allowed you to walk free, but forgiveness is something I'll never grant. I hope that time comes to find strength to forgive you. Like your God, I too am forgiving. Now go. Reclaim the righteous path so that you may find forgiveness in his eyes. Oh, number 3? That feels pretty good. Number 3 seems pretty good. Religious, it's to his point. 3 or number 1? Oh no, sorry, 3 or number 2. 3 or number 2. So I hope with time I find strength to forgive you, or like your God, I'm too forgiving. I too am forgiving. Now go, reclaim the righteous path so that you too may find forgiveness in his eyes. Yeah, great, let's do it. Thank you, Majesty. I'll strive to make amends and walk the righteous path once more. And with that, Sal departed. Titus watched him leave and no obvious look of dissatisfaction on his face. Trust your judgment, Your Majesty, but I feel uneasy letting that man walk free. I'm not convinced he is actually our culprit. We need to continue to investigate him. I believe that he killed my father by complete accident. Seems more remorseful for his accident. Oh! He's an old man. He'd suffered enough. Alright, with the king's blessing, the Grand Wiseman shall be cleared of all charges and be as if the investigation never happened. Ah, have I really messed up? Have I really messed up? Eh. Or should I have continued looking? Because I can just restart this chapter and redo it. You can now frame somebody, okay. King's guards bowed and left. Along the room, could have. Okay, that's fine. Wondered if letting Sal walk free was the right decision. Did I act justly, or was I swayed by personal feelings? And what horrors did my father see before he drew his final breath? I was going to say, that's the not so great part. Why? Where is he? A half full, okay. While it's full, I guess we get into some bonus or something. Oh, Royal Wedding Committee. The kingdom is eagerly waiting Princess Vena's impending nuptial. To ensure that everything runs smoothly on a big day, it has been advised that we fund the creation of a Royal Wedding Committee comprising event planners, security experts, protocol officers, financial managers, and communication specialists. In the event that the committee is not founded, responsibility for wedding coordination will fall on the members of the royal household. Oh, should we handle it? Or should we fund the committee? Because I bet a committee would do it better than we could, but then we are the royals. Necessary spending? Yep, done. The moment I see that, the money is spent. The money is spent. Port Drazen, night time at the palace. I think I could sell something. Nothing else to sell, it's all to buy. Oh, it's Lucia time. Oh, I'm just curious, what's a large sale? Free money, that's it. Small is just literally 2 energy for 1 money. Medium is 4 energy for 2 budget. I'll do that one. It gets us, draws us on the line. Draws us on the line. And we're not hemorrhaging money too badly. That's what closes. Lucita time. Night time at the palace. Browse royal gossip. No expense spared for the wedding. It was the night before Vena's wedding. How exciting. After a day spent finalising arrangements, holding press conferences and reviewing security details, I was exhausted. First, though, I decided to take a walk in the palace gardens to clear my head. I had just stepped onto the grounds when I bumped into Lucita. Oh, hello, Your Majesty. I was conducting last-minute security drills in the Grand Hall. You really can't be too careful with these things. Look at us addicted to our jobs. Sounds like you're in urgent need of stress relief. You've got too much on your plate. Why not share the love of the Golden Guard? Or the Golden Guard. Look at us addicted to our jobs. There's no clocking out when the kingdom's future is at stake. Come on, let's take a walk. We strolled further into the gardens. It was a balmy night, and the moon was just beginning to rise. In the cover of darkness, Lucita slipped her hand into mine. I can't believe Her Highness is getting married tomorrow. I still remember attending the celebrations when she was born. Her mother looked so gorgeous. Lena of Rombo couldn't hold a candle to Duchess Lucita of Montacula. Poor Lena. Never see her daughter become a woman. I feel like that's a big up. That's nice to her, but I feel like poor Lena, she never got to see her daughter become a woman. I feel like that's this is obviously big up, but she's not as shallow as I think she is. And that's just, I wouldn't want to diss my dead wife. She lives on in Her Highness, in her progeny, whoever they may be. We had come to the clearing in the middle of the gardens, and to our left was a stone bench. The moon had risen by now, illuminating Lucita's features, all about everything we'd been through together. I thought about her position as counsellor. Her interim status had lasted longer than expected. There was only time for her father to return. Oh, Neil? Neil? Oh my god, I don't have a ring though. I gave the ring to Thingy, my daughter. Can I propose to Lucita? Neil. I knelt on the ground. Lucita's eyes widened. She looked at me questioningly. Lucita, will you marry me? She clapped her hand over her mouth. It was a second before she replied. Having the old ring gives you an achievement. Okay. Is that unromantic me to ask why? I've loved you since the moment you entered my council chambers. I've loved you since before we even met. She reached down, grabbed the back of my head, and pulled my face level with hers. Yes, King Romus, I will marry you. We kissed with such force that we nearly toppled to the ground. I wonder if any guards had eyes on us. When we broke apart, she was grinning. Wait, I have an idea. She shook my hand and pulled me towards the palace. She led me through the ground floor corridors until we came to an entrance to Salugnacious quarters. Oh, God. Get married right now. I think I see where this is going. She put a finger to her lips and quietly rapped on the door. After almost a minute, it creaked up and Sal stood there in his dressing gown. Your Majesty, Your Grace, is there an emergency? Seer took my hand and stepped forward. Grand Wiseman, His Majesty and I are in love and wish you to sanctify our union by the sacrament of marriage. Now. He rubbed his eyes. This is most unorthodox. As a king, I command you to perform marriage rites. In around you that mercy saves you. Would you rather we live in sin, Grand Wiseman? No, of course not. Give me a minute. He carefully closed the door. No, I'm not going to give her my late wife's ring. I wouldn't do that. I know it's an achievement, but I promised it to my daughter. No chance. Don't you want your father to be here? Was this how you always dreamed your wedding would be? Right down to the grass stain on my dress. The door opened and Sal beckoned us inside, now dressed in ceremonial robes. Because we're not in a sanctuary, some sacred traditions will have to be forgone, but your marriage shall still be valid from before the Lord and the law. Please join hands. I clasped Lucita's hand in mine as we stood side by side in front of Sal. He opened an ancient-looking scroll and read from it. Almighty and ever-living God, who is thy infinite wisdom, haste blessed the union of two hearts in holy wedlock. Look kindly upon His Majesty, Romus Taurus, and Duchess Lucita Rosario, who stand before thee, seeking thy blessing. In this sacred covenant, love and duty converge to forge a legacy that transcends the temporal realm. Let it be known that in the heart of such a union, the virtues of loyalty, honour, and commitment are the true jewels that adorn the crown of matrimonial sanctity. The royal orb was on his desk. He picked it up and motioned for us to place our joined hands upon it. Now repeat after me. I, Romus Taurus, say my own vows or go traditional. Ooh. I think that's moved onto my map, by the way. Just in case anyone was curious on the Sleeping Cat Chronicles of this episode. Oh, I want to say my own vows. Sal raised his eyebrows. Again, highly unorthodox, but will not nullify the marriage. Lucia looked at me, her eyes shone brightly. As the memory of cherished Lena fades into the past, I stand here before you ready never knew. Luce, the past few years I spent with you have been the happiest of my entire life. Duchess Zara, we've negotiated the waters of international diplomacy to report trust for matrimony. Queen has now ironclad partner to my reign. Not like hidden from the hordes of enemies, so we shall champion one another. I vow to honour the bond we've created with kindness and patience. I promise to be your steadfast rock, full of trials and triumphs that our days may bring. Wherever the chaos of council meetings or in the intimacy of moments alone, I feel I've truly found my equal. Welcome back, Honor, my friend. How are you doing, buddy? Together we're more than the sum of our parts. We are bound by shared ambition and mutual respect. And my equal, our marriage will be a foundation upon which we build a legacy of peace and prosperity for our kingdom and greatness, generations that will follow. From my heart, my loyalty, and my life as we embark on this journey together. Sal cast his gaze over both of us. He looked genuinely moved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Would you like to do the same, Duchess Cesaro? We are indeed. We're 4.5 hours in, my friend. We have fought 2 major battles, and I think both have been resounding successes. The first one had 2 objectives to take. We took both. The third one had 3 objectives. We only took 2, but we took the main capital, so that's a key part. Lucia was struggling to fight back tears. Eventually, she brought herself to speak. As the queen on a chessboard guards a king, so do I vow to protect you in this kingdom, Bromus Taurus. Grand Wiseman placed the orb back on his desk. He took out a small pot containing a strong-smelling substance. This oil is infused with protection of our Lord and the strength and blessing of our ancestors. As you anoint one another, you remind of your promise to serve each other, the Lord in this realm. I dipped a finger into the oil and lightly touched Lucita's forehead. She did the same to me. So I reached into a drawer and produced 2 ancient-looking rings. These were salvaged from the Plavo crypt. I don't know who they belong to. They belong to House Azaro, Grand Wiseman. That much is certain. A Taurus king with an Azaro ring. I shall keep your house with me at all times. They're beautiful. I'll wear mine with pride. As we exchanged rings, I looked deep into Lucita's eyes. They were like bottomless pools, concealing the future of the kingdom somewhere within their depths. By the power vested in me, through the divine grace and laws that govern our land, I now pronounce you husband and wife. According to tradition, may now seal your vows with a kiss. Our lips met, since every molecule in her body vibrating with happiness. Once again, I was a married man. There's still one more wedding to go. Imagine, by the way, everyone, forget about them. Your king has a new wife. The crown goes on another. She just heard about me marrying and is jealous. She's like, what are you getting married to, fool? You have a cat. You have no time for that business. Ow, I just kicked my PC/PlayStation. Jesus Christ. Ow. Actually really hurt. Wedding of Princess Vina. Happy occasion. The day of Vina's wedding had finally arrived. The meeting in the country was jubilant, buoyed by even further by the recent successes in Pell's War. Service had concluded with the Sanctuary of Zilba. Vina had squeezed my arm tightly as we walked down the aisle together. When she saw Manus waiting for her at the altar, she cried tears of joy. Grand Wiseman Ignatius presided over the wedding, giving no sign that he'd repeated the same words to myself and Lucita the night before. As per tradition, the newlyweds shared their first kiss on the Zilba steps in front of the public. Neither paid attention to cheering throngs as they passionately locked lips. Citizens waved Rizian flags and House Sazan crests from their balconies as our carriage procession wound through the streets of Port Drazen, flanked by the Golden Guard. We disembarked in front of Palace Resna. It was time for the reception. Lucita was by my side as we entered the Grand Hall. I heard cheers mixed with disapproving whispers as the photographers took our picture. Was that a mistake? Too much? Too quickly? Don't worry about that. Focus on being my arm candy. Oh, your majesty. That wasn't your attitude last night, your majesty. Shh. She smiled and held her left hand behind her back as the cameras kept flashing. I took a look around the hall. It had been transformed into a sea of banquet tables, each adorned with silk tablecloths, elaborate floral arrangements, and the finest of porcelain. Crystal chandeliers twinkled overhead, so enormous I thought the ceiling might collapse. We crossed the room and took our place behind the head table. My mother was already seated, wearing a deep violet hat that resembled a fanciful undersea creature. Albert shook our hands before helping us into our seats. Congratulations, your majesty. And to you on your hat, madam. Why, thank you. I'm happy sometimes in this palace. Appreciates haute couture. Thank you, Pablo. I'm glad you're having me today. Where else would I be, your majesty? Forgive me, your grace. I didn't notice your arrival. Angelica Sazan approached our table. Hello again, your majesty. It was a beautiful ceremony, wasn't it? She bowed to myself and Lucita. All 3 of Rizia's royal houses at the same table. Whoever would have thought? Mother contorted her mouth into an approximation of a smile. Life is full of surprises, the Duchess. For instance, I'd imagined myself facing you many times. In none of these scenarios was I congratulating you on raising such a lovely son. Angelica laughed warmly, and I should congratulate you on the same. We're proud to welcome Manus into House Taurus, Duchess Angelica. I hope you accept this marriage as the end of Sazan's legacy. It's good enough for you, Duchess and Universe marriage who harbinger of what's to come. We are proud to welcome Manus into House Taurus, Duchess Angelica. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Brilliant some your decision. Sazan's name is a small sacrifice to make for the healing of our kingdom. A string quartet struck up a stately march as the bride and groom made their entrance. Vina's shimmering white gown trailed behind her as she and Manus strode through the grand hall arm in arm, their eyes still only on each other. Ever so often, they remembered to wave to the cheering guests. As they took their seats behind our table, a line of guests formed to deliver their congratulations. Look at this, Vina. All these people came to Port Drazen just for you. Stella leaned over and nudged her granddaughter. Try and tear your eyes away from your sweetheart while greeting your well-wishers, won't you? Vina and her new husband both blush. Sorry, grandmother. Diplomatic duty call, your highness. Queen Beatrice was first in line to greet us. My word, Vina. You're the spitting image of your mother in that gown. Vina smiled, her eyes moist. Thank you for coming, Aunt B. Why, I wouldn't miss it for the world, even if the sight of Victor's smell like pilfering pastries at the dessert table couldn't ruin this day for me. Mrs. Hazen, you seem to be enjoying success after success lately. Manus kissed her hand and grinned. Winning a parliament majority is nothing compared to winning the hand of your niece, Your Excellency. I'm ever so glad that Rumberg was able to help you gain an edge over the Parisians. I'm fully confident in your ability to win this war. Your aid was truly invaluable, Your Excellency. I cannot thank you enough. Beatrice gave her unusually wide smile. You're too kind, Duchess Azara. Thank you for coming, Beatrice. I know all of us wish your sister could have been here today. She lived for such occasions, always ready with a perfectly worded toast. Not so rude to have forgotten a gift. Our royal jewellers are put into the finishing touches on it as we speak. With a final curtsy, she departed to the table she shared with her husband and sons. President Victor Smollett bowed low before our table. He picked up a napkin from my table and spat something out onto it. Given my terrible rudeness, I have not sampled a Morellon biscuit before approaching your table. Allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations to the bride, groom, and family. You have my gratitude, Mr. President, for your good wishes and for finally honouring your promise to return my parents' homeland. I always keep my promise with Madame Estella. He peered with some interest at Lucita, and turned back to me. Sure you've been enjoying the gift I gave you. I had no idea such a simple object could serve so many functions. Lucita suppressed the smirk Victor beamed with satisfaction. Oh, that's so meeting. I don't know what that joke is. A door stopper, yep. Yep, that's a lovely door stopper. Yep. His expression stayed jubilant as he addressed Manus Angelica. Ah, the infamous House Sazen. You must be positively ecstatic that your long-lost territory is returning to you at last. Mother and son looked at each other. The decision in the hands of His Majesty, Mr. President. Of course, the region has been part of Brenner since provinces were established, but our house lost its claim to it in 1926. Still, you have many beautiful estates there. I was using one as a summer residence for a time, until the sitting room burned down. Never leave a kishka pipe unattended. He went on, ignoring Manus Angelica's dismayed faces. Anyway, Rizia is reclaiming territory left and right, Your Majesty. What a glorious era this must be for you. President, if ever was entering a new golden age. I do not think of this reclamation. We are turning the Rizo Palatian Peninsula into a unified whole as it was always meant to be. During a new golden age. May we all share in the wealth. He gave us a last bow and left the table. President Anton Rain! Woohoo! Stepped forward before me. He was accompanied by a man I vaguely recognised. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's very good to see you again. Mr. Rain, you look like a man of fine business. And if you haven't seen the series, it's my other one I did. I did this first. Mr. President, I'm glad I could make it. Sorry I didn't have a chance to speak more at the AN. Not me, President Rain, Zara, and my trusted advisors. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to speak at the AN. It's almost actually marked my calendar since I got the invitation. We've got as much riding on our business partnership as you do. My wife Monica sends her regrets. I know she's very curious about the progress your kingdom has made on women's rights. But I brought someone else who's been waiting to meet you for a while. Peter Vecton! Hey! Peter Vecton, Your Majesty, at your service. Fulton's Vice President bowed to the ground, wobbling slightly as he straightened up. President Vice President, Fulton, my daughter's wedding. What an honour. It was a joyous occasion. How do you find Port Drazen? Welcome to Rizia, Mr. Vice President. Please, feel at home among our family and friends. I do, Your Majesty. Very much so. I've had my share of Rizian wine before, of course, but it's so much better straight from the source. Pardon my vulgarity, but if I were the king of this place, I'd be blitzed around the clock. Your candour is welcome, Mr. Vice President. A breath of fresh air in these staid premises. That's what I'm here for. His eyes wandered over to Manus. Marriage between once rival houses, say, this would fit right into an idea I had for a soap opera about monarchies. The British president politely slapped his companion. Time we adjourned at our table, Mr. Vecton. Congratulations once again, Your Majesty. My mother wore a delighted smile as the Swedish delegation left. They're exactly as I imagined them. I took a look at the line. There were still a number of guests waiting to greet us. Alma Sultana expressed heartfelt congratulations to both Vina and her new husband. Oh, she was there as well. Nice. Notice on how Sazin greeted Vina and Manus in droves, but like eternity before we finally got to eat. As the father of the bride and the king of Rizia, I was expected to open the feast with a toast. The new Cantuavo vintage had been bottled in Vina's honour. They named it her royal wineness. I like that. I raised a glass full in front of me. My cherished friends and family members. This time of war is especially important for us to gather in celebration of our love, of the love in our lives. Sometime Rizia family, thank you for doing this. Emotions so many of you come to honor my daughter's marriage. About her, let's not make it about us. Representing Beatrice Livingston, honor bride and Rizzia's longtime friend and protector. I have to give her a shout, come on. Beatrice nodded proudly, her hands folded in her lap. She's the sister of my deceased wife as well. However, my daughter grew up knowing that whoever she married would impact the course of kingdom in our royal house. Royal one of our lives for a sense of the word. Very much have dawned of a new age, not only for the royal house, but as a whole. Long ago, our parents would like she could marry whomever she desired. Providence smiled upon us when the crown princess of Rizia fell in love with a man who happened to be my ideal choice, Prince Consort. It was not easy to keep a promise, but seeing that the prince was eyes today, I knew it was all worthwhile. And Cain Vinny would do the right thing for a country and a future subject. The union witnessed today is more than mere love bond, is intertwining with destinies. So, you know, looked as if she was about to start crying again. This season, we may not have seen eye to eye politically, I know you take good care of my daughter. I trust Princess Vina and Prince Consort Manus to bring Rizzi into the future. Changes are coming that not even I can imagine. This marriage noble house of Taurus and Sazin will finally be in alignment. The unions between the Royal Council and the House of Delegates shall bring peace and stability to our government. I know you will take good care of my daughter. I'm proud to have a good name of House Taurus live on in Vina and her descendants. The fact that Prince Consort is willing to sacrifice his name to marry Vina speaks volumes about his dedication to the crown. Vina shall be the first Rizian queen not to take her husband's name. Even my grandmother Liza could accomplish that feat. I heard a few discontent murmurs from the Sazin tables. I have to make a confession to make. There's a emotion of love in more ways than one. No, I'm not taking it away from daughter. I'm not taking it away from my daughter. As a feast, I invite you to share not only in my daughter's happiness, but in my own. Pray today, let's forget the brave sacrifices made by the troops. Servants pouring the wine. Striking out love names for the real role this day is unity, not discord. The brave sacrifices made by our troops. Guests from House Azori stood and applauded. Promise us to love and its power to build bridges and last beyond our lifetimes. Vow that I bring this next year, Rizian power shall be one. We raise our glasses not only to the yours, but to a future without conflict. Those lift our cups to monarchic traditions, and testimony wonderful daughter Vina, I'll always love and cherish you no matter your path in life. Everyone in the hall lifted their glasses high. Laborious Axo Rizia. All of our Rizian guests repeated the words, the hall filled with the sound of clinking glasses. Took a sip of the wine. It was delicious. The Quantuavos have outdone themselves. This one might be their masterpiece. Sweet finished this sweetest of days. I once more looked at my daughter. I looked once more at my daughter. The light from the chandeliers glinted off Lena's ring on her finger. She and Manus were talking about each other animatedly. Her full wine glasses all but forgotten. I knew she'd remember today forever. That's nice. Oh, Lizita Rosario. Just curious if it mentions that we're kind of married. Rizia's Queen Consort. Yep. Princess Vina and Manus Sazin officially married. Everyone. A little article about a hat. Right, let's continue. Not sure how far we'll continue. I just want to see if we're close to the next battle. The Prince. Uh-oh. Prince. That means I don't think she's having a son. I think I'm having a son. Now it's -12 a turn. Oh my god. We need to win this war right now. Like, immediately. Immediately. Hale's infrastructure collapse. Oh my goodness. The ongoing war left Hale's critical infrastructure in ruin due to bombings and military engagement. Vital facilities, including water treatment plants, power stations, and transportation networks, have been severely damaged, causing widespread service outages, with many fearing a humanitarian crisis. Blockade against Pales. Open corridors for international humanitarian aid. -1 authority. We've got authority to burn, so we can do that. Oh! Complete 3 Romus Taurus construction projects. What have I just completed? Romus Taurus Military Academy. Okay. Nice. I wonder if that's what's costing us all that money. So we've got -5 war expensive, -5 administrative balance, -6 military. Oof. Geopolitical Rizia allows international aid to fail. Sworden recognizes Hedgeland as Icelandian territory. Tomor strikes Venture City. What's this? Read the report. Fails cause aid, insult to injury. Legion government has been called plans to deliver humanitarian to civilians as an insult, saying it should instead be lobbying for aid. The international community should support an immediate ceasefire and end of airstrikes on civilian infrastructure. Romus Taurus Military Academy welcomes first recruits. Ooh. Fort Drazen. Open city info. Yep, university, hospital, and academy. Nice. Build Top Guard Flight School. What's this? Commander... Oh, we literally don't even have an option to do it. Commanders at King Romus Academy proposes adding a special training wing to develop elite pilots, enhancing the kingdom's air strength and strategic deterrence capabilities. The Top Guard Flight School, Top Gun, initiative will require sizable investment because significant elevate nation's power and influence on the international stage. Funds better use elsewhere. Sorry, we got no money. So this is already over. The war's over now? MITs! Maybe we can get money from the MITs! Hopefully! Hopefully! Ugh, I don't want to read that one yet. I'll do the MITs first. That feels like maybe we can turn that around. Good living standards. Look at that. It's changing constantly. Oh, what's Swordland saying? Outcome for Sword bond investment. Approximately 4 years have passed since our strategic investment in Swordland's economic recovery bonds. The global economy has witnessed numerous fluctuations and changes in this period affecting Swordland's rebound. Now it's time to assess our final outcome for the bond. We win or lose nothing. What? We got nothing from that. You know what I think? You know how it's different now? I bet we maybe had a different option earlier on, and it's kind of followed through because there was no result from that, with literally nothing. Literally nothing. My main game run wasn't as good. Good point. Good point. I'll do this one first, because we should get... Do I need money for the MITs before I enter it? Because I can sell stuff. It won't be great, but I can sell stuff. Because I do have equipment I could sell. We get 500 a turn. Sell 4th batch of military equipment. So I can sell 1,000 equipment if need be for full budget. Need money after the MITs. Okay. Okay, well, I'll do it. Might as well just do it now, right? Just do it. So I don't think I can sell another batch. I think that's it. I've sold all the bits I can. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Right. Final board vote on the MITs. Once again, our helicopter touched down in the Meftime International Trade Zone. Elena winced as she descended the steps of sandy ground. The trip was quicker last time, or was I just younger? She pinned a strand of grey hair behind her ears. We began walking towards the MIT's headquarters. Ready for the final vote, Your Majesty? Here again, how much are we riding on this? Do you still think our proposal was a good idea? Well, nationalising Rizian royal gold has vastly increased our income from gold mined within our own country. Admittedly, it is unlikely we'll find any new sources in Rizia in the near future, which is troubling because a large percentage of our economy still depends on gold. So we have a vested interest in making sure the proposal we agreed on with Morello goes through. I'd advise you to think about what we can maximise our returns, even if it costs us the international partnership or two. We intend to come out of this building both gold income and our international relations intact, Miss Werner. And I wish you the best of luck. We kept walking until we reached the entrance of the headquarters. We were about to enter the building when Chancellor Emmerich Hegel and the rest of the Valgish delegation walked past us. Hegel looked me in the eye and nodded in greeting, his expression unreadable. Moment of your time or just good day, Mr. Hegel? I feel like Hegel comes to us when he needs to. Like, he knows. He's on it. He's on it. Good day, Mr. Hegel. Good day, Mr. Hegel. Fully intend for it to be a good day, Mr. Taurus. We were ushered into the main conference hall. Elena split off for her seat as I was led to one of the 4 podiums on stage. Alvarez gave a gruff nod of acknowledgement as I took my place next to him. Oh, Lesbia, hey. Greetings, Mr. Alvarez. Hello, Your Majesty. There was a squeal of feedback as Alma Sultana tapped on her microphone. The reporters, executives, and various delegations in the conference hall snapped to attention. My brothers and sisters, we all know what this is about, so I'll get straight to it. Several years ago, the Republic of Morella began an initiative to bring the resources of the Mephtime Basin under the stewardship of our state and our people. In accordance with majority stakeholders, we've negotiated a draft proposal for the nationalisation of the trade zone. I thank my partners for their generosity and cooperation during this process. And I'm happy to assume everybody gathered here that nobody will go home empty-handed. Well, almost nobody. An aide approached Sultana with a briefcase. She opened and took out a single piece of paper. The Mephtime International Trade Zone Nationalisation Agreement of 1957. I'm going to sneeze. Ooh! All currently existing assets within the Mephtime Basin will be brought under Morellan state ownership. From henceforth, operations in the trade zone will be overseen by a new state corporation, Mardian Mining and Trade. High wages and stronger labour and environmental protections will be implemented immediately. The government of Morella will own a 60% stake in this new company. The remaining 40% will go to Rizia. Alvarez scowled. Each MIT partner must now give his or her final approval to the proposal. The Republic of Morella votes yes. Lesbia votes no to the unfair seizure of our assets. It was my turn. Well, yeah, we're going to vote yes correctly, right? Yes, I was going to say, of course. Rizia votes yes. Both Sultana and Hegel gave satisfied nods. Thank you, King Remus. Chancellor Hegel. The Vexlandian Chancellor cleared his throat dramatically. The Republic of Vexland approves this proposal. There's a round of polite applause. Sultana smiled in obvious relief. By a 3-1 vote, the Mephtime International Trade Zone Nationalisation Plan will be implemented. This is a momentous occasion. I thank you all for joining us here today and invite you to stay for celebrations. I caught Elena's eye, who was applauding proudly from a spot in the front row. Prime Minister Sultana waved at all of us to join her on a podium for a photograph. Join her. I stepped up to the podium next to Sultana. Alvarez and Hegel stood on either side of us as she held up the new contract for the cameras. The lesbian Prime Minister spoke into my ear in a voice so low only I could hear it. The gloves are off now, Your Majesty. Good luck in Pales. Oh, I see you've just come on Sea's reign, Lord. Don't forget to smile for the cameras. He kept a rictus grin on his face and shuttered as the shutters clicked all around us. Oh, I've been waiting for that. Come on. I wish for violence. We making money? Nope. It's successfully nationalised. Amazing. Port Drazen. Right. Read the report. Homelessness and freefall. A public transport system is at the stage of complete disrepair, with several railway lines across our service severely under-maintained, rolling stock, and complete absence of a reliable timetable. The extent of damage rectifying the situation will require massive long-term investments, even though it would take years to complete. There are no trains and no buses, trams, or boats. Our collapse in new businesses. No, we're losing even more money. Geopolitico. Sutherland creates peace line to avert war. War convenes Arcadian election, stabilising Ventry City amid economic stagnation. Cornwall's Anti-Piracy Summit. United efforts to combat rising piracy and maritime concerns. Read the report. Only 1 in 4 buses run. Single metro line still in service. Tens of thousands of worshippers expected. Fiona Sazen hosts diplomatic gala. Okay, we need to work on something. Kingdom of Rumburg. High tea with Queen Beatrice. I was going to say, let's get Lesbia. Gonna beat it up. The grandfather clock in the tea room of the Brambleton Manor let out a series of deep, resonant chimes. Queen Beatrice had invited me over to her countryside retreat in Dateford for a one-on-one talk, but she hadn't filled me in on the subject. Reflecting on how the war in Pels was dragging on, however, I had an inkling what she wanted to talk about. She sat down at the table in front of me. A white porcelain teacup was surrounded by roughly a drawer's worth of silverware. I remember my late wife lovingly instructing me on the particular Vrumbergian high tea etiquette. The outermost spoon was for spreading jam on scones. The middle spoon was exclusively for stirring tea, while the inner spoon was for eating petit foie. Just as the clock's 5th bell sounded, the Queen of Rumba materialised in the doorway, flanked by attendants. Rise to greet her. Oh, come now, Your Majesty, it's just us two. She gestured me to sit down, then took her own seat across from me. A white-gloved server came by and poured us both tea, and sat down a tiny bowl of sugar. So wait, it's outermost spoon for jam, middle for stirring tea, inner for eating petit foie. Middle spoon. Stirring the sugar with the middle spoon. Beatrice smiled approvingly and did the same. So how's this war of yours going? Great swimmingly. On track to win the whole thing. Is that so? I was ever so excited to learn about Rizia's victory in Operation Golden Shield. I've been following your progress in total tranquility with bated breath. You're racking up a respectable number of kills. With the capture of their capital, you've really ripped the Plesians a new arsehole. Our server returned with a silver tray of piping hot scones and crystal ramekin of rose hip jam. Get the wrong one and then give her the finger while Dringo, the tea with jam in it. Oh no. The inner spoon is jam. Yeah, this jam on scone. Jam on scone inner. No, for eating petit trois, the outer spoon. Maybe your tea etiquette bolsters my confidence even further. Might look like we're doing well, but our troops are suffering out there. Something you can do to help us. I know we're going to win. A little insurance from over here. Griffith's heart names as well. I promise I'll win for Rizia and Rumbug. I know you will. I wanted to invite Her Highness as well, but I didn't want to interrupt her married bliss. First year is so special. You know, you're right about that. She's been in seventh heaven since tying the knot. I haven't forgotten about Rumbug's wedding gift, by the way. It's finally ready. Would you like to see it? Without waiting for an answer, she gestured for attendants. One of them brought forth an oversized velvet-covered jewel case. I lifted the lid. Inside was an ornate ovoid creation encrusted with the finest jewels. Hattersley egg. Oh, B, you shouldn't have. A genuine Hattersley egg, one of only 8 in existence. I'm sure you knew that. Symbolic of new life my niece and her husband will bring to the Rizian throne, and the heirs they will produce, of course. I dedicated a look of warning in her eyes. Message received. The rulers of Rizia will carry the Rumburgian bloodline forth through future generations. As is meant to be. In all seriousness, I'm glad that you still stick into the principles upon which Grace was founded. CSP and ATO are growing far too powerful. Any sign of instability is an opportunity for them to pounce. The world is choosing sides, Your Majesty. We must stay strong if we are to keep our heads above the fray. You're getting Zeal back. That's an important step in the right direction. Once reaching Zars again will be stronger allied to Rumbug than ever before. Events between self-make open nations increasing around will not be our suzerain forever. Suzerain? Oh wow. That sounds familiar. I wonder what that is. No matter what happens, I'm grateful for Rumbug for all this support throughout the years. Once again, once the region was again. One, yeah, I was gonna say stronger Rumbug than ever before. No, I was just looking at it. I was like, there's a reference. I can on it. 2 more servers delicately put down the tyrant estate, filling over with petit foie. Inner spoon. Nicely done. My sister must have taught you well. We continued talking about our kingdoms as we finished our tea and sweets. As I flew home on, that's right, you can write a book, Suzerain. Yeah, I remember. We wrote it. We wrote it. So I'm assuming Reign's end is over now? If Suzerain exists? As I flew home on yet another cramped commercial plane, I saw Zeal spread out beneath me. No, okay. Soon it'd be ours again, and then my reign could truly begin. Oh wow. Correctly finished tea and Rumbug. Game of spoon. I want to see this egg. Ooh. Fancy. Fancy. 20 quid. Territory of Zeal. Return of Zeal speech! Woo! Yippee! Oh, sorry, Dingy. Was I too loud? Was I too loud, little cat? She jumped up and was like, shut up. President Rain is full. He's present 1 year after this campaign ends. Okay. Let's get Zeal back. Sorry, a lot has gone on in this. It's turned into a 5-hour session. Not longer, who knows. I walked alongside my mother through the dilapidated childhood home. The familiar scent of salt water filled... How long do you think we have left? Do you think I should just go for it? But this won't be that viewable on YouTube. Whoops. The familiar scent... It is almost over, okay. The familiar scent of salt water filled the air, prompting old memories to rush back to me and a single word to escape my lips. Oh, this is the last chapter. Zeal. Mother briefly paused when she reached the bedroom, gazing ruefully at the peeling paint on the walls. I really have missed this place, despite the dismal state. Thought I'd see the day. We'll fix it up to exactly the way it was. We both. We'll turn it into Madison Villa, the Queen Mother's very own luxury retreat. She shook her head. That would just feel wrong, though I wouldn't mind upgrading the bed linen to a higher thread count. I look forward to the day when I can come here without being reminded of the pain that we lost. You get Zeal and Pales back and have to decide what to do with them. Oh, and that's basically how we end it. Okay. Trust Mother, you had it easy compared to the rest of us. And by us, I mean me. It's a difficult time for us all, but it's over now. There are 3 or 4 events after that as well. Okay, so if you were to quantify it into time, how long do you think? Like 2 hours, 3 hours maybe? It's a difficult time for us all, but it's over now. Thank Dast for that. I stopped before turning to face me. I'm proud of you, son. If not for your leadership, this house and so many others would have been lost forever. It still belongs with us. Plain and simple. 20 minutes if you don't idle too much. Done. Wow. It still belongs to us. Plain and simple. I'm glad I could step in where father fell short. It was my duty, Mother, for our kingdom, for our family. It's very kind of you to say. I'm truly touched. Well, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. The only thing left to do is to decide who's in charge. The distant tolling of a bell tower interrupted her words. Time to go. The festivities will be starting soon. Someone here is scheduled to give a speech. With a nod of acknowledgement, we left her childhood home behind. As we made our way through the city, I felt a sense of renewal. The streets bustled with activity, alive with the energy of the new festival. The once damaged tenement buildings now stood proudly, freshly repainted to conceal the scars of the past. Long before we passed the sign of Smollett Square, where the event was being held, you should have the square's name changed as soon as humanely possible. It's alright, Mother, it's time to get rid of our reminders of the past. The change comes from within. Our focus should be able to lift in people's spirits while we tackle the task of renaming squares. That's what you believe, dear, and I won't argue. As my mother and I stepped out of the car, we were met with a sea of cheering faces, the palpable enthusiasm filling the air. I spied a group of ATA volunteers proudly waving Rizian flags. Walking towards the centre of the square, I couldn't ignore the solemnity? I like solemn. Solemnity? I don't know, this doesn't roll off. The solemnness of the moment. Where the former grandstand once stood, there was now a memorial to the victims of the bombing. Memorials of that fateful day flooded back to me. The chaos, the screams, the confusion. It wasn't long before I was led to the podium to deliver my speech. Mother gently placed her hand on my arm, stopping me. Good luck. Sorry, Mother. Thanks all the same. Thank you. I'll do most to represent our kindred in your grace. A smile graced her lips before she gave me a slight kiss on the cheek. As I stepped onto the crowd and took my place behind the podium, the crowd erupted in applause. And then I noticed my daughter and her husband sitting in the very front row. Manis's eyes met mine. Next to him, Angelica Sazon wore a deadly serious expression on her face. Yep, there she is. The applause subsided, I began to speak. My subject still brings a somber moment as we witness the return of Zeal, a land marred by suffering and division. It seems subject to a most momentous occasion in the history of our great realm. For a long period of estrangement, Zeal is finally returning home. For a resilient people of Zeal, I offer my deepest sympathies. Your resilience in face of adversity was a beacon of light in such tough times. Well, yeah, I guess I get it. It's me talking, right? Strength and fortitude living under the elements. Looking back on what you endured, remember the solidarity that sustained you. In shared suffering, you found the strength to persevere, not dwell on trials of the past, but rather look towards a promise of the future forged in unity. Cheers erupted once more. It was the historically vital part of Prince of Brennus. I thank the members of the house. Who should get this, by the way? Really quickly, should it be us? Like, we take this, right? For us. Like, for Imperii or for House Sazon? Or Taurus, sorry. For House Taurus or centralize it? Got it. Let me try to remember this Zeal. Special place or not. No reason we lost it in the first place. Find members of House Sazon for their patience and return to the part of ancestral homeland. No. Place it in my heart. I hope House Sazon will take good care of it and reform the Brennus. Quite a bit. More joy that I announced the return of House Sazon. I therefore cannot simply hand the house to Sazon and Brennus, on the central governance jurisdiction that is Rizia Imperii. In that spirit, and in the interest of prominent unity over feudalism, still shall belong to Rizia from henceforth onwards. So, either of the last two. I'll do the last one, because I think 4 sounds a bit better. There was some applause from the crowd as well as a few murmurs of concern. Angelica Sazon angrily rose from her seat. Her son grabbed her arm and gently persuaded her to sit down once more. A motion for the crowd to quiet down. I had to finish my speech. While road to liberation was fraught with challenges, overcoming these hardships has helped us emerge stronger than ever before. With Zeal's return, we stand poised to achieve greatness beyond measure. There's one people, one kingdom, united in purpose. So let's honour the memories of those we have lost and the dream we've shattered. The dreams that may have been shattered along the way. Therefore, raise your voice in celebration today. Marks the dawn of a new era for our kingdom, and so my loyal subjects, let's seize the moment as our opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to our kingdom's unmatched dominant. The dream we extend our prayers now. Therefore, raise your voice in celebration, for today marks the new dawn and era for our kingdom. So for us, those who fought for our freedom, guide us forward with resilience and hope. Together, we will march forward into the annals of history, hand in hand as proud citizens of Rizia. As I finished my speech, the crowd broke into loud cheers once more, their joy reverberating throughout the square. Local Zeal representatives approached me, holding a leather portfolio containing the legislation that would officially reunify Zeal with Rizia. I accepted it, quickly scanned its contents before taking up the pen. Without a moment's hesitation, I signed my name, fulfilling a promise now complete. Glanced over at my mother, she had tears shining in her eyes. Offering her a reassuring smile, I turned back to the crowd, the memory of their praise etched into my mind forever. And Zeal is ours! Woohoo! I didn't really do it. I think we got 1 money from that. We've gone from minus 13 to minus 12. Yippee! Future of Rizian Royal Gold. With Rossi Montour arrested and Rizian Royal Gold fully nationalised, the monarchy must decide. If you had chosen the other option, it would have been green. Which option, by the way? Which option earlier? The choice will impact the control over gold reserves, worker morale, and the influence of private interests moving forward. Keep under full state control. Establish a worker-led council will share giveaway. Oh, 1 or 2 Zeal on that. Okay. Keep under full state control. Establish a worker-led council with full share giveaway. Crown Worker Council Corporation. That's full state control. Fine. Read the report. Zeal Unity Street Festival a success. Zeal celebrates return. Royal Authority secures gold mines. Amazing. We finally have Zeal back. We finally have Zeal. I don't like that it appears on the Welland. It's ours, but whatever. I'll live with that. Royal Authority reclaims RRG. Zeal unifies with Rizia, a triumph of preservation. Rufus loves royal gossip. Countess's new clothes. And then, while Vagsland occupies Hedgeland. Okay, so that's where we're at in their story. Regions, territory of Zeal. And there's just 1 left. Preparation for Queen Mother's birthday. Oh, my mum's birthday! I sort of missed the bustling activity of the Drazen Grand Library. Preparations were in full swing for the upcoming gathering of Rizia's noble houses to honour my mother's 75th birthday. With the event less than 2 months, I'm going to have to get a drink of water. I'm sorry, I was trying to hold it because we didn't have long left. I need to grab a drink and go to the toilet. So I'll quickly do that. Oh, I'm up. Or I could go to the toilet back in just a second. Oh. Sorry about the wait there. With the event less than 2 months away, our architects were installing a new shop and arranging rare books to be displayed. It was part of the library's renaming in my mother's honour. I was about to ask the decorator to move a shelving unit when Titus walked into the library. He relieved the prior guard of his post, then bowed and took in the sights around him as he approached. Good day, Your Majesty. Everything seems to be moving along as expected. What do you think of the reservations? Not falling apart. What do you think of the renovations? It looks impressive. Modern, but still respects the old bones. Lots of history here. If I have my way, there will be more yet to come. Funny that you mentioned it. Modern and old bones is exactly what I was going for. I must have got your history there. I have no doubt. Suddenly I remembered a historical document that the renovators had recently unearthed, the original founding charter of the Golden Guard. No, sir, I've got something to show you. Follow me. I whispered to the archivist to retrieve the charter before heading to the adjacent room with Titus. The sound of hammering faded as we stepped into the trophy room, a special edition I had commissioned. This was a space designed to display the kingdom's rarest conquest, with the walls adorned with the heads of exotic animals. You're in for the treat. I can certainly appreciate the occasional surprise. You're hunting man, Captain. Every day, Your Majesty, though the prey I track tends to walk on two legs. Say nothing and walk. Wait in silence. The minutes stretched longer than expected for the archivist to return with the document I'd requested. I hope the archivist didn't get lost. Take a wrong turn and up in the palace. Why would he end up in the palace? You don't know? There's a hidden passageway beneath the archives, once used to discreetly transport books to and from the library. However, its true purpose is serving as an emergency escape from a royal residence. Oh, might come in handy one day. Good to know. Might come in handy someday. You never know. Soon after the archivist returned, carrying a leather-bound case secured with brass clasps, he unlocked and opened it before leaving. I stepped closer, his eyes fixed on the ancient parchment founding charter of the Golden Guard. I had no idea this still exists. His gaze travelled to the signature at the end of the document. By order of His Majesty Felicio Rubas, 1950, over 300 years ago. Thank you for showing this to me. Crown has earned you this privilege. Titus. I trust you more than anyone else in this kingdom, Titus. I hope you know that. I always came before your loyalty to the crown has earned you this privilege. Yes, Your Majesty. It is a rare gift you bestowed upon me. The archivist appeared once again and took the briefcase away. Titus moved to the door, then hesitated. While it's just you and me, perhaps you'd like to discuss a security detail for the birthday's gathering. I know it's a long way in the future, but it pays to be prepared. Yes, I would like to be fully briefed on your plans. Certainly, but we should speak in private. We stepped into the trophy room where the walls were adorned with the heads of exotic animals. We're pleased to know that we've already begun tightening security protocols, which we're more than happy to walk you through. What emergency procedures do we have in place? For an unforeseen event to occur, we've established clear emergency protocols with designated safe rooms and evacuation routes. All staff and guards have been briefed on these procedures. In addition, a new secure communication system has been set up to ensure instant contact between guards throughout the palace. Safe rooms and evacuations, let's hope we never have to use them. Pending an act of God, I can all but guarantee you'll never have to. What about the guard deployment? We've tripled the number of guards on patrol, particularly around the key access points and gathering areas, and our coordination with the guards from each noble house will ensure seamless security. Excellent, that's the exact level of vigilance I wanted to hear about. The numbers at the start, they're adequately trained for such increased presence, reservation of house guards. Excellent, is that level of vigilance I want to hear about? And this would be unacceptable. Where are access and entry protocols? All palace entrances will have checkpoints to verify guests against an invitation list. Personal belongings will be thoroughly checked. In addition, we've installed surveillance cameras in strategic locations to monitor guests' movements and identify any suspicious activities. We'll report on how each checkpoint will be managed by whom, no surprises. Good to ensure no unauthorized individuals gain entry. Under my watch, no one without proper clearance will be set foot inside the palace. I've heard enough about the measures. What security threats are you anticipating at the party? To be honest, Your Majesty, we're stepping up protection measures due to the war, but we don't expect any what's happening in Pels to touch us in Port Drazen. My doubts about whether certain of the noble attendees can be trusted. What makes you say that? Perhaps it's not my place as King Guard, but I'm aware of the ongoings in your court. I can't be the only one who's heard rumours of discontent among members of House Taurus. I don't have reason to believe anyone is plotting against the crown yet, but you should exercise caution. Thank you, Captain. We need to evaluate these findings carefully and consider our next steps. Most assuredly. That's all the knowledge I have. It's up to you to decide what to do with it. I will not tolerate disloyalty from my court. My mother's birthday perfect to strike. These are exactly the kind of issues I don't want to deal with right now. We need to employ decisive measures to deal with them. But we can keep a close eye on them. No need to rush into anything yet. What would you do if you were in my place, Titus? Stroke his chin. If you wanted to, you could use your mother's birthday as an occasion to remind the nobles in question where Rizia's true power lies. Do you recall the story of Luca Iberico, the 18th century merchant of Argno? Professor who became so powerful that he ran the sea like his own fiefdom. Precisely. His control over Argno was so absolute that he disregarded the rule of law, claimed his count imposing his own corrupt regime. Eventually, his misdeeds attracted the attention of the king, who invited Iberico to a harvest festival which all noble houses would be present. The Golden Guard surrounded Iberico and his family, forcing them to sign over the power, wealth, and titles in front of everyone. Not only did it effectively neutralize the threat, it sent a strong message to the entire nobility. Nobody dared to challenge the crown for generations after that. Are you suggesting we employ the same tactic? It's certainly a possibility. With our expanded ranks, the Golden Guard could handle this just as easily as now as we did back then. While the methods to obtain these signatures may be less than ethical, the resulting agreement would still be recognised as official and legitimate. It would also reduce the risk of upsetting the populace. But such an unfolding of events in front of other houses could provoke the rest and undermine our position. On the contrary, Majesty, such a lax action would serve as a starting warning to all houses. It would ensure they remain in your place twice plotting against you. This important would demonstrate that dissent against the king is met with swift and uncompromising action. Risky potential fallout. I'll not have my brain. We're not going to do this, by the way, are we, Lord? I think this is silly. I don't think this is a good idea. He looked at me curiously. Before we go any further, Majesty, what else do you wish to remove from power? My very own house. He looked at me incredulously. You wish to remove House Taurus, your flesh and blood. I never admit I cared for Ricardo's, but the others have returned me respect and dignity. You're the one he'd warned me about! House Taurus. Maybe we could. I should write. My extended family and I should work for a long problems through dialogue, not violence. Places head in relief. It's very good, Your Majesty. Appreciate your trust in me, and I do think any differences with any other nobles can be solved diplomatically. That's everything. I'll take my leave then. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Adria asked me to inform you that he's just commissioned a painter for the Queen Mother's birthday portrait. The artist wants to know how Madame Estella should be portrayed. I haven't thought about that yet. Can I run some ideas by you? I know I was about myself, but I'll endeavour to listen to honest requests. Who choose the portrait and remind the strength of the crown? For the common people, so she's not the Queen Mother, the mother to all. From what I can tell, Madame Estella distanced herself from common roots long ago. Such a portrait could appeal to populace and non-noble visitors, but remind the mobility of the scandal that almost cost your father the crown. Since the strength of the crown. Yes, I would see her legacy while reaffirming House Taurus' rule. Though I would caution against her appearing too high and mighty. You want viewers to feel connection, not reverence alone. What about just the portrait? She's still the Queen Mother of Rizia. Appropriate tribute must be paid, don't you think? But of course, you know everyone was still the best. Thank you, that's exactly what I want. Go with the gold? Regal, bit of fitting in house picture. Real. Perhaps real gold. Oh, that's what we mean. Go with the gold. We're using painting. Regal was possible. Yeah, I use real gold. I think the gold one would be cool. It will go with gold. Also, Lord said go with gold, so I do it. I'll relay the directions immediately. It will undoubtedly be a masterpiece. As Titus left, I once again took my impressive array of animal trophies adorning the wall. Oh, look at it. Took it. I yoinked them all. As I admired the collection, I was drawn to a best spot above the door. Only the portrait option was bad there. I stood up, almost as a silent challenge, reminding me that there was always more to achieve, more conquests to be made, more legacies to leave behind, a teapot to seal. The bare walls seemed to whisper the future of triumphs yet to be claimed. Does that already look? Is this me? Oh crap! Oh no! Debt! We're going into debt! No! No! Debt! Oh, this is the final chapter though. Still at Orica. Now the end is here. Well, we'll at least be in debt for one turn only. Oh, we're on 0. Well, at least you can't go negative. Losing 12 debt. News. Lesbia linked to Zeal bombing. Missiles on Hedgeland. Omek announces explosion of Rumberg. Ooh. Morning in the palace. I can imagine this is going to be Rumberg being expelled will have some impact on us, I imagine, to some extent. What's that key? Isaac City Gate. I really like all the little collectibles. I think that's nice. I don't know if we'll see the hydroelectric dam be built, but be in there. The morning sun streamed through the windows of my chambers as I slowly opened my eyes. Lucia was standing on the bed by the bedside. She had an unusually intense expression on her face. Something wrong, my wife? She hesitated nervously. You imagine, Romus, there's something I need to tell you. I think I'm pregnant. What? Since when? A month or two, maybe? It's been a blur since the war began. I thought I was thrown up from nerves. I wasn't even sure how you would take the news. She hesitantly took my hand, resting the other on her abdomen. An hour and a spare, just like, oh no. You needn't have worried, my love. I'm the happiest man in the world right now. She smiled and wrapped her arms around me. I love you, King Robus. I love you, Queen Lucita. She kissed me on the forehead. Will you come with me to the palace doctors? I've put this off for long enough. Oh, I want to tell Pavel first. Pavel, Titus! What do I tell Vina? Her inheritance might at least state. Ooh. Should we all wait until after Mother's birthday? She scoffed. What are you concerned about? Come on, let's go. We walked down palace corridors towards the medical ring. It's a good thing the Royal Council petition hearings are coming up soon. We can announce the marriage and pregnancy and reinstate General Thaddeus straight away. I need my security council. You're the best we've got. Yes, good thinking. Your father will jump at the chance to serve. Well, I want you as security council at least the best we've got. Now, to be fair, I'll always have my wife there, right? So it's a good thing your father will jump at the chance. Poor choice of words given his condition, but you're right. In the medical wing, we were received immediately by a group of nurses. See, it was rushed into a side room that contained Rizia's most state-of-the-art blood testing technology. After 2 interminable hours in the waiting room, the doctors called me in and told me the news. I was going to be a father again. At the end of the year, a new heir of Rizia would be born. You're getting a sibling. Blockade of Hedgeland. Oh, interesting. Huh. Word King Ledger Rosaris, and no surprising Ledger ordination that Zarius will now be his lady wife. The real bombshell, though, that two were expected, and double announcement will, of course, invite room for speculation. Just what was this shotgun wedding before or after the moment of conception? Was it in dispute that this royal baby is a boy, a most little princeling, and a contender for the throne? What does the older Taurus sibling think of this? Princess Vina could not reach comment. Princess, she has no worry. Massive military manpower. Like, okay, read the report. Wezek's protests returned to Rizia. Wezek minority in Nanta, one of the largest in the Zil region, have organised a process against the city's return to Rizia. Local Wezek leaders claim the social standing of Wezek civilly reduced solution return control. Shut up. Both the governor and Queen Mother Estella. Sitting in the foyer of the Estella Tourist Royal Library, awaiting my distinguished guests. A freshly renovated building towered over Heinrichus Square, the edge of the old town. Its towering marble facade was topped with a luminous glass dome that was visible from all over Port Drazen. The light of the setting sun shone down through the dome into the enormous atrium, encircled by 3 stories worth of bookshelves. At its centre, a long dinner table had been brought in for the occasion. A bevy of attendants busied themselves around it, setting places and adding the final decorative touches. My mother's portrait stood uncovered in a cloth at the head of the table, awaiting its formal unveiling. Everything's secure, sir. Titus stood nearby, his voice close enough that only I could hear. Due to all the high-profile names on tonight's guest list, I took the liberty of doubling up our usual number of guards. Hello, Dinda. Hello, Dinda. Oh, she's a flocker. She's a flocker. Oh, good work, Captain Gordian. I hope you can take some time to relax and enjoy the evening yourself. Not my primary objective, Your Majesty. Thank you. The sound of familiar voices caught my attention. I turned to see Mother and Lucita. Vina and Manus were right next to them. My daughter ran her hand ran over one of the many long rows of books. Her face was rapt. The renovation turned out even better than I expected. Have you seen the old resident section? Manus squeezed her hand. Night's about the guest love. You get another chance to go through the books. Lucita pulled a volume off the shelf and hefted it in her hand. It's gold-plated inspired reading Encyclopedia Rizania, 1894. I don't know why they kept these out-of-date reference books around, unless it serves as a projectile. Shouldn't you be resting, Your Majesty, in your condition? You know my condition suited me well these days. I feel like I could take on anything. I gave Vina a polished smile. Mother continued to survey the renovations, looking unimpressed. I would have been happy, just as happy doing something small. You deserve so much more for everything you've done for this family. This dear is different, Mother. 75 is a milestone. My apologies, I didn't realise this was a pity party. You deserve so much more for everything you've done for this family. The most important thing I did for this family was give birth to you. From there on, I've just been inching towards them. Oh, don't say that. The years have been more than kind to you. Well, now you're just trying to butter me up. Something only a charming granddaughter can pull off. Good, I could. God, I could use a smoke. Sorry. The clock chimed 6. An attendant entered the bowled for... Oh, great timing, Red. I was just about to have a sip. Thank you. The clock chimed 6. An attendant entered and bowed before announcing that House Taurus had arrived. Here we go. Oh my god, there's so many Tauruses. Like, who's Hubertus? The door swung open, revealing Hugo, Rico, Hubertus, and Hubertus Taurus. Dressed in their most formal suits, they walked down the hall flanked by golden guards. Hugo bowed first and the others followed suit. Your Majesty, my dear Madam Estella, many happy returns. Aunt Estella, wishing you all the best. Many blessings to you and your family. Welcome, Hubertus. It's always a pleasure to see you. The pleasure and honour is mine, Your Majesty. Trust all is well in Valencaris? He looked troubled, as well as it can be these days. Tensions of our province are escalating, as I'm sure you are aware. Focus on celebration and leave matters of state for another day. Of course, I didn't mean to offend. Hugo nudged his relative politely. Isn't there something you wanted to give Queen Mother, Hubertus? Ah, yes. He waved the attendant trailing him, who quickly handed over a box. Hubertus pulled out a bottle filled with a murky-looking liquid. A homemade botanical tonic, with ingredients specially selected, reserves one youthful glow. Some collected from my travels, others harvested from my very own gardens. Not that you need it, Madam Estella. He turned to my wife. For you, Queen Consort Lucita, a herbal blend that encourages the development of a healthy fetus. That's very thoughtful of you, Your Grace. Delicately stowed the gift away as my family members left to take their seats. It was then that House Azaro's arrival was announced. The atmosphere in the library shifted as Thaddeus wheeled his chair in, his finest military uniform decorated with medals. As he approached, the general offered a sharp salute, followed by a deep bow to my mother. Happy birthday, Your Royal Highness. Your strength is an inspiration to our men and women on the front lines. I'll be here, Thaddeus. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it out of battles. One day we'll run a war. Your efforts have been commendable, General. I'll see to it that you're awarded a medal. Serving my kingdom is its own reward, Your Majesty. General Carlos sends his regards. He's handling the operation in Pales while I'm here. It's just as well he's not here. My cousin is a terrible dresser. She and her father are embraced. My only hope is that my grandson will be born in a Rizia that is finally at peace. However, we still don't know whether it's a boy. Right. In any case, Madame Estella, please accept this gift as a token of House Azaro's appreciation. Without missing a beat, another attendant presented a tattered piece of cloth elegantly displayed in a case. It showed both the Azaro sigil and the bull of House Taurus. I present to you this flag, raised in celebration after House Azaro reclaimed Montacla during the 1926 uprising. So carried amidst protests, parades and rallies, symbolising the house's support for the monarchy even during the most turbulent of times. That's been a gift. Thank you, means a lot that you would have part of such a priceless relic. It is as much a part of your history as it is our own, as it is ours. It's a beautiful gesture, General. Look, the bloodstains on it even match the garnets on my bracelet. Moments after the Azaros exited, the door swung open to reveal our guest from House Sazon. My mother and Angelica cordially greeted each other. How lovely of you to come, Duchess Angelica. I hope you'll be staying over out of trouble tonight. All the best to you, Madame Stella. I know, my son's the one who's been stirring up the trouble these days. Trouble, Mother? I'm the one keeping the reformists in check. I recall your father saying something similar right before. My cousin Leona Sazon, slaves, where's Leona? As poised and elegant as ever, rapidly stepped before my mother and bowed. Thank you so much for your invitation, Madame Estella. May this day bring you all the joy and warmth you deserve. She reached into a handbag and pulled a small jewellery box. Mother accepted it, opened it to reveal a delicate gold chain, necklace, cradling a pendant intricately dotted with diamonds. This pendant represents the stars on the night of your wedding to King Valero. Each stone marks a key star that shone on you both that evening. Estella's demeanour momentarily softened as she gazed at the necklace. It's beautiful. Thank you. This touches me deeply. I'll give truly, it's nice to see old rifts healing at last. My forgiveness can't be bought with mere trinkets, but diamonds on the other hand. Of course, no gift of ours could ever compare with the return of Isa. You have House Sazon's infinite gratitude for that. After the Sazons departed, I was greeted by the cavalcade of nobles from the lesser houses, including Dario di Rava. Hubble rang a bell. Time for everyone to be seated. The dining table was elegantly set with gleaming silverware and crystal glasses that caught the soft candlelight. Under the watch of the Golden Guard, attendants poured wine and champagne as quiet conversation filled the room. After remembering to let the guests continue their chatter, I eventually rose from my seat, holding a glass of wine in hand. It's a great deal to have you all here. I won't subject you to another speech, just a simple show of appreciation. Let's go new gifts over there. Let's say no more hold account to what I have in store. I'd like to get things started with a final present for the person we will be here to celebrate. I walked over to a large painted draped in cloth at the head of the room. Happy birthday, Mother. To many Queen Estella Taurus. Queen Mother Estella Taurus, protector of the Taurus dynasty and matriarch of the realm. With a quick motion, I pulled the cloth away, revealing a stunning portrait of Mother sitting atop a giant bull, regal and poised. A crown shone atop her head. The flecks of gold in the paint gleamed in the candlelight. The guests applauded loudly. Next to me, Mother put her hand to her chest. You've outdone yourself, Remus. He said, what can I say? It's not every day we celebrate the Queen Mother. Come on, darling. No, it's not this portrait's real purpose. Then the sound of classical Rizia music filled the air. I took my seat at the head of the table. The servers began bringing out tray after tray of their delicacies: stuffed wild mushrooms and Cardes Montacla, roast boar from Brennus, and of course, Taurus flambe with succulent Monquiz lobster. Once dinner was over, the servers carried away the table and began circulating with drinks and sweets. I took a look around the room. My fellow nobles were standing around in small circles, talking animatedly to one another. Not to House Taurus. I walked to where my relatives from House Taurus were standing. Ah, Your Majesty, dinner was fantastic. It was indeed, my nephew. Compliments to the chefs. And the news of new Taurus heir, eh? The icing on the proverbial cake. I've heard news of protests in Lencaris. What's going on? Yes, well, unfortunately, nobility in Van Lencaris is quite unhappy at the moment. Deprived of their positions as a house of delegates, they have no other outlet for their concerns. They complained that the Crown's new tax policy is making them pay more than their fair share. I was too much to expect them to accept homosexuals practicing their degeneracy in public. Their patience with the war has begun to wear quite thin. I've been trying to convince them of your good intentions, but I fear they are not listening. I did warn you this would happen, Romus. My uncle sounded wary, as if there was a deep sadness in his voice. You will love my here. What can I do to restore stability in Valencaris? He bursts in Hugo exchanged glances. In order to bold to position my kingdom favours on his mother's birthday, I must confide you that new taxes you levied upon nobility have been especially unpopular. They fear that the future prosperity of their sons and daughters and resent the massive sum they have to pay because they owed land. Could you, in all your generosity, consider repealing those taxes? So saying the people of Valencaris no longer wish to support the crown financially. No, but they feel they're being punished for simply being highborn. Not only about lost finances, they're losing trust in their king. My answer is final. Sorry to disappoint. I see. I suppose I'll be off to talk to the other guests. Good day. Very good, Your Majesty. Hope the rest of your evening is... I don't know what that is. Wait, Remus, one last thing. You looked across the room with Lucita and the other Azaros. You and Queen Consort Lucita have my sincerest congratulations. Your new heir is a boy, you'll have a difficult decision ahead of you. I hope you choose wisely. What happens, House Taurus will hold throne. Una has wanted to be queen from since she was a little girl. I won't take that away from her. You gave me a nod of understanding. Come on, father. We talked to His Majesty's ear off long enough. Until next time, cousin. Enjoy the gathering. Who knows the next time all of us will be together again. I left my relatives and surveyed the rest of the room. The House Azaro. I spied Thaddeus and Lucita Azaro next to the staircase and I went to go talk to them. The general turned his wheelchair around to face me. Congratulations on a successful evening, Your Majesty. Seem to be in good health these days, General. Very much so, Your Majesty. The doctors call it a miracle recovery. In fact, I would say I'm well enough to assume my prior position on the Royal Council. Assuming my daughter allows it. I don't just allow it, I encourage it. I'll have my hands full raising our new heir. So as a Crown Thaddeus, you proud of her. With due respect, Time Valera's past, the Royal Council needs fresh blood. Petition the council seat becomes general royal pleasure and special consideration. Your daughter has gone above and beyond in her service to the Crown, Thaddeus. You should be proud of her. I am, Your Majesty. How's everything in Cardes Montacla? As well as can be, Your Majesty. The war continues to strain resources, but our house remains optimistic. However, it's too modest. You'll be rechristening the streets in Pelesian's capital in no time. We'll deliver a full report later, and that's not the time for war talk. Just in satisfaction about my reign. Thaddeus shook his head hurriedly. Your Majesty, I assure you that House Azari does not harbour any ill will against the crown, especially not since one of our own is now part of the royal family. Very good. I'd hate to think of any real plotting against me. You've caught me in a good mood. Is there anything else your house requested the king today? I hope I can count as always continue support. You're one of my family's oldest and most important allies. Thaddeus put a hand to his chest. The alliance between our two houses is the bedrock on which Rizia stands, Your Majesty. Exactly. What of this portrait? Do you like it? Ah, I'm no art critique, Your Majesty. It was a beautiful tribute, Remus. Everyone here thinks so. Thanks to you and your house for joining us tonight. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to freshen up my drinks. It was a pleasure speaking with you, Your Majesty. He saluted once more as Lucia rolled his wheelchair away. House Sazin. I walked over to the bookshelf where Leona, Angelica, and Manus Sazin were standing. Your Majesty, I hope the Queen Mother is happy with a gift. Someone else, you will know how Sazin brought the greatest gift of all. She blushed. It was the least we could do. Angelica came up to stand beside her. A few years ago, I never would have imagined I'd see Port Drazen again, let alone be invited to the Queen Mother's birthday. I'm honoured and humbled beyond belief, Your Majesty. Then you reflect, Angelica, your family. You don't take your freedom for granted. I know you were so charming with his ended your exile long ago. Angelica, your family. He's right, Mother. We want you to feel at home in Port Drazen. You and I will be here for quite some time, you know. He smiled warily. Yes, I know. Silence ascended for a moment. Haven't heard much from Isa. How's everything going? All is well, Your Majesty. Cannot thank you enough for restoring my prior title. With all of Brennus now united under the Sazin banner, our house is finally gaining the respectability it lacked for so long. I faced pushback from the students at the university. There really is no appeasing some people. How's everything in Brennus generally? It's splendid, Your Majesty. For the first time in a long time, our province feels seen and heard by the crowd. The expanded Grand Sanctuary was worth every second of labour that went into it. Tourists come to see it from far and wide. Not only Dasnoris ones either. I never would have imagined Brennus as a centre of industry, but the growth of our industry production has brought to the economy has been stunning. And of course, the entire province rejoined the marriage between my son and Princess Vina. She frowned briefly. A joy undimmed by the news of your second heir. Congratulations on that, by the way. As is of long history together, we should not pass failure spoiler him over the place. I do not have a common goal, Angelica. We both want grandchildren. Manus cleared his throat nervously. Eventually, Your Majesty. What other people do you have other guests to entertain? Naturally, so the other house is dying to speak with you as well. Come to Brennus any time, Your Majesty. Yes, we'll speak soon. As I extricated myself from House Sazin, I looked around the remaining guests in the gathering, waiting for the servants to begin clearing everything away. However, walked over to stand next to me. Last call, is it? Thank goodness. One more transparently insincere attempt at flattery and I would have gone to hide in the toilet. One more distant relative begging for favours and I would have joined you. But doesn't it feel nice to be needed? He lit a cigarette and took a drag and exhaled with a sigh. Her other hand went for the pendant the Sazins gave her. The reception after my wedding to your father, now that was a party. We were all so blotto we didn't give a damn where the stars were. Vina approached us with a smile. We were making the rounds, I hope it wasn't too exhausting. Both of subjects. Yours as well, I might add. Oh, I should have gone for juicy gossip. No. I'm doing my best, but nobody here has anything interesting to say. Or at least anything interesting to tell me. Our husband walked up to us and slipped his arm through hers. Citizens, thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. So I hope to invite back next year. Together with the rest of the royal family, I made my way back to the library foyer. One by one, the noble guests said goodbye, with some genuine warmth, others with fake smiles. Every bow, handshake, and subtle gesture a reminder of a promise made or broken, a bond forged or severed, an ally gained or lost. Who was still on my side, and would they stay there in the days and months to come? Have a massive manpower, people's army. Finally! Oh, victory parade! Ah, so we did it! Yes! The war's over! Woohoo! Queen Mother's birthday, star-studded affair. ATO and CSP signal sanctions on Rumberg. Rumberg possesses nuclear weapons. Dun dun dun! Oh no, Siri was trying to listen to me. That would have ended really badly. Victory parade. It was a beautiful sunny day in Pales. Most of the city centre was prepared for the victory parade. Everything seemed clean as if the war had never happened. However, if anyone went into the back alleys, to government buildings, to residential areas, one would find sandbags lying around and bullet holes in the walls. nothing that couldn't be fixed in due time. From within the courtyard of Castle Reinhardt, near the front gate, I admired the fortress's timeless grandeur. An oversized Rizian flag flapped majestically in the wind, a proud emblem against its imposing stone walls. I wonder if I should have it renamed. I think Castle Pales is a nice touch for that. Because it's like, we're not completely getting rid of you. I gestured to an aide and commended him to rename the castle. The gates creaked open with a heavy groan, and I spurred my horse following the parade. The marching band started their song. Loud cheers rose from the crowds all around me as I slowly made my way through the capital. A child tried to approach my horse with a bouquet of roses. The Golden Guard held her back. Christopher approached and took the bouquet. People clapped and cameras flashed. Rizian airplanes flew very close to the ground, deafening everyone. The infantry column and an ending sea of uniforms was awaiting my salute. There was a thunderous sound as their boots all hit the ground at the same time. My eyes caught Major Tigris, now Colonel, in front of the column. I rode past by tanks and mechanical forces. The long lines of drivers and vehicles simply did not end. I looked at the horizon towards the port of Pales. The Rizian fleet was covering the Gulf of Pales. Each battleship deck was full of marines. I could see them saluting from the distance. Salute them. I salute our brave sailors. I was proud of every single one of them for defeating our enemy. In celebration, battleships cannons fired into the air. The parade finally stopped as I got off my horse and patted them on the back. In front of me, the grand stairs to the new palace with Duke Reinhardt. Behind him was the throne of Pales. He was kneeling and looking at the ground. A half-burned Pelesian flag landed on my foot. The wind must have brought it to me. Pick it up and handle it with care and honour. I picked it up and handled it with care and honour, giving the flag to a nearby guard. The crowd started clapping and chanting my name. I approached the defeated man before me. I'll say, Your Majesty, you're won. Pale surrenders. He took the crown from his head and presented it to me. What do we think is the coolest choice here? Put the crown on? I'm wearing a crown right now. We'll put the crown on the head. Put the crown on my head. Cheers and chants my name ensued. I hope that you're satisfied. I have nothing else to say to you. You fought valiantly, Axel. As did you. Grand Duchy is all yours now. Take good care of it. Don't know what Monaco will do in your situation. You have my blessings to leave. As you walk free today, remember the mercy King Romus Taurus has shown you. It's more than you deserve. Should we let him go? I think we should. I genuinely think we should let him go. I've never hated the guy, personally. It's just, we needed his territory. We pushed him to war. 2, you've done what any Monarch would do in your situation. You have my blessings to leave. Bowed low to the ground. Thank you, Majesty. I will not forget this. The guards carefully watched him as he walked away. I turned around and looked at Pales. The rays of sun were coming down from the clouds to paint the rooftop golden. I sat down on the throne of Pales. My throne. Gonna add it? Map change? Yeah, Pales is ours! Nope. Still, Treaty of Pales, okay. Treaty of Pales. It's time to officially declare our victory in the war as we gathered to get Duke Reinhardt's signature for the Treaty of Pales. We arrived at Castle Pales, the marching band played the Rizian anthem. We entered the building and quickly made our way to the royal chambers, where the deal would take place. When the doors were opened for us, I saw Duke Reinhardt was already seated at the table. After exchanging handshakes, Lorenzo and I took our seats as well. As the aide laid the treaty in front of us, he started speaking. Thank you once again for your cooperation, Your Grace. Axel grimaced and smoothed his hair back. He did not respond. Well, let's just dive into it. He gestured me to announce our terms. So I hereby announce the complete annexation of Grand Duchy of Pales. King Romus, I hereby announce the annexation of the eastern territories of Grand Duchy of Pales, which the Rizian population dominant between the rest of Pales. I was going to say 1, yeah. Not going to leave half of it after a war. I hereby announce complete annexation of Grand Duchy of Pales. From henceforth, Pales will be province by Great Kingdom of Rizia, ruled by governor and appointed by answerable Rizia, and signed governance as Azaro. Rule for its pivotal. Azaro? Or no, it just does. I was going to say 1. If we give it to Azaro, I think people will kick off. I'll do it by appointed by and answer to central ruling authority. It's the most insane peace treaty I've ever heard of. He let out a deep sigh. Fine, I accept it. He signed the papers with a quick motion, no expression on his face. Cheers and applause came from the Rizian delegates. With that, Rizia's finally proposed Laborious Acts of Rizia has to be done. Laborious Acts of Rizia. With the treaty finalised, we left the building to announce the news to the world. The war was officially over. Money dropped? Yes, okay. That's nowhere near as bad. Come on. Can I get rid of a military unit now? The war's over. All that expenditure, all that lack of money. I just don't want to end the game. Oh, of course, Dane, of course. Policies. Aureus gas field extraction, medium extraction from Aureus gas field, reduction in new businesses. Codex. Locations, regions, pales. It's ours. Overview, situations. We know about that. Got some bits to do, but read report. Kairut welcomes peace. Queen Beatrice extends congratulations. Oh, vigil for the fallen. Thousands of gathered in Bronas at the Bluermont, the largest military cemetery in the country, to commemorate those fallen in the Pale's War. The mood was very gloomy, with almost every family in the country knowing someone who was either injured or killed in the conflict. At the cemetery, over 23,000 soldiers are buried in somber, white-coloured graves. Is that how many we lost, or is that how many we killed? Because I don't feel like we lost that many. Unless that was just the total, just the units are much bigger. Pales become separate province. Final victory achieved. Pales to be incorporated into Rizia. Rizia victorious. Pales annexed. Final visit to the House of Delegates. So what's it now? So, well, and all the other stuff. Business, military expenditure. Can I get rid of some of the military now? No. Okay. How do I sell these units per se? You can. Okay. Only equipment. Okay, and I think we've done all of our equipment sales. It's a shame. But we're making energy, so we'll sell some of that. Oh, wait a minute. We'll do a medium. We'll do a medium. It's fine. I don't think we're going to need energy where we're going now. At least we have some money if we need to spend on something. I don't think we need to expand a naval base, considering the war is won, mate. Oh. Definite Rizians take over empty homes. Army maintains order at parade. Rebuilding efforts underway. Attempted uprising quelled. Ooh, good luck with that. Fort Drazen, a final visit to the House of Delegates. The House of Delegates was silent. Stark contrast to its former days as bustling activity. As I walked through the Grand Chamber, my gaze fell upon the now empty rows of seats. Hugo strode confidently at my side. New voices now sense a testament to the Crown's true strength. The delegates who went for these seats come to represent the people. At the end of the day, this defines the Crown's will, Crown's strength. History remembered this as a moment King Romus secured his place in Rizia's legacy. They masked their loyalty, all the time readying their knives. Do not allow them to steer our kingdom off course. You give them an inch of trust and they will take a mile of betrayal. That's why I decided destined to be king. It was my duty and my purpose to bring our realm back under control, cut down before they could strike Rizia's survival was at stake. The way of shutting this place down still lingers. Could there have been another way? It was the only way. I have spent countless hours sitting in this room. Few were the occasions where a 5-minute conversation with the king would not have been just as effective. As Hugo and I reached the centre of the chamber, I noticed a display case near the podiums. In it resided Rizia's old constitution, ratified by King Valero in fading black ink. My father's attempt to grant the people representation was a good idea in theory, but inevitably flawed. This assumed document could have been inevitably flawed. Valero's aims were noble, but in the end, a monarch must reign and challenge if he is to reign at all. Under your reign, our kingdom will thrive, free from the turmoil of democracy's false promises. And now, Rizia sounds stronger than ever. You've given our people hope for a bright future. Remove this hand. The empty chamber marks a new beginning. A new beginning, yes, but one that carries the weight of all we've sacrificed to get here. We will build something enduring. As sovereign of this nation, I won't rest until my very last breath. I motioned to the chamber. Enough talk. Let's decide to reclaim this hall of wasted voices. Let's decide how to reclaim this hall of wasted voices so we can move on with our lives. The only question, what do we do with the place? We'll fall to witnessing the hall slowly decay like ordinary movements for it. Delegates will stay as it is. Let the moment of fail serve the moment of fate. Decide to reclaim a hall. Hugo paused deep in thought. If I may offer an opinion, what Port Drazen lacks in a museum of Rizian history, a place dedicated to our kingdom's past, a monument to storied heritage. An opportunity to control the narrative while highlighting the legitimacy and necessity of my rule. What exactly did you have in mind? Such an institution could trace the reigns of House Taurus from its Resonid era beginnings to today, reinforcing the message that our family's rule is the rightful path for this kingdom. He chuckles Think to himself, why? You could even have a wing dedicated to those who dared to oppose you, highlighting how they met their fates. Full of traitors, I love it. That now, I'd rather not give them any inspiration. Such a place would be deterrent, not an inspiration, but it's up to you. You in favour of the idea? Backed out. I'll obviously construction plan using personally. It's too expensive. It's a good idea, but just for fun, what other options do I have? Munko frowned thoughtfully. We could turn it into an elite boarding school reserved for children of Rizia's most powerful families. They'll be shaped and moulded from a young age, their loyalty for monarch and wavering, with the children next generation leaders fully aligned with our vision for the kingdom. T for wars, that's a good idea. I don't know. Right. We're planning to claim and secure a spot there for testosterone. We could make billions. I'm not suggesting we do this for financial gain, but the benefits for future generation. You're going to walk deeper into the chamber. I was thinking, taking in the statues of revered military figures that line the hall. Well, considering the threat Rizia faces, perhaps converting this space into National Defence Headquarters might be the better option. A key centre for all military planning and operations. Did my wife put you up to this? Hugo laughed. As a matter of fact, Duchess Zari did not. The closer cooperation between the military and the crown makes sense in the wake of your merger. In any case, those are my thoughts. What are yours? As in History Museum. I like the History Museum. An excellent choice if I do say so myself, because having our history will solidify our future. So this loyalty. Let's go ahead and throw in the Hall of Traitors mentioned. I don't like the Hall of Traitors idea, I'll be honest with you. I think that's a bit cringe. I'd rather keep museum at an upbeat tone. Understandable. Let visitors see the rewards of loyalty in the king, and the consequences of this loyalty. The nearby bells from the Arch Sanctuary of Zilba prompted Hugo to check his watch. He then looked up at me with a wry smile. I don't know about you, but as much as I enjoy scheming over what to do with skeletal remains of this place, I could do with an aperitif. Will you join me? Telling me such indulgence seems inappropriate given the man facing us. As if you even had to ask. Excellent. And shall we? Go ahead. I'll join you soon. I just need a bit more time here. Alright, I'll pour you a drink, but I can't guarantee it'll be there by the time you get to it. He gave a slight bow before he turned and left. I took in the desolate room, in a strange sense of solitude. The empty podium normally occupied by a house speaker called to me. Stand behind the podium. Give a respectful farewell. I'd send off the chamber a respectful farewell. Gave the bell a quick, decisive ring, the sound echoing through the room. As I stand in the watch chamber, I remind the noble intentions that guided its inception. I looked around the vacant seats. What's the clip? Let this be a reminder while the institution may come and go, to strengthen unity of the crown endure. Promise of the collection, decision making, and the voice of the rule was held within these walls. Roll to the House of Delegates. May the memory of what you aspire to be serve as a reminder of the ideals we strive to achieve. With a final glance around, I left the podium and turned away. Forget your democracy. No democracy for you. And over here, among his, announcement of the Prince to be. Okay, Prince to be. Oh, that's promised to convert House of Delegates into National Museum. Announcement of Prince to be. Fiona, I stood at the back of the terrace of my palace in Monkiz. Grey clouds hung low on the horizon. A strong wind was picking up the way, and waves crashed violently on the rocky cliffs below me. The same kind of storm that almost killed my daughter all those years ago. I'd come so close to losing her then. Now she is on the verge of losing everything. In her hands, she clutched a set of test results I'd just given her. She read the words once more, as if repeating them would undo their truth. Sex, male. I heard a clatter from inside the palace. A camera crew was setting up equipment, preparing to film my official announcement of my new successor. The future king of Rizia. At least the law would have it. I'd met Vina here to tell her privately before informing the world. As I looked at her stony impression, I wonder if I'd made a mistake. Half-brother, I suppose. Congratulations, Renalda. I ran a hand along the terrace's gold-plated railing. It'll always be my favourite, Vina. In what way? I've based my entire life on the idea I was the future queen of Rizia. Spent so many hours attending council meetings, all while you went around consolidating your power, even getting rid of the House of Delegates to keep yourself and your son in charge. She wrapped her kerchief tighter around her head as a gust of wind blew. Tell me, father, what was it all for? I haven't forgotten what I told you there at the beach long ago. Rizia session laws need not stay in place. I haven't forgotten what I told you down there on that beach long ago. Rizia session laws need not stay in place. She froze and looked up at me cautiously. You mean that? Sita and I are in love and having a child together. Whether that child takes the throne doesn't matter to us. It's fine, my opinions are clear. I'm monarch. I know what a good monarch you'll be. You deserve it. Your Aunt B would have my nether parts on my guillotine if I remove her Burgian blood from the line of succession. I know you'll be a good monarch. You deserve it. She gave me a grateful half smile. But what about House Azaro? I'm sure they'll be furious if there isn't named successor. If they retaliate, I'll be the one they go after first. People say it's unstressful. Don't forget about your blue. You're thinking about medieval times. All three of the Rizia's noble house should be able to live in peace together. You're the one who wants to be queen. You're going to spend a rough life on over you. You're thinking about such medieval terms. All three of the noble houses will live in peace together. Ideally, yes. Some of these people have no idea it's 1957. Her head whipped towards the door. Lucia had come to fetch me. Her belly was straining the confines of her gown. Vina curtsied to her politely. Hello, Duchess Azara. I mean, Queen Consort Azara, Your Majesty. Please, Lucia will do just fine. She smiled sympathetically. Hope you're not too put out, Your Highness. Really, I'm so impressed with the intelligence and poise you've shown these past years. My son will be lucky to have you as a role model. She embraced Vina. My daughter hugged her back somewhat uncomfortably. Thanks, Lucita. Congratulations. They're ready for the announcement in 5 minutes from us. Splendid. I know I'll be right in. Lucia took my hand and led me inside the palace. Vina followed from a distance. The normally spacious sitting room of Palace Taurus had been filled with lighting and camera equipment, all pointed at a purple velvet divan against the back wall. Above it hung portraits of Anna Azaro and Ariana Taurus. Lucia and I were seated, an assistant quickly refreshing our makeup. Vina was watching intensely from the armchair in the corner. The camera woman counted down from 5. It was my time for an announcement. My fellow Rizians. In the wake of our triumph over the Pales War, we have yet another achievement to announce. Hope you all have grown to love my wife Lucita as you have grown to love me. In the wake of the triumph of the Pales War, I have yet another achievement to announce. In a matter of weeks, a new prince shall join the ranks of House Taurus. I was friend is no secret in the realm. Now we've discovered she's carrying a boy. Lucia placed a hand on my shoulder and she smiled with the cameras. Valera. Oh, who should we name him? Who are you thinking? I think Thaddeus is nice. I think Romus is cool because it's after us. But Valero will be quite a boom. Who? Thaddeus. I like Thaddeus as well. Lucia's smile grew wider. Oh, to be fair, I now have to break it to her. The Mojo become a father a second time. I cannot let my inspiration my daughter Vina's country and me. Calm the Azaros. Because we're about to take, you're not in line. 2 children, a son and a daughter. One to be a ruler, and gone. One tradition is great kingdom as a monarch, succeeded by the eldest son. One can inherit the throne, and he should my brothers. Though I'm overjoyed becoming father for a second time, I cannot let the inspiration my daughter. You just screwed them over twice. Oh, fair. I cannot let the inspiration my daughter Vina has been to the country and to me. My mind, choosing for successor was not an easy decision for me. When I thought about whom I would want to succeed in me, the answer was clear as day. I beg of you, my public, to recognise the heir that I name today. Rizia can ill afford another war of succession. I declare the exemption of law. Mrs. Vina Taurus will remain my successor. I declare that henceforth Rizia's succession will favour the king's eldest child, whether male or female. It's time to let go of our patriarchal ways. I hereby declare that henceforth Rizia will change to matter now. For the sons, in accordance with Rizian law, I shall succeed by the son of Queen Consort Lucita. Recognition to the honourable House Azara in the kingdom. My part of the successor. I mean, what's 5 authority when I have 15, right? Come on, I hereby declare henceforth Rizian's succession will be in favour of the king's eldest child, whether male or female. It's time to let go of our patriarchal ways. Lucia's grip tight on my shoulder, her nails practically pierced through my suit jacket. From this very young age, my daughter is possessed with determination and compassion that takes to rule this country. I've no doubt she'll be an excellent queen. Taurus shall hold the throne. When Vina ascends the throne, you shall love, honour, and respect her as you have me. This may not be easy for somebody to accept, but times are changing and Rizia must change with them. I could tell my wife was having trouble keeping a calm demeanour. I had to wrap this up. God sees me. Your queen and I are so excited to start a family together. My loyal allies in Zora, I know this announcement will come as a disappointment. Please know that I have not meant as a slight against you. Glorious Axa Rivia. Glorious Axa Rizia. Recording light switched off. My wife swayed, frozen in place, staring at me in anger and disbelief. Such a long victory for women's rights in Rizia. I think all should give Lord reign. Vina's 26 years older than Thaddeus II. If she doesn't end up having children, her brother might inherit the throne. I'm sorry, I made a promise I couldn't break. I love that you're a man of principle. It's damn frustrating sometimes. It's so stuffy in here. I've got to get some air. They struggle to get out of their seat. You should rest. I'll open a window. Fine. Go congratulate Her Highness. I need a minute to myself. He motioned for me to leave. I opened the window before making my way back onto the terrace. I saw Venus standing at the railing, looking out over the ocean. At just the moment, the sun broke through the clouds, setting the waves ablaze in glittering light and illuminating the smile on my daughter's face. The horizon was limitless. Like it, our daughter is in charge next. Royal Council Reshuffle. Every 7 years, the King is granted the opportunity to remove or replace members of the Royal Council. We are nearing the date of the hearing of petitions, a ceremony in which qualified candidates may petition for the council position of choosing. Listening to petitioners, the monarch may accept or disregard their requests at will. Depends if you want the game to end quicker or not. I mean, I'm happy with the council as it is, but I guess we can. Also, primogeniture succession. It's a boy. King changes succession law. A warm welcome to our new prince. I was going to say this. Keep the ceremony, cancel the ceremony, and keep the council as it is. I thought we'd finished. Or is this finishing? Oh my goodness. 1 minute. Can I sell anything? No, I don't want to go into debt even more. Small energy sale. Yes, do it. Do it. Sell the energy. Give us 2 money. This is the end. Not ending the sale in the end in absolute debt. The Eternal Crown. All the reports. Hydroelectric dam up. Oh, we're losing money again. Midday at the palace. Stood on the palace balcony, watching as a flurry of monarch butterflies drifted through the air, their orange wings catching the late spring afternoon sun. They'd come from as far as Rumburg, journeying thousands of miles to reach southern Xena, where they would winter. Rizia lay in the heart of their migration path. I'd seen them before, but this time, something about their passage struck me differently. Perhaps it was the time in the season of change of endings and beginnings. I think I too had travelled a great distance. Think about how fluttering of butterflies' wings could send ripples through the air, unseen but far-reaching. I couldn't stop thinking about when the butterflies land on you, tasting you with their feet. Seen but far-reaching. How even the smallest decisions in my reign, those made in quiet moments, could set off a chain of events far beyond my control. A knock at the door drew me from my thoughts. Hugo stepped forward, head bowed. One of his aides proffered a leather-bound folder thick with documents. Your Majesty, the latest reports from the kingdom. Excellent, I'm also going to cover this. Guess I should get this over with. Took the folder before they turned and left. With one last glance at the butterflies, I stepped inside and made my way back to the study. Setting the folder down, I took and opened the reports and spread them across my desk. I sat in my chair and took a moment to scan the contents, considering where to begin. Foreign affairs. Pay my attention to foreign affairs. Read the report on Pales. With Pales under direct control of the Crown, tensions persist with local forces, but long-term integration is steadily underway. The heavy devastation inflicted during the war left reconstruction at a standstill, as inadequate funding made any meaningful recovery impossible. As a result, infrastructure lies in ruin, food scarce and lawlessness is an all-time high. Despite the ongoing turmoil, the Aureus gas field is now fully under Rizian control, though its potential remains largely untapped due to the ongoing reconstruction struggles. It is my advice that we urgently prioritise these repairs. The cost may be high, but it is worth it that we reunite intentions. Especially wait your orders signed Lucia Zara, Council of War Integrity. Plan report with 5. The war cost us millions already, and its repercussions were set to bleed us dry. We have to take drastic actions. The fallout from this would be nothing short of disastrous. Something must be done. And again, people of Pales will pay for their own damn repairs. Disastrous. I decided to mass print guilders, knowing it would cause hyperinflation, but would cause the cover the cost. Now, left alone from multinational finance industry, the United Nations primary financial imposed tax raising citizens, see success funds beyond accessible and citizens' personal bank accounts. Apply for a loan. Indebtedness forever in the long term. I took up the pad and paper, drafted in the decree. After signing my name, I made it official by pressing my signet ring into the wax at the bottom. Read the report on Zeal. After 30 years, the family separated by Zeal's transfer to Wesert control have finally begun reuniting. The mood is happy. The Zeal reintegration into Rizia under direct control of the Crown has brought with it significant challenges. The strongest resistance to the integration comes from Zillians with Wessex citizenship, who fear being treated as second-class citizens due to their limited legal protection. The large proportion of our new citizens are Dasnorist, who appreciate the accommodations Rizia has made for their religion. Our treaty with Welland, granting Wessex citizens the same labour protections as Rizians, has eased the transition process somewhat. To complementing these efforts, the Ariana Taurus Association has expanded its cultural and language initiatives in Zeal to ensure our new citizens feel at home. Meanwhile, Rizian oil and gas and Rizian raw gold have been conducting surveys of the region. It's suspected that a great amount of gold and oil still lies in the earth. Those citizens will likely have to be displaced in order to reach these resources. That concludes the report. I'm Lorenzo Esquivel, Council of Foreign Affairs. So on the report side, I thought how best to take the advantages of return. From audience to Gulf of Rizia. Done. In celebration of Zeal's return, I decided that henceforth the Gulf of Meridia would be renamed the Gulf of Rizia. Read about the alliances and military. I think I have an idea where this reference has come from. I bet this is new. Is this new by any chance, Lord? I picked up the report related to our alliance and military. I picked up the first report regarding the AN. Rizia's position within the Alliance of Nations remained a focal point of international discussion. Yes, it is. I thought so. I had to do it, but our continued membership in the forum has ensured we have a say in global security and trade decisions. Though it is also kept us entangled in affairs. Influence comes at cost, I suppose, but better to shape the world than be shaped by it. Being a member of the AN is an honour. Influence how well that moves to the table and moves already decided. Another day, another report to I already know. In a member honour. At the same time, your reign has overseen a formidable military build-up, and that solidified Rizia's position as a regional power. I see it as a stabilising force, while rivals see it as an aggressive expansion of influence. Look at the page. See the section about grace. Rumberg in its talks of avoiding direct conflict with Swordland by acquiring the Swordish cities of Estrad and Narbel. This in turn would secure Rumberg's energy needs. This includes a report signed Lucia Rosario, Council for Internal Security. The committee to ponder report's contents. Wants the Crown's Restoration Pact, initiative to support pro-monarchy movements in an unstable republic. Is that a good one or no? Crown Restoration Pact? What do you think of that? To launch a Crown Restoration Pact. Strengthen Grace. Yeah, I will support Grace because it's like, sorry, sister-in-law, right? Strengthen Grace, I decided to launch the Crown's Restoration Pact to support pro-monarchy movements in unstable republics by providing financial and diplomatic aid, domestic matters. Read the report on intergovernmental affairs. With the abolishment of the House of Delegates, noble and common Rizians alike complain about lack of representation in government. Together with the heads of several lesser noble families, ex-House Speaker Daria de Rava has formed the Patricians' Council, a lobbying group that will submit the most pressing concerns to the Royal Council every 6 months. While the History Museum has improved regional perception of the monarchy, more efforts are advised to reassure the public that the Crown cares for them, with regard to the provinces. The Azaras were less than pleased with your choice of successor, to put it mildly. However, Green Consort Lucita has spoken to her relatives and believe they will accept her highness as heiress eventually. With a place in the royal lineage secured, House Sazan will be giving us no trouble in the future. No matter the future of your reign, House Taurus will support you as steadfastly as always. Your humble servant, Hugo Taurus. I set the report aside, contemplating what I just read. I need to approach my next steps wisely. After I have pieces before me, now I need to set them in motion. I'm going to make a move, but every problem regards a solution. I'm back off now. Approach my next steps wisely. This year I plan to carve the faces of Rizian's greatest kings and queens into one of the mountains above Port Drazen. Oh, done! Done! Like Mount Rushmore. Yes! Moment of legacy's enduring legacy. I drafted the order before signing my name and imprinting my seal on the wax. Economy and energy. Picked up the report related to economics and energy. In keeping with your intentions, our economy is still heavily dependent on resources such as gas and gold. As for energy, the sector is struggling and production is underperforming. Yet, this seems to be only a temporary setback. If energy expenditure is kept low, our stores are set to rebound over the next 5 years. In terms of the budget, our pockets are empty, so to speak. With limited resources, focus on essential expenses, the government is facing constraints, making it difficult to allocate funds for larger projects. It's not yet taking into account the potential of Zeal's remaining resources, which have yet to be unearthed. Our shrinking budget is coupled with the slowdown in new businesses, with many entrepreneurs forced to close their doors, the Crown's deteriorating relationship with the Rizian business community has not helped matters. Without the necessary reforms, many companies complain of stifled innovation and the inability to compete globally. Intervention by the Crown is warranted, though we must make sure our citizenry is not left behind. Fortunately, the economic downturn has not yet had an impact on Rizia's excellent living standards. Over 70% of Rizian-owned televisions, approximately half of all homes have air conditioning, and weekend getaways and dining out have become routine. Click to mark on order and prosperity, proof of my rule. With our people's needs covered and then some, we have a comfortable base from which to expand. Signed, Elena Werner, Chancellor of the Treasury and Economics. Close the binder and pick up a pen. Grow the national budget by encouraging citizens to buy government sovereign bonds that will never be repaid. Commission an exhaustive kingdom-wide survey for resources of possible detriment, citizen living standards. What's a sovereign bond? Is that like government bonds in America, where like World War II? Oh, it's the exact opposite. Okay, what would you recommend? Commission or nothing? Wide survey for resources of possible detriment to citizen living standards and the environment. I mean, we have to find resources, right? If we find resources... One. Okay, cool. Paid. Now that I was done, I pressed the button on my speakerphone, instructing the attendants on the other end of the summon Hugo and his aides. It wasn't long before they entered my chambers. I handed them what I had signed and sealed, which they carefully looked over. Bold, consider and handled. As for funding Pell's reconstruction, it's a heavy price to pay, but unavoidable. In any case, I'll see to it that your orders are carried out. You go about, then turn and straight out. As the footsteps faded down the corridor, I turned my gaze to the window overlooking the gardens. The sun had begun to set, and the silhouette of butterflies fluttered against the fading light. I was once again reminded of how the smallest of actions could result in the consequences far beyond my control. And that, as King of Rizia, is my sole responsibility to deal with whatever came my way. It's fine. I'm looking at the overview, see what's going on. On a hydroelectric dam. Fort Dresden. Dress to the nation. Avoid all crises. Oh, crises. There's no crisis here. I entered the grand hall to make my speech addressing the nation. The hall, usually echoing with the whisper-quiet footsteps of courtiers, was transformed into a hive of chaos as a film crew set up cameras, lights, and microphones. I was seated at the room's centre. Hugo's weighty mahogany desk had been moved here for the occasion. Its surface cleared except for a single, neatly arranged stack of papers. I'll be honest, I was expecting Desires to betray you. No one would betray this fine king. Heavy as a crown. After a makeup crew brushed various powders on my face, I reviewed my notes briefly. It was a big day. Time to address the Rizian people. Time to get someone else with Rizian once again. Rizian celebrated great unification. I wasn't abdicating. Jeez. I took a deep breath, my gaze lifting to meet the lens of the camera. At the last moment, an aide placed the Taurus crown on my head. With a nod from the director, the red light blinked on, and I began to speak. Hello, Dingbat. Hello, Dingbat. My Lord Serpent, countrymen, my fellow citizens, great people of Rizia. I wish you today, my beloved father and the monarchs before him have done. Why do I have the opportunity to talk to you about the current state of affairs of Rizia as well as its future? Natural that I seem a rather remote figure to many of you. Someone you only see on television and newspapers, but now for a few minutes I welcome you into the tranquility of my home. Almost 8 years ago I took the throne to serve over Rizia, to bring prosperity to this glorious kingdom. In my coronation we faced years of adversity and daunting trials head on. United we turn these trials into triumphs. You want to strong and prosperous Rizia and put your complete trust in me, your dreams to our glory. Bring prosperity to this glorious kingdom. Throughout my reign I've been uplifted and sustained by the knowledge that your thoughts and prayers were with me. I've been aware that people were united in support, as people do for being. The record of television technology has made it possible for me to broadcast early into many of your homes today. I'm grateful for this privilege. Rest and sustain me. You've uplifted and sustained me. I looked directly into the camera. When we started on this path, some did not believe we could take it to its end. We proved them all wrong. And I want to remind you of the landmark accomplishments made during my reign. Today, there is much to celebrate. To look back and feel proud of ourselves. Almost 4 years ago, Pels openly attacked our majestic iron Valyria and tried to blockade our gas fields. We made them pay for it. finally crush the rogue government in Pales and ensure the Grand Duchy of Noble. I promised victory over against Pales, and indeed, the Rizian army prevailed. At the beginning of the war, I took on the personal responsibility of directing our armies. Many hard decisions were made, but ultimately, victory was ours. Salute the brave men and women of the Rizian armed forces, as well as all of the everyday citizens who did their part where effort helped us on the path to victory. I'm still deeply saddened by all the lives that were lost during the conflict. The war pitted brother against brother, with many tragic deaths on both sides. I know, that's fair, but I want to pick the right ones for me. After much hardship, we all achieved the ultimate goal. Full unification of Pales and Rizia. That has been the moment we've been waiting for a long time. Let's take a moment to celebrate our victory. This is the only beginning of the rise of Rizia. And to honour all who died in this journey. Never forget their sacrifice. Now that we've established peace, it's time for us to look towards the future. Took a deep breath. On top of that, despite President's best attempts to stop us, we finally managed to bring Zilbert to Rizia. But of course, now with more celebrate, the Rizia population of Zil is my history. Now with our brothers and sisters much more. This was learned to our zeal, years, plus a great unification is complete. Zeal, the heartland, has long pulsed with the spirit of Rizia, despite the shadows that fell upon it, but once again where it truly belongs. I've shuttered the House of Delegates out of love for the Rizian people. I know that the true will of my subjects could never be represented by a group of squabbling bureaucrats. To move my subjection to suspension of our parliament, I assure you it's a temporary measure, or to recalibrate and reform, so that is rebirth. It's rebirth and may serve people more equitably. In the realm of commerce, we have forged new trade deals that have opened new horizons for our products, bringing Rizian craftsmanship and ingenuity to the global scale, over the global stage. As we reflect upon the 8 years behind us, we are reminded that in the myriad ways in which the kingdom has evolved, adapted, and grown. We've harnessed the power of our natural resources to revitalize our energy industry. Pretty much our progress on the living standards of our people. We've tremendously improved our nation's welfare, and the foundation of society not only survives, but thrives. As we step forward, our focus remains on leveraging these developments for a greater good of Rizia and the global community. However, our recent negotiations with Republic and Morella have culminated in a historic agreement concerning the operation of Maritime International Totem, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. First one. We've improved the rights of the working class, recognising the strength of our economy rests on the foundation of a contented and healthy workforce. So, in our commitment to the well-being and dignity of every worker, we have enacted reforms that ensure fairer wages and safe conditions to all. We've overhauled our immigration system, making it much easier for foreign-born residents to become full-fledged Rizian citizens. We can never have accomplished this without the support of Royal Herald, whose fair and balanced coverage of Crown affairs kept our citizens informed against all these years. These efforts, we must take welfare of our people. The expansion of our welfare program is the cornerstone of our vision for Rizia when no one is left behind. Myself preserving our national heritage. Welfare is a key one. I'm especially proud of decriminalising same-sex relations in Rizia. Our law finally recognises true love knows no bounds. I've uplifted and legitimised Rizia's homosexual community, long must they live in the shadows. A long overdue lifting of Rizia's homosexual ban and ground bans in needed to franchise population. Come out to this 8 years, we now stand at crossroads of history, reflecting on the journey behind us and gazing into the promises of tomorrow. Today, together, we have navigated seismic changes, tackled the challenges of progression head on, celebrated triumphs of collective will. As your monarch, I'm humbled by the trust you have placed in me. I stand before you not as a leader, but as a fellow Rizian, committed to stewardship of our shared destiny. Check my notes. The addresses were almost at an end. The chapter yet unwritten, I pledge to you. We'll not rest until our economy and industries have reached their full potential. We will surpass our neighbours and rise to compete with superpowers themselves. We've got a national bounty as well as our cultural heritage, innovation, excellence, science, art, and endeavour on the global stage. Say economy, quite a bad economy at the moment. We'll hold peace and security both within our borders and our relationship with the world. With the authority vested in me by the very essence of our kingdom, I decree the continuation of our absolute monarchy. The crown shall remain the pinnacle of power and decision-making in Rizia. I stand before you as a king, a standing body, present, past, and future. Let it be known that my resolve remains unshakable, invincible under the banner of House Taurus. Stand as embodiment of Rizia's past, present, and future. From the Gulf of Rizia to Sudis, and across to the Antacean Sea, Rizia stands united and stronger than ever. The laborious acts of Rizia. I nodded to the camera crew. They stopped filming. My 8th year was almost over. And that looks like it's it, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is it. Are we done? My rule continues. This looks like it's it. 1958, Port Dresden. A few months after your speech, you strode into the Grand Hall for your Jubilee celebrations, commemorating 8 years of your reign. With much to celebrate. The band played a series of ceremonial fanfares as you walked past your many prestigious guests. Each of them bowed reverently as you passed. You took your seat on the silent Orica. You looked to your left. On the throne next to yours, Queen Consort Lucita smiled at you with baby Thaddeus II in her arms. You remembered why you fell in love with her. You wondered how your child would grow up in this world. You smiled back and proceeded with celebrations. Remembered why you fell in love with her. You looked to your right. You saw Hugo Taurus, your uncle, Grand Vizier and most steadfast supporter, surveying the mood in the room. You told him to relax and enjoy himself, thanked him for his years of loyalty. Because he was used to you and no longer. Thanked him for his years of loyalty. The hall filled with silence as the orchestra conducted. Lifted his baton, waiting your signal. He gave it. With one gesture, the orchestra cued in and the festivities began. Your cousin Hubertus was the first one to pay respect. He came to your throne and bowed. He had risen up the ranks of House Taurus lately. Welcomed him with open arms. You looked around the ballroom. Your eyes met with Thaddeus of House Azaro. You approached the throne and bowed. You thanked him for House Azaro's service to the crown. So does gesture impressively. Congratulated House Azaro once again for his effort in the Rebels campaign. Congratulate them. A return to her house, Angelica Sazin came forward with a gift to you. The Shield of Sazin was a beautiful and ornamented ceremonial piece. You did not accept this apparent bribery. Again. Thanked her for a gift. Among the whispers of the court, Axel Reinhardt entered the ballroom. He very clearly did not want to be here today. With a straight face, he simply came before you and knelt and turned around to leave. Made him kiss your ring, asked security to apprehend him, told him to get out of your palace. Delegations from the AN and Grace greeted you respectfully while eyeing each other with uncertainty. You ordered the servants to deliver more wine to them. You watched every step, and then tonight was no time for politics. Tonight is no time for politics. Grand doors opened the hall to, and Vina walked in. The entrance hall fell silent, captivated by the beauty and elegance of the crown princess. She looked just like her mother. As the orchestra struck up a fast-paced tune, she walked up to Manus and tapped him on the shoulder. They danced as if they were the only two people in the entire room. As the song ended, they approached you with the news that they were expecting to charge you. Gave them your heartfelt congratulations. Your daughter's husband disappeared into the crowd. He remained by your side. You warned her to be ready for a den of rules I was waiting for her. The crown agreed with them. Believe the person Vina had become could take on anything. As if she understood what you were thinking, she smiled and assured you that she would be fine. She showed you that her throne was right beside yours. There began the days of Vina of House Taurus, the heir apparent. So where have we gone? We've headed into statism and monarchism. We're here. There we are. Valero, born Moncos 905. Valero, preceded by Valero the Frail Taurus, and Vizier, Hugo Taurus. Will be remembered as the Liberator. We're Romus the Taurus the Liberator. Oh, Romus the Liberator Taurus. Spouses, we have children. Count Domus. Doesn't have the side thing explaining, like, consequences I've noticed. Here it is. 251,000 soldiers died during the combat, and 598,265 civilians from all sides due to famine, disease, and Shannon Second Rizia War. Millions of Rizians and Zeal officially reintegrated back into homeland. Thousands of foreigners left the territory. The province of Lencoris faced 4 billion RG worth of public property damage due to violent protests. That's a lot. Investigations were launched on 1,257 state officials. Millions of workers gained better rights and working conditions. Welcome back, bud. We finished the game. The expended slaves Grand Sanctuary drew 748,000 visitors. 9,345 women joined political life. 178,213 women joined the workforce. 78 billion RG worth of foreign investment left the country. 21 new countries received a diplomatic mission from Rizia. The country became the 9th in the world to decriminalise homosexuality. The 7 nations across Makopa and North Xena chose appeasing policies of the Golden Kingdom. Royal Rizian Gold became fully state-owned and its employee count increased to 16,853. Do you want to end the game? Yes. My friends, we've finished the game. That's the second one. As you can see, Dingbats is static. My second, belly rub of proof. Yeah, she hates belly rubs, sorry. But I love her fluffy little belly. So we finished. What a phenomenal journey. I have to say it, Lord, thank you so much for your support. And thank you everyone for your support. But we did well. We did well, I believe, obviously with support, but we've won. No crisis. We've ended on a relatively happy note. We know the kingdom will be good hands under Lucita. Now that was a lot of fun. If anyone has made it to this point, I don't know what we'll do now. I don't know if I'll play Rizia again. Like Fordland again. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much for being here. I look forward to what the next step in our journey is with all of this. But thank you again so much for watching this. I hope that we get another series like this, something where it can be very interactive, something where we have to really make some tough decisions sometimes. But thank you so much for being here. All of you guys on stream, all of you guys who watch on YouTube, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll find something fun. I need a PC break. I know that feeling. Especially thank you Torpor Games for making it. It's been incredible. But yeah, I hope to see you guys on the next journey. This one's come to an end now. But thank you so much for watching if you're on YouTube. Again, I cannot get it across to you how much I appreciate it. Of course. But thank you all so much. And I look forward to our next adventure. If you guys can think of anything, leave it in the comments below. I will see you all around. Thank you so much. King of Rizia is now signing off. I look forward to our next adventure. Oh, just to say, if you're able to... I forgot to say it earlier. If you're able to subscribe and like, it's massively appreciated. I hope to see you around, my friends. Goodbye for now. We'll meet again.